Hello folks, we are finally starting when Elegies are ashes. I know absolutely nothing about this except for the boss is a dragon. God damn it, Rasmontis. She's still going. Naruyo, of course. EASD1 walks through the cold night. Stories, ballads, bonfires. Those gathered here have nothing, yet also everything. I heard there was
reclaim her kingdom from
nice.
her foes. The Red Dragon of Greed sought the aid of a shadowy force, the dark mist that haunted in the forest.
And they always do
The
this.
Red
I mean,
Dragon
I understand.
breathed the fire of death, while the dark mist herded their foes into the blazing
Why
flames.
is it double?
Thus, the battle was won, and the kingdom was hers. The thorn-choked fields began to stir with life once again. Yet the deadly fire still crept across the land. The fields withered, the living faltered. The newborn perished before they could bloom, while the passing lingered, bound to this land. The Red Dragon would not abide the death going unrestrained. Her wish was firm. Life to life, death to death. Resolute in her purpose, she sought to cease the spreading fire. As Samhain drew near,
I
she
knew it.
gathered
I knew it
those
was
touched
Celtic.
by the tainted
Samhain.
flames into her lair.
More, please. No. And that is the story of the Red Dragon. But what comes after? What about the people tainted by the flames of death? There is no after. That's all I've written. That simply will not do. Everything has an ending, and those endings don't much care if you think they'll do, miss. And yet it is for an altogether different reason that you hide yourself in this dilapidated pub after publishing your work. How ridiculous. I keep using this. A lot of things are ridiculous. Do you simply enjoy keeping people in suspense? Is your spirit soothed by tales of readers desperate to know the ending? Some overly enthusiastic messengers did manage to find me to deliver some fan mail. Must have been rather pleased. Pleased? I didn't even read them, just tossed them into that fireplace. How impertinent. Moreover, not a single story in your collection doesn't cut off unceremoniously. Truly impertinent. It's simple, really. I can't write an ending to save my life. You'd best head home now, miss. You're clearly well educated, and a ramshackle pub like this doesn't suit you. Don't fret yourself over those half-finished stories. Why the hurry to show me the door? Perhaps I can help you. The author takes measure of the woman once more. Even with a hood over her head, he can see how pale her face is. She must be very sickly, he thinks. The moment she arrived in this abandoned village, she went straight for the pub. She had clearly done her research and seems unlikely to give up anytime soon. After ruminating, he picks up a sticky mug left among the cards and chips strewn across the table and downs a mouthful of rancid beer. Alright then, so what kind of ending were you thinking? Why should I be the one to come up with it? You're the writer, not me. I simply wish to offer my own story, to spark your imagination. Your own story? Wait, are you another survivor? Did you also narrowly escape death in that city last autumn? Only those who've experienced the truth for themselves would recognize what your stories are based on. Well, go ahead then. I'm all ears. Very well. Deep in the ruins of the former royal capital of Tara, long since destroyed by catastrophe. Flashback? Yes, sir. Deep in the ruins of the former royal capital of Tara, long since destroyed by catastrophe. On one uneventful yet peaceful day, the flame burning in the metal stove was snuffed out. This was no urgent matter, but the Red Dragon came all the same. Red Dragon is Eblana, yeah? Yep, hello. Does it resist being lit? Or is it that not even an ominous outsider, newly come after centuries of silence, can relight old longings and resentments, near worn away by time? Or perhaps I simply need to be less reserved. A purple flame dances around the stove. Under its light, the red dragon's face looks even paler than before. Hello? Are you awake? Or must I remind you who you are? The pathetic red dragon who cast aside his crown and wandered the wilderness for 20 years, only to be murdered by his closest kin on his return. The exiled king, correct? Okay, hold up. Let me see here. Lab H. Riath Thatch. Pronunciation, please. Pronunciation. Irish. Well, I mean, it's not the word itself. What? I don't think there's a pronunciation, guys. Unfort. Let me check more actually. Lore. Yeah, So I know Skahak. So I'm gonna. So the last is like Lorahak. Something like that? Oh god. Yeah, let's just butcher the goddamn name. Lorahak, the exiled king, correct? It truly is a pity seeing someone still in shock at his own bloody death 600 years after the fact. Okay, so you're 600 years? Give or take, the true date of your death has long been forgotten. I'm shocked, yes, but not at my death. More at the fact that after 600 years, the Dracos have once again produced an aberration spewing the flames of death. They even let you grow to adulthood without strangling you in the crib. Did the Victorians bid you rouse me from death's slumber? Or did you hide that ridiculous crown from them beneath your bed? Victoria no longer yokes the red dragon. The Tara of today heeds no foreign master. Not bad. Tell me then, is it popular to wake the dead to deliver good news these days? But sorry, but I've got nothing to reward you with. Now if that's all, you'd best be on your way. With my flames burning within you, you won't be ending this after a few trifling pleasantries. Labrahak? Oh god. Statch. Ending? My ending came long ago. You're the one with unfinished business, yeah? Look, I get it. They're the flames of death after all. They'll get you into all kinds of trouble. Life and death getting jumbled up. Herds of undying beasts. Newborn cubs having their lives snuffed out before you know it. The works. So, how big a mess are we talking here? A field? A city? A countryside? I set all of Tara alight to free her from Victoria's heel. You what? Let her be razed to the ground. Let Tara become a nation of the dead. Either way, the flames of death will seek out new kindling. Or so I thought at first. But allowing so many lives to fade away simply because I am out of ideas, well, that would be awfully imprudent of me. And so I came to you. Tell me, what should I do to cleanse these deathly flames from the fields of Tara? If only that were empty bluster. Go ahead, use your imagination. I've heard enough. What I'm about to say isn't for you, but for all the people still willing to call themselves Terrans. Those tainted by your flame and marching towards death have been renounced by life itself. It will never return to them. This goes without saying for the corpses marching behind you, obviously. But the same holds for those who still yet walk like the dead. There's no medicine that can save them. Gather them together so that their fires do not taint others. Appeasement. Is that all you can suggest? Of course not. Next, find another red dragon. Show me you haven't already slaughtered your kin, of course. Find a real red dragon, one whose flames warm others' lives. Let things return to as they once were. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, life to life, death to death. Is that all you know? It is, ignorant young dragon. Then it seems you don't know much more than I do. I don't think burning... She basically salted the fields. Well, kinda. The red dragon does not even bother to sneer at him. She simply turns and leaves. She passes by a ruined home. Faint yellow candlelight seeping through the cracks. This is the wilderness where the dead roam. No one should be living here. And so she knocks on the door. Who are you? Who am I is unimportant. What's important is, why are you living out here? I came because there aren't any Victorians here to knock at my door and rob the food I dug up myself along with my savings. 5 years ago on a night like this, a wicked caster came by, killing the Victorians as they closed in, step by step. I offered him beast meat, grains, and freshly brewed wine, but he told me he didn't need any of it. What he needed was fire. A fire fueled by those who would happily burn themselves away. And so my only son, Keith, left home and followed him. What a noble soul. Then, 3 years ago, someone knocked on my door in the middle of the night again. It was Keith. My Keith. He no longer spoke, or wept, or even breathed. He just stood there, his body covered in purple flames. How tragic. It gets worse. I buried him, but he refused to rot away in the earth. Instead, he dug himself out, and now his corpse is wandering endlessly in the wilds. Which is why I'm still living here. Endlessly the wilds. Is that fine? I'm not sure if that's fine. Are you one of that caster's friends? Are you here to lay Keith to rest? I am. Ah, here he comes. Yep, the burning rib cage. A walking corpse, wreathed in purple flame for all to see, shambles towards the two. The red dragon presses the point of her spear against the corpse's chest. The fire rages so hot that it sears away its flesh in an instant, leaving nothing more than ash. But an idle thought crosses the old man's mind. The fire did not seem to burn out, but instead went up along the spear to return to the red dragon's body. And what of you? You're also tainted by the purple flames of death, are you not? The old man looks himself over, but sees no flames licking his body like they did with his only son. But to the dragon, the flame consuming him was even brighter than that of the dead. If you mean sorrow, anger, and hate, then you're right, witch. The Victorians taxed me in coin, while you and your ilk taxed me in blood. Together, you've taken all I have. I've been empty inside for a while now. The only thing keeping me standing are those so-called flames of yours. Then what if I were to take them back? What would you say to that? I'd say you're late. The old man closes his eyes, facing the point of the red dragon's spear. He can feel the fires of anger and sorrow propping him up burble as they flow into her hand. As they leave his body, his muddled consciousness leaves with them. He can sense that death is near. Considering how stagnant his life has become, he no longer fears it. But the fires suddenly stop flowing. Why? Why won't you kill me? Because you no longer need to be killed. A spirit once told me that life will never again grace those tainted by the flames of death. Now I see that he was right. The red dragon answered coldly. How's that for an ending? I took what I heard from the old man and added a bit of spice. It shouldn't be too jarring an addition to your story, I would think. Throwing in the ghost of the legendary exiled king, are we? It'll do, but But do you really need the ending to my story at this point? What you've seen clearly differs from what I saw. I must see it through your eyes, hear it through your ears. You're not one of those bored toffs who's into piecing together the truth, are you? What the hell's a toff? A rich or upper class person. Neat. It's a slang? Somebody who exudes an air of superiority. I've never once considered the truth boring. Well, seeing as we both managed to make it out of that hellhole alive, I can pass you all the drafts I abandoned in the process of observing, thinking, and writing. But as for how those stories actually end, I couldn't say. Since you were talking about the Red Dragon, how about I start there too? Writer pours another half mug of beer directly into his belly, glances at the woman with a hint of provocation, then begins to tell his tale. If you have ever made a journey to the Red Dragon's lair, we called Nasirsi. No matter how briefly, you will never forget the dark woods along. I believe that is Circe. Circe. Pronunciation. Saoirse. Alright, Saoirse. They are dismal and damp, filled with a gloomy mist and fae who love playing tricks on men, a labyrinth of darkest black. It is said that of all the people who have entered, not a one has ever left without the forest's permission. Even if it does open its boughs to allow you passage, the mischievous fae will still lead you astray, jeering at your clumsy movements all the while. But once they finally leave you be, it will become as beautiful as painting, a painting that should not exist in this realm. The Red Dragon, along with the people who have followed her all this way, stepped into the lair without the slightest hesitation, leaving that beautiful sight behind them. Nasirse, the Heart of Tara, the Red Dragon's lair. Which Red Dragon, you ask? Guess you really do enjoy piecing together the truth. You must be thinking I think you don't know a damn thing, so I'm trying to mislead you. Well, since you're already so well informed, no need for me to beat around the bush. Removes the hood. Nasirse, the Heart of Tara, the Red Dragon's lair. We're finally here. Thank heavens, the whole trip from the Skathana fields has felt like one long dream. Skathana, huh? Skathana. Skathana web. Fuck. What? Pronunciation. How to pronounce Kathana in Irish? Really, Skahana. Will my family really be safe here? This land is more than just idyllic pastures and fields. Tara's capital was never directly involved in Londinium's war, but there's been a never-ending spat of infiltrations and noble rebellions going on in the background around Nasirse. Especially after the Red Dragon marched her troops lower towards Londinium, it wouldn't be incorrect to say a minor war took place here. Sorry, Reed. I was just happy as can be. Didn't mean anything else by it. Lakshini. No, a homecoming should be a happy affair. Know any songs about the city or the dark woods, Moran? Only the one, Moran. This is in the Reed event, right? And it doesn't really fit the mood. Oh, just sing it. I stepped into the dark woods one morn, calling to the mists of horror. I trod upon the road, heading out to war. No pipes a singing, no battle drums a roar. Only the bells behind me, through dew and fog their rings do soar. This whole way back, I've been trying to come up with a new verse to add, but I've been lacking inspiration. You seem even more anxious than before, Reed. Was the tune really that much of a downer? No, it's nothing to do with the song. It's a good song. Lakshini does not finish her sentence. Behind her, the refugees step out of the forest, one after the other. Compared to the display of leaping colors they just emerged from, Nasersha seems stiff and dour. However, aside from Lakshini, nobody minds. All they know is that they have finally ended their long sojourn. They have reached journey's end. They have returned home. A hero's journey. Well, not really. So what next? Okay, maybe not. Someone will be coming to help us. Once they're here... Is this sis? Lakshini spots a figure slowly walking over from the city. Must be the man. Nope, it's a man. But the last time they met, he had wanted to kill her. A man. Whomst? Because remember, everyone who wanted to kill her was a woman. She subconsciously puts her arms out to shield Moran at her side. Ah, well, that makes sense. Why are you here? I didn't even think of the... What is this event? Entelekia mini side story event. That they met, but they didn't meet with Eblana. Well, Reed didn't meet with Eblana. Why are you here, Mr. Brigadier? I have come to welcome you. What? I'll be escorting you into Nasersha to meet with Her Highness Eblana. Don't worry, you'll never have to see me again. Not unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, the issues we could resolve without meeting, she and I already resolved on the Gastrel. Then please, follow me. As for your entourage, due to security concerns, I will make other arrangements for them. No, they are Terrans too. They must enter with me, I promised them. While I would love to acquiesce, truth be told, the majority of our citizens are unaware that there is a second red dragon, namely you. I can guarantee that they will keep it secret. This is where you and Her Highness disagree. Then do you mean to say that my sister will ensure they do? This is precisely why I must bring them into Nasersha. Hello? Who? I may have an idea that will satisfy both parties. Care to hear it? I brought you here, Wake Woman, not simply as an overseer for settling citizens, but also for your discretion in sensitive matters. I hope this idea of yours isn't mere wishful thinking. If so, know that even you will no longer be welcome in Nasersha. Of course, of course. As you so eloquently put it, Nasersha is indeed unable to so readily open its gates to our errant countrymen. But I'm headed to the village of the Wakemen tomorrow to ask for some sacred instruments. Seeing how these people have nowhere else to go, I can have them stay at the village for now. Wakemen? Is that some sort of codename plucked straight from the old legends? My people have been relegated to song and story for so many years, true? Those of us who live around the ruins rarely ever leave. I'm just an oddball. Which is why I can promise you that, well, no word of the Red Dragon will leave the village. I really want to trust you, but are you really one of them? The Wakemen? Moran? Before my great-grandma passed, she asked for a traditional burial held by a Wakeman. Our family searched all over as best as we could, but never found one. All we could do was pass it off as the ramblings of a dying woman. But she was a woman with her head on straight, not the type to mix things up with legends. If she said something's real, it's as real as can be. Besides, I've heard many stories about your kind. I'm willing to trust you. Then please don't betray that trust, Wake Woman. Naturally. Alright. What say you, Mr. Brigadier? Go. Thank you, sir. Oh, hello. Solemn Wake Woman. She is a Liberi from the looks of it. What is with this wind cloud symbol thing? Interesting. Chainmail. Very cool. They keep having that mask. Nemos. Who are these people? Sorry for making trouble for you even after I left. They're Terrans with no place to call home. Nasersha can't take them in at the moment, so I thought maybe we made an exception many years ago by not forbidding you from leaving. We have even less reason to admit these strangers we know nothing about. What if we're not here to be admitted to the Wakeman, ma'am? Moran? Once, when I still dreamt of being a wandering bard, I collected the legends of the Wakemen. sought out your people, and told your tales. But in the end, my dreams of both bardhood and wakeman were shattered to pieces. Only now, when all I want is to go home, do I run into you. The legends are true. Your people live ascetic lives. They only come into contact with outsiders to hold funerals, letting the souls of the departed find rest in fire. Correct? We came here with... No. We're just folks from all across Tara seeking refuge. Not a one of us is qualified to join you. We're just looking for a place to stay for a day or two. I promise you, we'll follow your laws and customs as best we can. We won't trouble you any more than we already have. Winter's just around the corner too. I'm not too sure if your people hold harvest festivals, but if you need any help, please, feel free to ask. Sam Win, right? Oh god. Sam Hine. Come on, Google. What do you mean you have trouble finding that site? Ain't no way, Google. Eh? Oh my goodness. My internet that bad right now? Ain't no way, bro. Okay, I'll just go with Samhain because that's what I remember. That is the true name of what you call the Harvest Festival. It would seem you are different from the city folk. There are some abandoned huts outside the ruins. You may clean them and stay there. Thank you, or rather, oh no. I need this translation stat, damn it. Okay, this one's Samhain. This one's gonna be Go Ribe Myth Agat. But apparently there's no goddamn internet? What is happening? Ain't no way, brother! Guess I'm connected though. Hold up. What in the who's cow? Check my phone nets. Surely. Really? Okay, apparently I guess there's no internet, so... Well, I'm gonna butcher every Irish name here now. Rather go... Ribe Myth Agat. Irish people in shambles? Is there anything else, Nemos? Dubliners in the city want to hold a victory party to celebrate Tara's liberation. I promised them I'd ask you for some of the sacred instruments. They'd show Taran unity and represent the importance of tradition to the nation. With Samhain almost upon us, we have none to spare. Have you forgotten? But even if we did, we would not give them away. They're only requesting them because of how much they value the old ways. Then why is it that not a single denizen of Nasirshah has come to us to request a funeral since the city became independent? We can tell the difference between remembering a name once forgotten and dressing yourself up in a name you've read in a history book. But if you cannot return empty-handed, then take this whistle and go. This is just an ordinary whistle. It is the highest honor we can give them. Wakemen do not stand with the living, nor do we require their reverence, until of course they are dead. That is the tradition Dublin should be honoring. Well, E1, title page. Why have you come, self-exile? Before? Still no internet. Well, at least I can read this, huh? Extra, read all about it. The Victorians are retreating, not fighting. Tara's gotten back all its territory. Peace will be restored to all of Tara by some win. That's a win indeed. No internet connection. Well, there you have it, folks. I don't have net. God damn it. Stop the cart. I've been ordered to escort you directly to meet Her Highness with no delays. Before I meet her, I need to see it with my own eyes. My sister's city. Post-war Tara, the survivors and civilians. Have their new lives finally begun? Oh, hold up. Hold up. There is kinda internet, if you insist. But the people are not yet prepared for 2 red dragons. Of course, I know that. Just take these. These knives, axes, and bowls are all made of iron. They'll make for good material. Whoa, Kulan! Who is Kukulan in this? I beg you, Kulan. Take them, even if you have to melt them down and make some eyes for our statue. Also they keep having new background music. Autumn is almost over. The mornings in Asersha are cold and damp. A pair of scarred, weathered hands rub against the cold and dry metal goods, much like a soldier running their fingers over a medal of valor in wartime. The people yell out his name, hoping the broken tools in their hands will be accepted, smelted, and used by the hero to forge the statue. The hero. Yes, the hero. Every story needs a hero like that. Hello? That is God. No, it's not Minos. What is the Forte? Theo, come help carry this stuff into the workshop. I mean now, Theo. I'll help you sharpen your knife tonight. What a lazy brat. This is what you get for pampering him too much. No, I mean, doesn't matter if that boy's around, just take everything, please. I can't take everything. We all need these tools to get by. That goes double for your prosthetic leg. I'm standing up fine, aren't I? That wooden leg Nemo's made is only temporary. Once better craftsmen arrive in town, they can repair your iron one. But you're making a statue to commemorate our victory in the war. One that will be displayed in the main square during Samhain. Frankly, it'll be an honor for my rusty old leg to be a part of that. No means no. Just take it already. It's all old stuff you'd had thrown out while cleaning anyway. No one's got any use for them. What's wrong with these bowls? They look perfectly fine to me. We can use clay ones instead. As for the axes, we'll just share the few we've got left. The war just ended and the city's short on everything. If we don't help you, how will the statue ever be finished? Still, I can't accept used prosthetics no matter what. You're a great man, my hero, but you can be so stubborn. Hello. Nice hood you got there, Reed. Lakshini slowly walks into the crowd. For some reason, she feels as though there's something separating her from them, as if she's looking at them from the other side of a bonfire. Excuse me, what are you all doing? A new face in town. I haven't seen many of those lately. Where are you from, Voivre? I've returned to Tara from a place far, far away. See, Kulan? If you've just taken everything without a fuss, you wouldn't have embarrassed yourself in front of our countryman from afar. My answer is still no. Not the prosthetic leg. The other stuff? The other stuff. Fine. Why are people donating their pots, pans, and prosthetics? Because we all want to erect a statue in the square of Samhain to celebrate Tara's rebirth. To celebrate Samhain? If only ever I come across a festival in Terran folklore. It's held after the autumn harvest and before winter, yes? It's meant to connect this shore to the next. You know your stuff, Voivre. We used to just celebrate the harvest every year. It was the Dubliners who told us about the festival's historical origins. So we sweep our houses, prepare feasts for our guests, and most importantly, light bonfires. On the day when life and death intertwine, we welcome all visitors to the banquet. There's so much to do. And since this is the first Sam win since Tara's rebirth, it should be even more grand. Good thing too, otherwise Kulan would never accept our old pots even if he had to tear down his own house instead. Speaking of, do you have any iron of your own you'd like to donate so the hero can add it to the statue? All I have on me is a bookmark. I think it's made of iron. Will that do? Don't need to listen to her, Taran from afar. So what sort of statue are you making? A red dragon, to celebrate Tara's rebirth. Red dragon. I'm telling you, Kulan, if you don't take my prosthetic leg, I won't leave until you do. Then I suppose I'll have to pick you up and carry you back myself. Ugh, you and your gigantic muscles. By the time Samhain is over and the statue has been erected, we'll all be living the good life. We'll be able to make as many prosthetics as we want. Just imagine, a massive dragon statue standing tall in the night. Even through winter, its flames will remain lit, just like in the legends. Why, it'd be enough to drive off the man-eating mist. The what? And we wouldn't have to obey that blasted curfew anymore. Curfew is an order approved by the Red Dragon, put in place to ensure our safety. I know that. Of course I know that. As they speak, more and more people begin to gather around them until the alley is completely blocked. They each carry all manner of things meant to be melted down for the statue. Kulan patiently receives each new visitor as the objects at his feet begin to pile up. He's quite a large man, but even he can't carry all of them at once. Allow me to help you, Kulan. Oh, no need for that, my apprentice Theo. Can you really count on Theo, though? You have no idea where that rascal ran off to. He talks a good game, but slacks off when no one's watching. Typical Victorian. And now, and how old was he when his parents died? Does he even remember Victoria, Tom Sawyer ass? So what's your name, friend? Reed. Have you found a place to stay yet? You're welcome to stay at my place for the night. You wouldn't want to be wandering the streets during curfew, that's for sure. I think I do, but a curfew? You mean the city has a lights-out bell? Not quite. Victoria used lights-out bells to suppress the Tarans. Nasersha's curfew is to safeguard us. The black mist lingers in the dark woods, shielding all of Nasersha from outsiders. But at times, it also drifts into the city streets. The curfew is meant to prevent anyone from encountering the mist. It permits no trespass. Anyone who enters without permission will never return. You mean the mist really eats people? Listen to yourself. You come all this way and this is what you ask about? Look, things will be better soon. Just you wait. Now come with me. I'll show you around Nasersha. What about the man building the statue? Kulan, was it? What is he going to do? I know a bit of arts. Perhaps I could help him. Oh, don't worry about him. He's a genuine hero. He once dispatched an entire Victorian scout team in the dark woods. Unfortunately, he was a bit of a softie at the last moment. He's the only one willing to put up with Theo's nonsense. All by himself, really. Well, in the woods, the forest has always been on the Terran's side. Ugh, stop changing the subject, Reed. Just come with me and have some ale and stewed meat. It'll warm you up right. You must know that you've come home at the perfect time. Whew, well, at least there are still potatoes in the store, Theo. Damn, look at the time. I'm late. Who's the one charging through here like a wrecking ball? Theo? Sorry. I'm just in a hurry to get back. I didn't mean to bump into you, sir. Here, let me wipe that off for you. Oops. You dare to disrespect me too? What? No. Maybe I misspoke. I was just wondering if you needed help. Stay away from me. Man raises his cane and strikes Theo hard on the chest, knocking him away. The morning mist has long since gathered in the uneven crevices of the stone pavement, forming murky puddles. Caught off guard, Theo stumbles backward and falls straight into one. You Victorian scoundrel, who do you think you are? How dare you offer me charity? Ugh. Put that cane away. What's going on here? Hello, Bridget. Are you okay, Theo? I'm fine, Bridget. I'm fine. I crashed into him first. A ruthless nomad and a Victorian mongrel. Couldn't ask for a more perfect pair of lowlives. You're not exactly making your ancestors proud, Bridget. What's that supposed to mean? Forget the Victorian mongrel. What about you? You're descended from the exiled king, from the very clan that's supposed to warn the tyrants of impending catastrophes. Yet here you are, mingling with the likes of him. Even during the war, you never cared whether your own people won or lost. Just coldly toss those battlefield reports into the citadel, then go door to door delivering those meaningless personal letters. Are you not even fit to call yourselves tyrants? Okay, bro. The heck, man? So, this is the only place you have to go? Why not just go back to Kulan? I need to wash my clothes first. Should be quick. You don't need to worry about me, Bridget. Of course I'm worried. I came here to see just you. I came here just to see you after all. How's a place wrecked by war and left to rot any better than Kulan's workshop? At least there you'd have the forge keeping you warm and hot meals. No, it's just that I don't want to cause him any more trouble. Please, don't tell Kulan about what happened today, okay? I'll be on my way as soon as my clothes dry. Not here for him, Theo. I'm here for you, to take you away. Take me away? Did he say something to you? Just what sort of relationship do you have with him anyway? If I hadn't shown up today, were you going to take the beating without fighting back? My instincts are never wrong. If you stay in the city, they'll just keep finding new ways to push you around. Today, they shoved you into a puddle and beat you with a cane. Tomorrow, who knows? Anyhow, just come with me. I can take you to the plains or anywhere else you fancy. Up to you. You and me, we don't belong here. And if you've got nowhere else to go, you can always head to Nemos' old place and stay with the Wakemen for a while. I do want to see them, after all the story Nemos has told me. But I can't leave, not unless Kulan asks me to. Nemos has no time to look after him, and the dragon statue isn't finished yet. What would he do if I just up and left? But still, thanks, Bridget. If you say so, then I'll take you back to the city before I leave. No, don't bother. It's cold outside, so my clothes won't be dry for a while. I'll go back then. And if all else fails, I can always take shelter in that abandoned home. Someone left a quilt and bedsheet there, and I've stayed there before. It'll be fine. If you really don't want to come with, well, I suppose it's safer here than risking a trip to another city. So not even Kulan looks after you all the time, huh? He has more important things to do. I should be making things easier on him, not giving him something else to worry about. Well, goodbye then. Take care of yourself, you hear? We're here. Like I said, you've come at the perfect time. Today we have fresh ale, stew, and oatmeal. Only we had a bonfire. Shouldn't you save that for Samhain? According to the old customs, we can actually light it a few days before Samhain. Then again, the war just ended, so we really don't have much in the way of firewood. We can't just start chopping down trees either because of the curfew. At any rate, it's still light out. The sun can be our bonfire today. But that's enough chit-chat. Take a seat. I'll have them make room for you. Lakshmi steps forward. In the damp, chilly air, each dish in the lavish spread on the table has the same familiar scent. Warm, rustic, and simple, yet not what it seems. She looks around, concealing her surprise, only to find that no one else finds any of this unusual. Is this stewed meat? Yeah, this here is the meat. These are grilled fins, and your cup is full of ale. Oh, right, and we also have oatmeal. I'll go grab you a bowl. But all the dishes appear to be made of the same thing. They're all made of potatoes, right? Oh my god. Their statue is bowls, their bonfire is the sun, their feast is potatoes. As the friendly resident goes to fetch a bowl of oatmeal, Lakshmi stands up and walks towards the cart and burden beast that has been waiting for her for the whole time. Her Highness will return very soon. Please wait here. And this place is Nasrsha Citadel. The highest point in the city is just up the steps beside you. This is also where Her Highness lingers most when she's in the city. I'm glad to see you aren't filling the halls with candlelight, musicians, and lavish feasts. I've already told you, the primary reason the city is short on supplies is because trade between Victoria and Tara has not yet fully resumed. We're working as hard as we can to resolve the issue. The residents are very understanding of the situation. They hold nothing but goodwill and genuine love for Tara. Your Highness Eblana. Oh, here we go. Leave us. At once. Lakshmi. Just what is going on in this city, sister? Everyone's celebrating Samhain, except there's no harvest, no bonfire, and the feast is nothing but potatoes. If you came here to make me repeat what the Brigadier has already told you, well, I suppose I can play along. I won't want to spoil our long overdue reunion. I'm more worried about your spear. Where is it now? My spear? If you're talking about the spear you gave me, it's being stored in a warehouse on Rhodes Island. I no longer need it. How can someone with no weapon claim any sort of power? Or forget power, even survival would be a struggle. I said the spear you gave me. Also, you won't kill me. At least not yet. As a puppet that has only just regained its soul, you wouldn't want to break me before you'd had a chance to play with your new toy. Your words are quite hurtful. Anyone can be made a puppet, Lakshmi. Anyone except you. You are my dance partner, yet you'd rather stand in my shadow than join me on the floor. Until about a year ago, you finally got bored of me, didn't you? I don't recall what you're referring to. As for power, I'm not here for power. That power rightly belongs to you. Oh. You've been setting fires all across Tara. Those fires have melted the chains that once bound the Terrans. That much is true. Then why have you returned? To bear witness. If you're truly willing to use your power to give the Terrans a new beginning, then I will do everything I can to support you. Say, for example, that you're too busy to deal with the supply shortages in the city right now. If so, I would be willing to help with that. Whether I step forward as our second Red Dragon or hide my identity as before, it makes no difference to me. As noble as ever, my dear sister. But I can't say whether you would truly be satisfied with that. The sister I knew wasn't someone who sought power simply to live a life of indulgence. She wanted more than that. But so far, every step you've taken has been paved with bones and blood. I can only pray that's because you've had no other choice. I sincerely hope I will never have reason to collect my spear and come searching for you. Not bad. Not bad at all. It seems your life of wandering has taught you far more than you ever learned while acting as my shadow. Let's not beat around the bush. I've made my intentions clear, and you've invited me back. So what is it that you want from me? You'll find out soon enough. Until you do though, why not come with me? I'll show you around the Red Dragon's lair. Legend has it that the architect deliberately shaped the plate with uneven elevations to mirror the old Terran capital. Legend has it that Tara's stonemasons showcased their finest craftsmanship in every building they made save for one. They refused to add even a single ornament to the citadel, knowing it would be inhabited by a puppet king. Lakshmi has heard many stories like this. No story can tell you whether it is itself a true flame, or merely its shadow cast on the wall. And so, she follows her sister up the steps and looks down at the city with her own eyes. She sees the empty pedestal in the square below. It seems to be waiting for something massive to be placed upon it. She sees the undulating cobblestone roads stretching from the square, and the humble stone houses, so simple they inspire a sense of affection. After she focuses her gaze and takes a harder look, finally sees the thing she had sensed before, the thing that had separated her from the other residents. It is something that definitely does not belong in the city. Flames. Flames. At a closer look, there are tiny sparks of fire scattered across the city. All the residents, whether talking, rushing to and fro, yelling, or resting, are surrounded by flickering flames. Purple flames. What did you do to these people? You made them into walking corpses, haven't you? Just got back from town. You met them yourself. You should know better than I do. The flames will spread. Your flames of death should not be spread to the living. It is an unfortunate reality, but wherever man resides, so too does death. Whether on the battlefield or in the bustling city, the flames merely hasten the inevitable. But I must admit, it doesn't sit right with me either. The dead wander the wilderness, driven by the desires they held in life. While those tainted by the flames of death can never truly start anew, life and death cannot remain entangled like this, each defiling the other. But haven't you been their chief defiler? No, that should be mine to command. I cannot have it expanding beyond the boundaries I set. Well then, my dear sister, what would you like Tara to become? I want your opinion. Should the living endure and the dead rest in peace? Or should all of Tara become a kingdom of death? Why ask a question you already know the answer to? Then it is clear what you must do. Kill me, Lakshmi. What? While you've been trudging through the crowds, I've been busy preparing. The moment the tip of your spear pierces my heart, heralding death's embrace, everything tainted by my deathly flame shall leave this realm along with me. Then you will become the first and only true leader Tara has seen in decades. I will not be your shadow anymore, and we red dragons will not be the monsters they claim us to be, slaughtering our own kin in madness. Sometimes, often, even kinslaying can be a virtuous act. What about those touched by your fire? Can they really start their lives anew as you promised? I have promised nothing about life, Lakshmi, not even for those untouched by my flames. As for the city folk, they have already been entangled by the violet flames. They will gradually become walking corpses and eventually leave here with me. This much is certain. They are living, breathing people. They fought under your command and won the war for you. They have the right to start anew. An unfortunate fate, to be sure, but their faith nonetheless. No, Eblana, it shall not be their fate. What will you do then? What's with this taunting? Lakshmi has more to say, but Eblana has already turned around and started walking down the long corridor. Her footsteps are so soft that Lakshmi did not even realize she had left. After her sister's figure disappears completely into the darkness, Lakshmi turns her gaze back to the city. How she wishes it were all just one of Eblana's tricks, but the flames are real. She clenches her fists, pulls up her hood, and turns to descend the steps. Ooh-wee! Well, we already got a major conflict in the first few ones, huh? Alright, a city of undeath. Now we go after. Okay, hold up. I think I have it. Oh. Let me see how much I butchered this word. Go ride. G. Garev. Garevma. Garevma Agat. Garevma Agat. Garevma Agat. Alright. Garevma Agat. Thank you. What about Samhain? There's no M even. Sawin. How is that some whatever? Sawin. And then let's see others that come up, I guess. Ma'am, hold on please. Do you know you have red well not do you know you have purple flames dancing around you? Oh Reed, it's you. You left so suddenly. I was worried our hospitality had been lacking in some way. No, I truly appreciate your hospitality. I just suddenly remembered some business I had to take care of. I still have a few questions though. Would you mind answering them for me? Ask anyway, are you alive? Do you realize that you're engulfed in flames? Very nice question. Flames? Oh, you mean my blessing. Wow, you can see other people's blessings? I didn't notice until someone pointed it out to me. Wait, you're saying you know about the flames but can't see them? How can that be? The friendly resident puts her hand on her waist. The ancient Terrans carried small flames at their waists, stabilized through originium arts to dispel the dark mist in the marsh. After Victoria seized full control of Terra, this custom, along with all similar practices, was strictly banned. But times have changed. No longer bound by Victoria's rules, the Terrans, or at least the people of Nasersha, have chosen to wear small originium lamps at their waists. I'm sure you know fuel is scarce, and with the curfew in place, we can't afford to keep the lamps on, nor do we need to. But we carry these small lamps. Hey, that's her fire. It's the color of her fire in the lamp. Hey, now whenever people turn on their lamps, this is the color they'll see. Even if they replace the filaments with different ones, the color remains unchanged. And you're not the least bit worried about this? Well, as you can see, things are on the up and up here in Nasersha. And what explanation can there be but the Red Dragon's blessing? I mean, I guess you can call it a blessing, kinda, if it wards the mist, but if a reckless returnee tried to warn her that those flames were anything but fortuitous, she would never believe it. Hold up. Lakshmi hopes that perhaps a more direct approach would work. But I wanted to experience the dragon's blessing for myself. May I hold your hand? But you already entered the city. Everyone who does will receive the blessing sooner or later. Please? It's just a small favor. Well, I suppose it wasn't easy for you to make it all the way back to Terra. Oh right. What do you do for a living anyway? I know some basic medicine along with some healing arts. Nothing to brag about. So you're a doctor then. We're in need of doctors actually. Come here. Give me your hand. She tightly clasped the woman's calloused hand, letting the fire spread from her own wrist to Lakshmi's. Thank you. She shuts her eyes. Close your eyes and remember those who pain you once soothed, those no longer forced to linger in this realm. Go and warm this cold fire. Ugh. The purple flames gradually fade. Beneath them, a pale face emerges, swaying gently with a friendly smile. So she tries to erase more of the purple flames, but fails to notice when the woman's expression suddenly changes. My god, My hand! What did you do to my hand? It's completely numb. What? I can't feel my blessing anymore either. Just what are you doing to me? Let go. Reed. Wake woman? Reed, please let go of this poor lady. Shakes head. Oh. Sorry, ma'am. She means no harm. I stake my honor on it. But she said she's a doctor. How could a doctor possibly... Arts-based medicine can sometimes have side effects. Look at your hand. It's perfectly fine now, isn't it? But I still can't feel anything. You'll be fine. The wayward wake woman raises a hand, gently pressing her warm palm to the frightened woman's forehead. It is just a normal casual gesture, but the woman gradually calms down. Okay, I believe you. Right, I still have my hand as well as my blessing. It's almost nightfall. You should head back home. And Reed, you have another banquet to attend, don't you? A banquet? Right, the banquet. So please, allow me to lead the way. Well. Dots. Wake woman. Since you've returned, does that mean Moran and the others have already settled in? That's right. They'll be staying just outside the ruins. They're probably still clearing out the empty houses right about now. Thank you. Don't mention it. By the way, call me Nemos. Okay, I need to check here. Nemos. No, not the dad. God damn it. Pronunciation. It's a Latin form for nobody. What? Interesting. I hardly do any work as a wake woman these days. Alright, Nemos. You mentioned the banquet just now. Who's hosting it? In a few days, Dublin will be hosting a celebratory banquet and all the high-ranking nobles will be in attendance, including Her Highness Eblana. We've been very busy with all the preparations. A celebratory banquet, while the residents are making do with stewed meat and grilled fins made from only potatoes. Potato thing started out due to a food shortage, but now they're just used to it. But Dublin is aware of the situation in the city. They're calling it a banquet. I didn't see any eating or drinking on the itinerary. I'm not trying to cover for anyone, Miss Lakshini. I truly believe that Dublin wouldn't turn its back on the people of Tara like that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. She certainly left in a hurry. So if directly removing the violet flames would only cause a panic, what if I were to do it more subtly? To launder whatever you want, then? Launder? I have never heard it. No. Launder. The hell is launder? Meaning? A surname, an archaic word, a tall and thin man, a potential misspelling, oh god. Hindi language, oh lord. People ask. Tall and thin man. Eh? Uncertain. Maybe. The hell is London? Groves. But here it's like an action. It's a verb. What the hell is this? Tall thin man, grove. Potential misspelling. Launder whatever you want then. Let me see the context. Who's there? Who this? The noble red dragon turns around and sees a figure engulfed in blazing purple flames. No, the other residents have been merely kissed by the flames, then the person standing before her seems to have been forged from the purple fire itself. The flames don't look harsh, yet they distort the very light around them. Unfortunately, what you want sounds incredibly boring. After all, Tara's flames have already been dyed that color. It's just a fact. You know about the flames. I happen to find out about them, yes? Tell me everything you know. It's extremely important. Why should I? I need to stop people from being engulfed by the purple flames, so you can replace them with your own flames. As long as the people of the city are safe, the color doesn't matter. What grandiose nonsense. It's almost nostalgic. Your excuse is so clumsy that it's laughable, Red Dragon. What is your What is your relationship to my sister, sir? Lakshmi takes Lakshmi takes a step forward while the figure moves backwards, preserving the distance between them. Relationship? You, your sister and I are all cut from the same cloth. We all crave power, conflict, and bloodshed. We're all itching for what comes next, eager to set the land ablaze. But this time, I'll stay out of it. Until the lair is consumed by flames, I'll be cheering on both sides. Goodbye. Wait. This freaking guy. Red Dragon tries to weave the flames of life into a cage, but before it can take shape, the strange figure scatters in the wind. Her fire only briefly illuminated his long tail, then returned to nothingness. Sir. Oh wow. Wait. The bureaucrat? Was it? No, she shot 6 bullets. It's you. What's wrong? Why have you come to see me now? Don't tell me there's another problem with your grain shop that I have to deal with. I've never treated you as a subordinate. We're business partners, understand? I understand. Good. As long as you do, I have another shipment that needs to be escorted out of the city. Leave soon, and be back before curfew. Sir, about that... About what? About the grain we sent out before. You said it won't affect the city's food supply. Now we're all stuck eating only potatoes. You know what it's like in other parts of Terra. They don't even have potatoes. Nasersha's agricultural output is already top tier. We're taking urgent measures to help our countrymen, understand? Besides, how much did you earn from just those last 2 carts? Look at it this way. People of Nasersha aren't starving. At least they've got potatoes to fill their bellies. What's more, it's almost harvest time. There will be plenty of new grain then. I'm more worried that your tiny shop won't have the throughput to sell it all. Still, I'm not one to force anyone to act against their conscience. If you really feel that bad about it, you can always just transfer your business license to someone else and close your shop. But how will I eat then? I told you, you're not my subordinate. How is that my problem? Alright. Just hand over your business license by the end of the day. No, don't, okay? I'll do it. Why are you still standing there? I have something else to discuss. Friend told me that lately, the dark mist in the forest. Dark mist? If I needed you to remind me about that, I might as well quit right now. There will be someone waiting for you once you pass the gates, just like always. Anything else is none of your concern. Now go. Sir, what is it? Did the brigadier say something when he was on patrol this morning? No, sir. He didn't come around this morning. The leader sent him on another assignment. Whew. Then what's got you in such a panic? It's officially harvest season for the agricultural plate to the south. Isn't that a good thing? Yes, but all the skilled agricultural workers have left the city. Just follow the handbook. Do exactly as it says, got it? Yes, sir. By the way, what's the estimated yield for the entire plate? Report it to me and I'll consolidate the numbers later. We're not exactly familiar with this sort of work either. They have all left the city, bro. You're useless! Can't you at least tell me where the crops are ready to harvest? They're definitely ripe, or we wouldn't have harvested them in the first place. Then isn't it just business as usual? Report the normal yield based on previous years. Now get going. That's how famines happen. Whoopsie. No crops. A miscount of crops is happening for sure. Hello, I'm Bridget the Nomad. What do you want? I've delivered all my letters in Nasersha, so I'd like to go to the highest point in the city and let the wind carry my message to my brothers and sisters. Then I'll be on my way. Now I remember. It's you. You've been here so many times and we'd never let you up there even once. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Even the Victorians let me up to the top of the citadel when they were in charge. Do I look like a Victorian to you? No, you're a tyrant. Then you should know that, since we're all Terrans, there's no need to indulge those outdated customs of yours anymore. All that nomad and wakeman nonsense. It's all stupid superstition. Now get moving. If you don't, I might just have you arrested. Fine, I'm going. No need to make a fuss. Well, I've done exactly nothing I set out to do other than delivering my letters. Oh well, at least I'm out of the city before curfew. Now to just pass through the dark woods and I'll be back on the open plains. I just hope the mist will let me through. But it's never stopped the nomads before, so why am I worrying about it? Nomad kicks a pile of fallen leaves by the roadside. The rustling sound echoes through the vast empty forest ahead. To her surprise, the sound doesn't fade away. It echoes back in a repeating loop. Bridget suddenly crouches down, trying to cover the scattered leaves before her. Where the sound is coming from. Sorry, shouldn't have kicked you. Sound continues. Oh, hello. It doesn't stop. Instead, it grows louder and louder, echoing until it becomes an unbearable, deafening cacophony. What is this? Purple flames gone wrong? It gained sentience? At the same time, dark mist... What? It autoed. At the same time, the dark mist creeps up from her feet, covering her eyes and ears, and it disappeared. Until she realizes she is back at the forest entrance. Interesting? Okay. It loops you back in. This is the 5th time. Not going to let me leave? Really? Forcing me back into the city, is that it? Well, I'm not going back. I'll set up a tent outside the forest if I have to. I'll get my chance to leave sooner or later. Why did they they said it to scare them. This one had nothing. I bring back the harvest from the fields and gifts from the barons. I left with hands empty, but today I return with plenty. Neat. But only farewell. You brim with sincerity, yet ask for nothing more? A2? Hello. Wow, there's so many people here. Sorry, please make way. I've been to Millington Street already. Was picked clean ages ago. The shops are still open, but the shelves are all empty. Even the shopping bags are gone. Kraman said he had stuff left here. I ran 5 blocks only to find not even a single foul beast feather left. Might as well go back, grab my crossbow, and sneak past the guards to hunt in the dark woods. At least I might get some real meat before I starve. What? Really gone crazy from hunger now. Going to the forest is a death wish. If you're not crazy, stop talking like you know everything. Who are you to say I don't know anything? Grain store on Legrand Street, Emma's place. You know about it? Haven't had a chance to check it out yet. What of it? I went there and had a look. There's no grain left. But from what Emma says, it's all because of those bloody Victorians. The Victorian bastards have been blockading us since forever. This isn't new, so why act like it's such a big shot? Because their spies have already infiltrated Nasirsi. Nasirsia. Come again? When Emma went to visit the AG plate, agricultural plate, she saw the charred remains with her own eyes. Dublin is still investigating. Bloody hell. Should have struck back the minute Tara gained independence. You're right about one thing though. You should go get your crossbow. Not to hunt, but to root out the traitors. Of course, if I caught them, I wouldn't let them off that easy. A quick death is too good for them. Guess the stores have been cut off from the supply of grain. I boiled a few potatoes for Hulan. But is it enough? There are too many people here. I'll take another route. Lots of them are armed too. Are they planning to hunt down Victorian spies? But there's no grain left in the city. What does that have to do with the Victorians? But I'll be fine. I'm Mr. Hulan's apprentice. Everyone knows that. Don't be afraid, Theo. No one will hurt you. Theo crouches down and squeezes through the crowd, making his way to the opposite corner of the street. He nimbly slips through a dark, narrow passage and emerges on the other side of a brick wall. Hold up. Oh, hold on. Let me just make sure. Pronunciation, pronunciation. The noise of the crowd gradually fades from his ears. And Minot is dead again, Sag. See? No one gave me any trouble. Mr. Holland must still be busy with the dragon sculpture. By the time he notices what's going on around him, all the stores will be empty. I need to help him. Oh no. You're gonna say he's the spy. Maybe. Take these and give them to the neighbors. Tell them not to worry. What about you or Nemos? Will she have anything to eat? Instead of giving us grain, it will be more useful to help everyone catch the spies. Otherwise, we'll never get to the root of the problem. I'll go. Please let everyone know. But for now, just take them. Nemo stands with the leader, so it's only natural to endure a little hardship for everyone's sake. Alright then, thank you. Hey Holland, you must have more where that came from, right? Besides, how do you know we'd be running out of grains? Did Nemo's tip you off in advance or... What are you saying, Rory? If you don't want any, fine. How do I know you or Nemo's aren't spies? You've both been raising that Victorian boy together. Get out. What? Did I hit a nerve? Am I right? Are you really? Hulan, I've heard you've been distributing grain. Impeccable timing. So where is it? Everything that's left is right here. Don't change the subject. Still haven't answered me. I've said everything I had to say. If you feel these potatoes will dirty your hands, then give them to someone else. Why, you want them or not, Rory? If not, then let me have them. There are plenty of hungry bellies to feed. Don't be ungrateful. Now give them here. Why should I? You don't want them, right? So give them to me. Fat chance. Eh? He sliced them? Potatoes in the bag were very small. None had the usual oval shape. My arm? My god, he's bleeding. How could you turn a blade on a fellow How could you turn a blade on a fellow Taran, Rory? Bonk. Drop the sword. Don't make me use my hammer on you. Well, desperate times. You're the only one we can count on, Hulan. Something's being off about Rory lately. I'll follow him a bit to check up on him. He's been out of sorts ever since his antique collection got burned in the war. That ... does not bode well. As for his blade, just take it. Don't let him have it back. Hulan, the wound isn't too deep. Come here. I'll stop the bleeding. As far as the grains, I'll have Nemos think of a solution when she gets back. I know. Ow. I know. You're giving away everything you have. But you know, you're not as scary as you look. Ow. Don't talk. Save your energy. I might have some cornmeal left at home. Let me check. You can have it. Then I'll walk you home. He probably knows that grain is being exported and... Hulan, are you and Thea doing alright? Why is there blood in here? Rory lost control and slashed someone. Where's Theo? He left a while ago for... Damn it. You. Forget it. No one could have foreseen things getting so bad so quickly. How are things in the city? Rumors are spreading everywhere that the Victorians destroyed the AG plate and Nasrsha is about to boil over. I know no one dared to go after Theo after you stood up for him, so he felt safe letting him run around. But this time, it's different. I have to go find him. Do you have time for that? Aren't you making that statue? Only needs to be finished before Samhain. There's still a little time left. Damn it. Damn it! I'll worry about Theo. You just focus on your work. Okay. Have you seen Theo? Theo? Where has that boy run off to? Slacking off again, no doubt. Poland spoils him too much. You really should talk to him about that. Theo! Theo! What trouble has that boy gotten himself into this time? Have you seen Theo? Are you alright? Me? Yeah, I'm fine, just hungry. So what is it? Did you say something? Just the person I was looking for. Has that boy Theo been up to anything suspicious lately? No, just keeping himself busy as usual. Well, he'd better. Theo! What are you doing here, Wake Woman? Wait, you're the singer. What brings you here? I heard rumors of chaos in the city, so I thought there might be something I could do to help. Alas, there is not. All I've heard is that the supply shortage was caused by Victorian sabotage. I've only ever run into the Victorian army by accident. And you and Hulan were the ones to save me at the time. Also, the information you provided us on the Wakemen has been truly fascinating. Ah, sorry sir, but I really don't have time to be reminiscing. But I could use your assistance. Hulan's apprentice Theo has gone missing. Can you help me look for him? I am unable to help you with that. The city folk are angry enough at the Victorians to flay one alive. Why bother running around looking for a Victorian child? Forget it then. I'll go look myself. Remember that the celebration will start in just over an hour. Don't you need to deliver the sacred instruments symbolizing the Wakeman's blessing to the venue? Yeah. Ah, sorry. I really must be going now. Another one, the singer. I'm not sure if he was the original 6 or this is a new batch of 6. Or at least them. Thus. What do I do now? Nimos? Is that you? I finally found you. What happened in the city? Ruh-roh. Oh, so she had that worried look. After? I've checked every inhabited street and found no sign of Theo everywhere. All I saw were the flames on the townsfolk growing even stronger, as if a sudden gale had swept through. What's more, everyone just seems to be used to it at this point. Getting rid of the flames would only terrify them. They only have numbness in their body. Does this mean it's too late for the people of Nasersha? No, I can't think that way. My first priority is to find Theo. I should go find that nomad named Bridget, the one Nemos mentioned. But would anyone really be willing to pitch a tent outside the city just because they can't get into the dark woods? Yes. Walk out along the right side of the guard outpost, then wade through the creek. Ah, I think this is it. Hello. A pero with blonde hair, tall yet agile. This must be the Bridget Nemos mentioned. You know me? No, I don't believe we've met before. Nemos asked me to come find you. My name is Reed. You. Bridget leans in slightly and twitches her nose twice but does not otherwise react. Lakshini takes this to be the way the nomads greet each other. No, it's because she's a dog. You're not the red dragon from the city. What? I'm not a red dragon at all. You're not the one from the city. You're a different one. A second dragon returning to the city, just like the old stories. And you can tell with a single sniff? Sure can. Your flames smell different. But that's none of my business. What can I do for you, Reed? Theo's gone missing. Nemos told me you might have an idea where he is. I've heard you often chat with him when you're in town. He's missing? He went out this morning and never came home, and the city's in chaos today. We searched all of Nasersha, both Nemos and I, but there was no sign of him anywhere. But I saw him just before I left the city. He was doing fine. No, I can't say he was fine. Anyhow, I went to the Citadel after that and left town. Haven't seen him since. Where the heck could he be? He got kidnapped. Well, that's probably the best thing that could happen right now, honestly. Theo. Should have knocked him out and carried him back with me when I had the chance. Say something, Theo. This time you're coming with me, you hear? Where are we, Bridget? This plate was dragged out during the war, supposedly to appease some noble or other. But when they brought it back, it was left like this, barely clinging on to Nasrsha, and no one's bothered fixing it up. He always hides out here when he's feeling wronged. Could he have left the city? I've only seen one person leaving the gates. Emma from Legrand Street. Theo surely wasn't with her. What's more, she was taking a cart full of who knows what to the entrance of the forest, all by her lonesome. She met up with someone there, they took the goods, then she came back by herself. And she didn't notice you. The city folk don't see too well, or hear, or smell. Besides, I was pretty far from her. So she delivered a large shipment and returned by herself. Where did all those goods come from? What does this Emma do for a living? Runs a grain shop. I've delivered letters to her before. So a shopkeeper. Left the city and now keeps close at home. Seeing how this is the only lead we have, we should hurry over to Legrand Street. We got a couple of questions for you, ma'am. Bridget. Reed? Hello. You wouldn't happen to have seen Theo around, would you? Theo? Did Nemo send you to find him? That's right. Nope, haven't seen him. Heavens knows where that boy has run off to. I hope he didn't skip town along with the spice that set the AG plate on fire. How can you... Bridget, we need to find him. How about Emma then? Have you seen her anywhere? She closed up shop early today. Actually, I came to see if she might be willing to reopen for me, but I guess I wasted the trip. Close up shop early, eh? There it is again, that cold burnt smell. It's been everywhere in Nasrsha lately. I can't stand it. I've been meaning to ask, are you able to smell purple flames? Yeah, the scorched stench of the red dragon's flames. Lately, even the city folk have been reeking of it. It's not just the smell. The fire itself has spread to them. What? How? I don't see any flames on them. So you can't see them either. I was gonna ask the same thing. You saying you can't see the flames? Then again, makes sense. You being a dragon too and all. The city folk live so close to the other one, even worship her like a god. Guess it was only a matter of time before they got burned. Emma, it's me, Bridget. Emma! Is she not in? With that purple flame stench coming out of the keyhole, must be someone in there. So what now? Break in? I don't see any other options. Well... Whoa, so dragonfire can burn through locks too? Let's save that conversation for later. We need to get in there. Hello, the Torturer. Well, nice name, nice codename you picked for yourself there, brother. Here, officer, have a drink. We may not have a proper feast, but there's more than enough booze to go around. The cruel of... Bro, why would you name yourselves these? At least the singer was something. Cheers. Oh, if it isn't our resident wake woman. The leader invited you too? I'm here to present the sacred instruments to the Red Dragon on behalf of the Wakemen. Oh, offerings from the Wakemen. Let's see what you've got. A whistle? And what else? Samhain is almost upon us. The Wakemen do not have much left to offer. This is all they could spare. That's it? My sincerest apologies. Weren't you the ones swearing to us you'd bring in those ritual doodads to give this celebration the dignity it deserves? I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Who cares? It wasn't Nemus's idea anyways. I was against it from the start. What's so auspicious about offerings from people who deal with ghosts and corpses all day? We should be glad they only gave us a whistle. Of course, you take her side. She saved your life, but we can't just laugh this off. Tell us, Wake Woman, how do you plan to take responsibility for this? Quiet. This was not solely her responsibility. If you truly wish to hold the wakemen accountable for disrespecting the leader, we can revisit the matter later. Set aside the matter of the ritual objects for now. The leader sent me ahead to make sure everyone is enjoying themselves. These are difficult times, so we're keeping things simple. There will be no feast for the ceremony, but feel free to go and relax until she arrives. Not you, wake woman. I expect you to provide Her Highness an explanation for your failure. Well, the other one's called the Ombudsman. Perhaps you could take this chance to curry favor with the other officials. He could put in a good word for you later. I'll pass on that, thank you. Quite the righteous one, I see. Brigadier, sir, these fellows, have they always been like this? Ha, always. The bureaucrat once exhausted himself managing logistics for the Silver Rock Bluffs front. He went days without sleep until he was so worn out that he nearly collapsed on the Nasersha agricultural plain. The cruel officer is a cold-hearted scoundrel, to be sure, but during the war, the wealthy merchants and nobles hoarding grain near Nasersha would tremble at the mere mention of his name. The torturer I've seen take pleasure in others wailing and screaming, but I've also seen him charge into the enemy ranks like a rabid tusk beast. Now, though, had Her Highness not vetoed it, they'd probably be enjoying a lavish banquet right now, even with the city as it is. Will our dear Brigadier ever remove that stick from his arse? You look like you're in a bit of a mood too, bureaucrat. What's wrong? What's wrong is that the city's almost out of grain and I'm responsible. Well, what can you do? It was a poor harvest. Besides, didn't I tell you to pin it on the Victorians? That Emma girl said exactly what you told her to. And the townsfolk took the bait, so what's the problem? Even if there is a famine, these people treat the leader like a god. They'd never turn on us. Never. Or are you afraid Emma will spill the beans? No, she's been on edge since she got back. She follows instructions to the letter. I'm not worried about that. What worries me is the merchant who met with her. There's been no word from him. Normally, we'd have heard something by this morning. So there's a little delay. What's the big deal? What are you two muttering about over there? Oh, we were discussing that hero Hulan. Oh, what about him? At the time, he told us he took out a whole squad of Victorian scouts in the dark woods by himself. 4 or 5 men by using the terrain to his advantage. Said there was one child left behind, but he couldn't bring himself to finish the job. Sounds about right. But think about it. Why would a scout squad bring a child with them? Huh? The Wake Woman already explained that. Scouts had taken hostages. A group of merchants who traveled between Tara and Victoria and forced them to guide them through the forest. Sure, I buy that there was a caravan, but the scouts? I don't know about that. Why did they even make this organization this bureaucratic with these guys? But the scouts? I don't know about that. His throat getting dry, the writer grabs his mug, only to find it devoid of beer. I'll go get you some more. The mysterious woman stands up and heads to the bar. The writer leans back in his chair. As has been his habit for many years, he sets about planning how to make the next part of his story captivating. However, as he thinks it through, a sudden tightness grips his heart. Even if this woman is also a survivor, and even if she knows a thing or two about what happened, he cannot simply lay everything out like he has been, at least not for this next part. Heavens knows what she would have to say about it. This is just a story, a shadow cast on the wall, not the fire itself. A storyteller must always remember this, or they will find themselves consumed by the flames. Here you are, your beer. Thank you kindly. Now, where were we? The Dubliner's ugliness at a celebration banquet. Oh right. Well then, the true star of the party is about to make her entrance. Is Wolfen Knight gonna be in all this? True star of the party is about to make her entrance. But until then, Dublin's ugly visage will remain, so hideous that no one can face it directly. Well, what is it? Is there something crawling on my head? Huh. Maybe freezing here in Assertia, but at least there are still bugs. Don't move, I'll grab it. Wait. The banquet hall suddenly quiets down. Everyone is staring at the bureaucrat's head, where a beetle is perched. A solid gold beetle. One of the decorations fell down. Go on, put it back. The officer removes the gold beetle from the bureaucrat's head and places it in his palm. The bureaucrat lets out a sigh of relief. He is about to place the beetle back in its original spot when it flutters its diamond-encrusted wings, flies a short distance towards the door, and lands in the center of the hall. He takes a few steps forward, and the beetle, as if tempting him, crawls a little further ahead. Such enthusiasm, Mr. Bureaucrat. Your Highness? I just wanted to catch this stray beetle for you. Of course. Why would I blame you for that? Oh, alright then. By the way, about the sacred instruments I reported to you about. A trifling matter. What is truly important is that my faithful servants be rewarded for this victory. Eblana picks up the beetle from the ground and flattens her palms. The beetle buzzes as it flies towards the door. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the very hall where the treasures of the ancient King Gale were once displayed. Gael. How do you pronounce this one? Gael. I'll just pronounce this as Gale because there's no internet right now, unfortunately. The furnishings have all been looted by the Victorians as they are wont to do, but we have finally returned most of them to their rightful places. That beetle you were chasing was awarded personally to a capable officer. He was praised for his tireless work in gathering every last grain of the harvest and storing it in the treasury. So many grammaticals again. And now you are worthy of the same. Without you, our army would likely have collapsed from hunger 100 times over. Go chase it down, for it is yours. As long as it is willing to land on you, you will always have the right to collect our grain. Yes, thank you. Now then. Eblana scans the room. Some stare intently at the bureaucrat's back, wondering what rewards they will receive, while others cannot help but glance at all the other treasures in the room. The sword that enforces the law, the cloud beast that listens to appeals, the knot that records history, the crystal teardrops that symbolize compassion. It seems none of you can stand to wait any longer. How about this then? Everyone, feel free to take whatever in this room you desire. Jesus Christ! In an instant, it is as if all the treasures come to life, moving on their own. Cloud Beast's statue starts running, the crystals start rolling. The knot begins to twist, and even the ceremonial sword, studded with Sargonian jewels, breaks free from its stand, hopping comically towards the door. Go, my servants. These are my rewards for your loyalty. It is unclear who takes the first step, but once he does, the tide is unstoppable. Crowd chases after the treasures, surging out of the banquet hall. Well, that was easy to see their character. They have none. Suspicion and impulse. I want to make up for the past and to return home. Other than that, I ask for nothing. EA3. Back alleys, very nice. Beetle. A beetle flies through the dark alley. It flaps its wings furiously, only manages to find its way into an abandoned block that few souls tread anymore. Golden body is too heavy, weighed down even further by the gems on its wings. Can only fly a short distance before coming to a rest in the gap between the stone tiles. Purple flame. Jesus, that far? Found you. I got it. I got it. Got your bug. Now help me get these crystals before they fall into the ditch. Coming. Hold on. I am going to get my cut if I help you, right? Sure, sure. Just hurry. You don't want to see these crystals end up in the ditch, do you? Sweet cloud beast, you're mine. Good. All the gems on the sword are there. Where are the brigadier and the others? Who cares? Well, the bureaucrat tucks away the parasite while the officer eagerly watches the crystal tears drop again and again. The ombudsman brusquely manhandles the cloud beast while the torturer raises the sword as though it conferred power over life and death. Jesus Christ, guys. What a lively scene. All of this treasure is yours, my servants. I am not so miserly as to withhold them after seeing how much you love them. But what more do you intend to take from me once I have given you these? Let me guess. The Red Dragoon. A path appears at the end of the alley, and even more shiny baubles rush towards it. There is no time to bother with what is already in their hands. They scramble for the treasure on the ground, stuffing it in their pockets, carrying it on their backs, and rushing towards the next shiny piece before even standing back up from the last one. None of them care where the path leads. Going to Docelis tomorrow. It's high time I treated myself to something nice, Jesus. Immediately to the gambling. You, sir, have a problem. Squeeze these country bumpkins in Nasirtia a little more. Don't forget my share. Can't wait for the townsfolk to send me some Victorian spice. My. After far more than just wealth, are we? A life of luxury, a high status, power over life and death. You want it all. I have nothing against being true to your desires, and what you desire are things that I will not miss. Unfortunately, you happen to be my servants, yet you seem far greedier than I. So goodbye. Go to where you belong. The treasures pave a shiny path where none existed, sending the madmen out of the lair and out onto the land, towards whence the darkness came, the gaping mouth of the dark woods. You really chased those ornaments in a wild goose chase, huh? Only to end up getting swallowed. This part is very different from the rest of your work. I told you, I've abandoned many drafts in the process of observing, thinking, and writing. Any and all of them ready to be thrown in a moment's notice. At a moment's notice. Do you really think I'll be sitting here drinking this swill if I could tell this story as a consistent, unified narrative? You're the one insisting it gets a proper ending, not me. I'm not quite sure who this is still. I mean, there was that writer in chapter 9. True? And this is definitely not Ben. But if I must regard this passage as your own personal embellishment, should I also consider the rejection of Bridget by the Mist to be a creative liberty as well? This is also somebody who knows of the events itself. No more than the exiled king you forced into the story. Wait, is that him? Then what about the rest of the story you're about to tell? Should it be seen as an observation or as a creation? That's up to you to decide. Do you want me to tell it or not? No. I don't think that's the exiled king. Of course. Go on. I'm also assuming that's Eblana, who is mysterious woman. I mean Eblana or Reed, but it's probably Eblana. Is this the first time they've told the story in like an actual flashback fashion? I mean, not backstory fashion. Like all the way through. So what was wrong with Emma? Just a cold on top of mild with a narrator. Yeah. She didn't look so bad on the outskirts of the dark woods. A sickness of the spirit, most likely. Iron for the statue needed to be collected from door to door. People won't even turn on their lamps to save fuel, never mind food. What could she possibly be shipping out? She runs a grain store. Maybe. But only a grain store. She couldn't have done this on her own. There must be somebody behind her. We also still need to ask about Theo. There's no time to wait for her to come on her own. Ugh. Ah. Can you hear me, Emma? Niels. Take me with you. Take me with you. No, she's still dreaming. Niels. Is that somebody's name? I've seen it written on letters she's gotten. A loved one, if I had to guess. And where might we find them? No idea. It's been a while since the last letter. Niels. Scold me. Beat me if you must, but don't abandon me. The bureaucrat told me to smuggle food, so I did. What meaning is there in a life without you? What point is there in being kind to others? The bureaucrat. Dublin. There's so much food in the city, a single cart won't make a difference. There's no food in the city, a single cart won't make a difference. Won't make a difference. Should we keep trying to wake her up? Wait. Why wasn't it you who lived? Those accursed Victorians. Why did their child live? A child of Victorians. Why? Ugh. Ugh. You'll be alright, my dear. I'll make things right. Wait for me, Niels. Wait for me, my love. Sob, sob. I can't see you, my love. I can't see you. Why? Why? The Victorians who killed you have been chased out. The last Victorian bastard died before my eyes. Niels. Sweat fills Emma's fevered brow. Tormented by nightmare, she instinctively grabs the sheets behind her. It does not stop her from trembling. The other two stand up at the same time. That our conscience or Zephaya? It's already past curfew. Will we really be able to move freely? Stick with me. The mist wants to take either of us. Let it try. Wait, someone's coming over from the Citadel. Who is it? Looks like Dublin. It's the Brigadier. What's going on? It's like he's a walking ghost. Brigadier. Who's there? Lakshini? Go back now. Back to what happened. No. Nothing happened tonight. We have a lead on the food shortage, sir. The owner of this grain store was instructed by the bureaucrat to smuggle food out of Nasirtia. We may be able to get it back if we're quick. The bureaucrat? Should have known. But it's too late. Everything's too late. Why? Do you know where the food went? Not the food. Me. Us. Thank you for informing me, but What is going on? Tell me. No. Nothing happened tonight. Jesus. I can't imagine what could have turned you, a warrior with no qualms about killing for the greater good, into this. Did you and Dublin found this nation over the corpses of so many, just to starve your own people to death here? No, never. Thank you for informing me. I will deal with it personally. But do not mention the name Dublin ever again. You got your promise. Do not set foot on the streets again tonight. And especially do not break curfew with someone insignificant as you're doing now. This is for your own good. Well, they're definitely gonna stay even more. Lakshmi opens her mouth to speak, but the Brigadier shows no acknowledgement. He turns around and walks towards the outskirts of the city with heavy, dragging steps. Are we gonna do as he says? Hide? No, Nemos needs to know about Theo. Do you know where she lives? It's a wee bit far, practically the other side of Nasirtia. Then that's where we're going. Nemo's house is just ahead. That was easy. Seems the mist didn't get into the city tonight. Nemos, are you home? Nemos? Hey, didn't she say she'd be at the Dublin victory party? She not back yet? The Brigadier was leaving the Citadel. The party should be over. Hello, Miss Lakshmi. Regin? Lakshmi is about to speak when her gaze meets Nemo's. Her eyes are even blanker than the Brigadier's were. What's going on? Did something happen at the victory party? No, nothing happened tonight. Stop! What are you two doing here? She's pulling a Zorro. Quick, inside. You mustn't be out on the streets tonight. As Nemo's hurries Lakshani and Bridget inside, the Brigadier passes beyond the boundaries of Nasirtia. He walks into the forest, where there is nothing but darkness, towards the depths of the dark mist. What you doing there, my boy? Then, the food carts that had been smuggled out of Nasirtia slowly emerge from it. They will return to Nasirtia's agricultural plate before dawn. The next day, the city gets the smallest of reprieves from the food shortage. No one notices that the Brigadier never returned from the dark woods. The food mysteriously appears at the agricultural plate before making its way to the grain stores across the city. It falls well short of truly solving the problem. But it was far more than just the Brigadier who never came back. Though the people of the city do not know it yet. Once again, the sun rises without pity or care. The dragon and the wayward wake woman walk the streets, watching with shock at how the non-commonplace brawls descend into even more brutal violence. The nomad knocks on the blacksmith's door. She brings woeful news. Uh-oh, did they find Theo? Rot-roll. Is it 07? Or is he like unconscious or something? Probably beaten to death. Ouch! The hell's wrong with you, Theo? You have eyes. Use them. Sorry, Mr. Rory. I was just hoping to try my luck over at Legrand Street. See if I could get some potatoes. Get lost. Sorry. Look out! The burden beast's panicking. Out of the way. Uh-oh. Stampede? Stupid coachman. You nearly ran me over. Get back here. That dung for brains run off just like that? Mr. Rory, look who did get run over. Serves you right. You're not going anywhere now. Let's go see the Dublin folks. Maybe they'll give me potatoes for handing over a traitor. Better stick to the back streets. Can't have someone else taking my spy. Jesus Christ, man. The man grabs the boy's collar and drags him to a small empty alley. The boy groans in anguish. Yep, he did get kidnapped. By potentially one of the worst persons to get to. This guy has a temper-ass problem. Weird? Did I forget the way? Give me back my potatoes. Go and buy your own. They still have some at the shop. Give them back. They still have potatoes? The man glances towards the voices, then at the broken body of the boy whose arm he is still grabbing. He's dying. Would the Dubliners ever give me anything for a dying kid? Could they even get anything out of him? It's your lucky day, traitor. The man shakes off the boy's hand, which had been grabbing his sleeve, and walks off briskly towards the voices. My leg. It hurts. I can't stand. Mrs. Emma? Who's there? Who's calling my name? I did as you asked. Just leave me alone. Emma? Theo, what happened? I got hit by a carriage, then left behind here. I'm not a Victorian spy, Mrs. Emma. Please help me. Take me to Mr. Hulan. A Victorian spy? Ah, it's all happening so fast. It hurts so much. I know the Victorians did bad things. Nobody likes me. Nobody listens to me. Nobody wants to get close to me. But could you at least find Mr. Hulan? It hurts. It's so cold. When I grow up, I'll find the Victorians and take revenge. For Mr. Niels. Maybe I'd have helped you, Theo, if Niels was the only one who died. Mrs. Emma? You know that Niels died in the war, but even more people died without ever seeing the battle. You Victorians blocked off the supply routes. You still are. So many people starved, including me. Including the child Niels left behind. The child inside me. He starved to death because of you Victorians. Find someone else to get Hulan for you. They're all good people, unlike me. Very good people. Well. Well, Emma. Emma. How could you do that to him, Emma? What could have changed you so much? I'm not defending her, Hulan, but she wasn't the only one there that day. No, she wasn't. Sorry, shouldn't have said that. No, you're absolutely right. You wanted to take Theo with you, didn't you? What did you see? He was being bullied. And I'm not talking squabbles between kids. By adults, Jesus Christ. I intervened the first time I saw it. I thought it wouldn't happen again. But it did. A lot. I had a bad feeling that he didn't belong here. That there was no place for him in Asersha. But I never thought. I understand. You should go. Hulan? I said I understand. You. I said I understand. Now go. Get out. Leave me. Leave me be for a while. Please. I'm sorry. The blacksmith stands silent in the room. All is quiet save for the crackling of the fire. Theo, Too many things have passed him by. Too many things he could not understand. He no longer has the strength to find out why. To separate cause from effect. The only thing he knows is that he never achieved anything. What kind of hero am I? Yeah, what kind of hero are you? Blacksmith looks around him. There is no one else in the smithy, save the empty eye sockets of the dragon statue, now glaring at him accusingly. What kind of hero are you? What? What kind of hero am I? What kind of hero would leave a child to the mercy of abuse and ill will? What kind of hero will allow food to be smuggled out of the city under his very nose until there is nothing left? All while doing nothing more than handing out a few shriveled potatoes to his neighbors. What kind of hero would shut himself in his smithy while the city descends into bedlam, all to satisfy his own pathetic vanity by etching his name into a pedestal? No. It's not out of vanity. All I wanted was to use the title of hero to bring happiness to our countrymen who lost everything in the war, as you told Nemos? Like now. Like now? The weak you swore to protect are dead and gone. The justice you swore to uphold has fallen into darkness. The people you swore to bring happiness to, Emma and Rory, are they even your people anymore? Or are they the dead, living in the past? The dead, living in the past? Your heart still dreams of the future, vain as it is, but them? They are the walking dead, stuck in the past. Who is it you are calling your countrymen? The wretch who spends his days brandishing an antique sword he salvaged from the flames? The smuggler who let an innocent child die because she miscarried her own? Townsfolk who no longer know anything but hate in the face of change? Go on. Go out and find someone. Anyone. Ask them what their plan for the future is. What do you think the answer will be? Blacksmith's hammer falls to the ground with a loud crash. He glares at the dragon's head. No. It's you who's trapping them in the past. I collected the plates and bowls my people use day to day. Lit the fuel they relied on for more warmth and light just to feed you. You monster. I don't know about the food, but the metal and the fuel. It was me. I fed you those pots and pans. I put the people's livelihoods into your mouth with my own hands, all so that you could grow and grow. You've devoured everything in my life. Then you devoured Theo himself. Is this the Black Mist? Theo, it was me. I nurtured this monster that took your life. Soon it will stand in the square on Samhain, spread its wings and turn everyone in the city into the dead. Those who can only live in the past. You're right, monster. I'm no hero. I'm a fraud. A vain, pathetic fraud. Once I fooled others. Now, the only one I'm fooling is myself. But they need me. They need you. They need a hero to wake them up, to tell them that the war is over, that what really matters is what lies ahead, the future, tomorrow. And you think you're the one? I'm the one. The blacksmith walks away from the forge with resolute steps. He takes the thickest metal chain he can find and walks back to the dragon, its empty eyes still fixated upon him. Come with me. Where to? To the square. It's not Samhain yet. I can wait no more. I will not wait for your ominous prophecies to come true. Come with me. I will dismantle you and return our lives to the people. The dragon does not move. In the eyes of the blacksmith, however, he sees the dragon bow its head, perhaps mockingly, perhaps invitingly. Where the hell did they get this dragon? I mean, if it's alive in bone form, then it has to be Eblana, yeah? Oh. Ah! Reed, Nemos, I'm back. Hulan's in a real bad place right now. You should go see him. How about on your end? What's going on in the city? People are still looking for spies. Victorian spies. Are they off their rockers? Tara or Victorian? We're all human. Gonna keep fighting to the death like this when the war's already over. Tell them, Nemos. Tell them that Dublin made them go hungry and was punished by the Red Dragon. The food's now... Do not mention the word Dublin ever again, Bridget. The leader's orders. I only overheard whispers about the food at the victory party. No evidence, no trial. I don't even know how it got back. Besides, news about all those missing people hasn't spread at all. How am I supposed to explain it? They can't be reasoned with. We'll do this the hard way. What do you mean? When I came back, I told myself I would never be her shadow again. But if the true leader is refusing to show her face and take responsibility, then I must step up, only to calm the people. What about Hulan? Everyone knows him as a hero. Things will be much simpler if he's willing to help. He should still be at his smithy. I'll lead the way. As for you, Bridget, you should leave the city as soon as possible. Why? Well, if we and Hulan both fail, then the people will... I see. They don't much like me here, so I just get in the way, is that it? I'm sorry, Bridget. That's not what I meant, but it's true. Don't worry, I'll try my luck in the dark woods. 6 times the charm. Alright, well at least she's in the up and up. Well, not the upbeat. Hulan. Is he not in? He... What the? They are both rendered speechless. The door of the smithy. No, the entire front wall of the smithy is gone. The wall, which was supposed to stay up until the statue was finished, is now a pile of rubble. Visible through it is a long trail leading to the square, along with drag marks so broad they span almost the entire breadth of the road. That is a big fucking... Where do you get that? I'm assuming that was after, yeah? Yep. This is where they killed my boy. Well, they didn't direct well. I guess that's still a indirect kill, I guess, by abandoning them. Which is pretty much a direct kill. That old dance. You satisfy yourself with remorse and yearning, yet ask for nothing more? EA4. EA4. Hundreds, thousands of years ago, the Terran's ancestors did the same as their descendants do now, lighting bonfire after bonfire in the barrens between autumn and winter. They would sleep beside the Red Dragon. Excuse me. Their red-hot dreams buffeted by sand and wind until raw, but even so it was enough to keep everyone warm. They would wake up to a still burning bonfire because the Red Dragon does not sleep. With a moment's rest, the Red Dragon could find respite from fatigue and pain by breathing in the dreams of homeland, liquor, and freedom rising slowly from the flames and into the sky. Today, Samhain approaches. People fuel the flames with wood torn from nearby ruins and have entirely forgotten the ancient leisure time that seemed to last forever. True. Put your hand in the fire. Look at the color of the flames on my hip. I'm a Terran. I tell you, one blessed by the red dragon. You think a spy couldn't fake the color of a lamp? Get on with it. May the red dragon be merciful. Oh, it doesn't even hurt too bad. Really? Look, you can barely make out the burn marks on my hand. So you're not a Victorian spy. But do you know of anyone else who hasn't undergone the trial yet? What the fuck is this Salem Witch Trials ass? You! Yes, you! Have you burned your hand over there yet? Say something, will you? Enough fiddling with that broken knot of yours. Come with me. I'll take you there. Just put down the knot. You hit me! My knot! You dared. Fine, keep your bloody knot. Just come with me to see if you're not a Victorian spy. Damn, Tara already in shambles. The quiet resident stands up without a word and heads towards the bonfire with shaky steps. The square has already descended into complete chaos. Though half of it stems from suspicion and hatred, not to mention frustration at having revealed no spies yet, the other half comes from the looks of despair and the deathly silence. Where the hell is Eblana in all this? Until a faint sound of something dragged across the ground rumbles in the distance. The sound grows louder and louder until it drowns out all the clamor and chaos. Everyone hears the sound of something massive slowly being dragged closer to them. Holy! In a flash, every other sound fades, leaving only the shaking of steel and gears in its wake. Hidden in the humid mist is the gigantic silhouette of an ice-cold statue. Forged by a hero and still considered incomplete by the townsfolk, the statue of the Red Dragon's ancestors presented to Tara. It arrives in the raging light of the dying sun, yet even so nearly manages to shroud the sky. The dragon statue came to life? No, that's Holland. Holland, are you here to help us find the Victorians too? He has to prove he isn't one first. Over here, Holland. Listen, the fire won't hurt you as long as you're no Victorian. Are you deaf? Get over here already. Hold on, he dragged this giant statue all on his own? They finally noticed the iron chains wrapped around his arms, 1, 2, 3 times around, and that the statue's weight was resting on those wide yet mortal shoulders. The hero does not respond to his name and continues forward. The statue grinds down on him till it draws blood. His flesh is nearly rent asunder, his bones cry out in sorrow, and yet he presses on. The young hero walks ahead of the statue, unafraid of the disparity between his small stature and the gigantic structure. He takes one step, then another, each heavy and certain, towards an open space in the crowd. Yeesh! He parks the statue in the square's empty center and struggles to turn around before facing everyone before him. The steel skeleton bears an icy elegance, wings frozen in motion, craving for flight, in place as if it were meant to be there since the beginning. I want to see the full body. Stop, my brothers and sisters, before we kill any more of our own. For a moment, no one dares to respond. Hate and doubt both remain, and as well as the pain that keeps everyone from advancing towards him like an army of walking corpses. The man before them is a hero. He protected Nasersha. He dragged both blessing and curse all the way here, and the statue behind him laces his every word with an awe-inspiring weight. Kill our own? Who? You are burning hands with fire now, but what if your spy isn't found? He really dragged the statue here. What should we do? Should we interrupt him? Did our food not return to us? Is the war not over? Say there really was a spy. Why must the entire city gather here? Why must we hurt each other just to find one lowly spy? Let him finish. I'll say it again. The war is over. When it had just ended, my thoughts were simple. I'd wait for a smith better than myself to arrive, then learn a thing or two from them so I could repair what I had made myself. But no smiths came and I learned no skills. I even took what you lot needed to live and forged it into the statue. That was wrong of me. Nasersha is short of everything. Even an empty bowl is better put to catching rainwater than being cast into a shiny statue that does nothing but grow. And the food. I was so worried yesterday. So afraid that famine would put us past the point of no return. Maybe it was the Red Dragon's mercy, or maybe one of the AG plates have had a good harvest. But the fact is, our food is back. And as long as we're alive, we can make it through this. Am I wrong? But Theo is no longer alive. You still feeling pity for that Victorian bastard? Yes, I am. When I heard of his death, I began to hate everyone in this city, myself included. You know better than any of us what the Victorians have done. I know that with the last of their strength, they leaned over and begged me to take him away. I hate you all. I even feel like taking revenge on any of you who sat back and watched him die. But revenge needs a reason, doesn't it? What's our revenge for then? To rob them just like they robbed us back then. And how do you suppose Nasersha could manage to take even a single grain from the Victorians when we've already melted our axes into this statue? You have to let those bastards feel the pain we went through. Yeah, just like how I want to make you lot feel like it's... Just like how I want to make you lot feel what it's like to die alone in an alley. Our brothers, our sisters died so we could live. Why must we now throw our lives away just to make others suffer? You want us to love them then? To love those who stole our crops, killed our kin? No, of course not. No one needs to love their enemy. All I want is for you to love the living. To love yourselves. But I don't even need you to do that. I just have one question for you all. Tomorrow, once Samhain is over, once the shadow of war finally leaves us, what will you do? I wanted to finish this statue and carve my name on it. But now, I want to find a better smith to teach me to fix up a prosthetic leg. I don't know what's up with the fancy speech all of a sudden, Hulan. But I don't care what happens tomorrow or about the war. I just want the Victorians dead. So if you're speaking for them, I want you dead too. Fine. Hulan swings the sledgehammer he used to force the statue towards the dragon's head. However, he exhausts himself both in making and moving it, so with a moment's hesitation, the hammer does not come crashing down. The crowd even assumes it to be some sort of ritual, and for a moment does not react to his plan. Only when they realize Hulan intends to destroy the statue do even the most dreary of the living dead collectively howl and dash in his direction, surrounding him. Don't be foolish, Hulan. Nima's cry is drowned out by the crowd's yells, but Hulan's voice remains clear for all to hear. Lakshini thinks of rushing over to him, but the angry crowd blocks her path. She bites her lip and tries to open a path through the sea of people with both her flames and voice, shouting to attract their attention. Unfortunately, they act as if they have already lost their senses. Maybe they truly have, who can say? I'm going to destroy this statue in order to return the lives it took from you. Destroy it? How dare you? I remember what each and every bone was forged from. I'll turn its spine back into axe heads and blades, its ribs back into bowls, its skulls into tables and chairs, and give them all back to you. Traitor! How could a hero like you betray us like this? If being unwilling to take someone else's livelihood makes me a traitor, Then I was never a hero but a traitor all along. Excuses. Excuses. I'll tell you who Hulan really is. He is no hero. He is a liar who hungered for fame. He claimed to have killed a squad of Victorian scouts in the Dark Woods, but it was not in the woods that he met those Victorians, but somewhere further away. They weren't even scouts, just a band of poor traders, already trampled over by some army or other. He wanted to save them, but in the end could only save one boy, a Victorian child. He didn't know what to do. Be it out of desperation or vanity, he decided to cut their heads off and tell his people they were scouts. That way he'd become a hero, the most prestigious person in town. He thought he could use that status for good. Raising the boy would become an act of mercy by the benevolent Hilo. You lied to us? Even this poor liar knew that he was still a blacksmith and thought he should learn his trade after the war. But you lot... What about you? You're not Hulan. You're a fake, pretending to be him. Music stopped. Yeah, you're not Hulan. He's our hero. The man of steel who even a whole Victorian squad couldn't handle. Who the bloody hell are you? Well, they're living in hyper-reality. After dragging the statue all the way here from my workshop, how much longer do you expect me to live? Fresh blood gushes from Hulan's mouth and nose as if he had just uttered his last words. He bears an almost kind and expectant gaze as he looks at his compatriots surrounding him, hoping their faces will reveal an expression other than hate. Well, he died by lifting. But he feels as if his eyes meet only a sea of purple flames. The faces behind the fire are difficult to discern, as if they are the restless dead he met in those ruins outside long, long ago. He looks into the distance. In a corner at the edge of the square, he sees a tiny figure. He did not have time to look for Theo's corpse, but now it stares at him blankly. Purple flames clearly visible around it. Theo? You too? This was all for naught. Hulan stumbles to his feet and picks up his hammer to swing. The crowd stares at him with dread, fearing that the hammer will fall on their heads, but they do not back down. Hulan uses the last of his strength, and with the utmost ferocity, he strikes the dragon's head, as if sounding a death knell. The hero's body collapses before the giant dragon, stunning the crowd as if they've lost something. Lakshani's voice finally spreads as her fire burns like a sunset set aflame, but she fails to attract any attention. Oh, hello. At that very moment, the statue suddenly bursts into purple flames along with Hulan lying quietly before it, sending the cloud reflexively into retreat. Within the fire, Hulan begins to pick himself up, while the giant statue extends its wings as if to fly away. When Hulan gets fully to his feet, the dragon statue flaps its huge wings, lifts off, and lands on the empty pedestal in the center of the square prepared just for it. Well, there it is. Hello. The crowd watches in complete silence, though whether out of shock or reverence is unclear. From the citadel come the faintly discernible sound of footsteps, slow and late. Truly a shame that I missed the only hero left in this city. Well then, people of Nasersha, your hero has sacrificed his life for this statue. Nightfall approaches, so if you still follow the Red Dragon's will, then you will obey curfew and head home. Oh, getting blurry. Hulan uses the last of his strength, and with the utmost ferocity, he strikes the dragon's head, as if sounding a death knell. You're quite the fan of Hulan, I see. A tragic ending, but your embellishments made it beautiful. You flatter me. I only ever met the blacksmith a few times. He was the first victim of the city's chaos, if you don't count Theo. Actually, I'm rather curious about something. The Dubliners who walked into the darkness, did they also bear the purple flames you mentioned? I'm sorry, but I couldn't say. Based on your story so far, I do not believe they would have. Corruption, smuggling, abuse of authority. They had many plans for the future. There's no way this is the Brigadier, right? Look at him. If you thought about it that much, you could probably come up with your own ending by now. But that was not the only incident to occur in the city. You said so yourself. He was but the first victim. Though if you insist on ending this here... The Red Dragon was certain those infected by the flames of death could not be saved. And so she declared to her people that the land would become Death's domain, and they would become her followers, accompanying her on a journey towards death. Corpse-like masses no longer had the strength to either consent or refuse. That night, flames rose high into the sky, illuminating the fields, and since then, no one has ever seen the Red Dragon or her followers ever again. Ugh. What is it? Nothing. You can go now. There is obviously something. Since then, no one's ever seen the Red Dragon. Really? The author glances towards a tavern wall, covered in newspapers and no one has touched. Today's paper is there too, with a photo of the leader gracing the headlines. It declares she is currently in Oak Grove for some ceremony or other. Also, accompanying her on a journey towards death. When did that happen? Stories are free to go where they please. Free, sure, but that doesn't mean we get to twist the tale beyond recognition and laugh it off. Why ever not? Because you and I, we're Terrans. Our stories will reflect us, no matter how distorted they become. Oh? You still regard yourself as a Terran? I've been a Terran since the very first time I read a line penned by Seamus Williams. There it is. This is the chapter 9 one. I'm pretty sure he was killed though. The poet. Why else would I have abandoned the warm armchairs of Castshire counties, literature salon, and run all the way to Tara and become a... You still regard yourself as a Terran? An extremely ominous thought flashes through the writer's mind, but he immediately rejects it. He looks at the newspaper again. Papers report only facts, even if they are edited. I'll just go ahead and ask, who sent you? I'm here under no one's orders. As you put it, I'm simply an interested reader who wishes to help you piece together the truth. Can you prove it? Now, there is a conundrum. It'll be simple enough to prove someone did send me, but the opposite? How do I prove someone's non-existence? Let me drink too. The author takes another gulp of beer. Despondently gripping his head, he knows it is too late to run. But he can still turn things around. He just has to be clever about it. I'm molded over, and you're right. It's just a story. I suppose I was a tad nervous. Apologies. You do have quite a few unfinished tales as well. Perhaps we can join them together and find an ending true to both Nasursi as it was and the Tara in your heart. So if you're ready, then for the next story, how about we talk about the dance in the mirror? The dance in the mirror? What? No, this was not a matter of cleverness. As long as he is prudent and lets the shadow of the story cast by firelight rise and warp, he will definitely be fine. Or after... Not sure if that was after. We're about to find out.
Once there was a red dragon of pride who snubbed all companions, talking only to herself in the mirror from time to time. Once at Samhain, she was to host a grand banquet, and her mirrored self was to help. But the two could not appear together before the guests, or the reflection would perish. The reflection had no choice but to obey the dragon's will. She went and fetched the wakeman for the banquet. The wakeman rejected their invitation and told the reflection to desert. Still, the reflection returned to the lair on her own, only to find the banquet had already begun. The reflection hurried to hide in darkness beyond the bonfire. As the banquet went on, the guests somehow began to vanish, one by one. And the red dragon found and dragged her mirrored self out of the darkness, forcing the reflection to dance with her. The two kept dancing, so relentlessly that the reflection could not feel her toes. She asked for a little rest, but the red dragon was never satisfied.
Assuming that's Reed and Eblana. Here, Lakshini, the book you wanted. Sequel to the Steam Knight's adventures. Why, you ask? Do I need a reason to do something for my beloved sister? But, do you really need to read it? Do you really need to read the book you have no interest in at all, but feel pressured by others our age to read? I do want to read it. Didn't you tell father you didn't want anyone asking you why a Victorian wouldn't enjoy stories about the Steam Knight? This book, did Dad ask you to buy it for me? Why do you ask? Because, how did you know? You're backing away from me, Lakshini. I don't want you to be scared of me like everyone else. No, if me knowing what you told father is so scary, how about we dance together to calm you down, A dance? Really? Why not? Those words, Eblana gracefully extends a hand towards her sister. But in Lakshini's memories, even when her parents put on their favorite music, even when father shook his head to the melody, even when mother tapped her fingers to the beat, her sister would only sit perfectly still while bearing an icy smile. She had never moved her body to any tune, not even once. Once you can keep up with me, you'll no longer have to worry about any book, requests, or even friends our age. Crying. The unopened night novel falls to the ground, and the pleasant new book smell is now drowned by muddy water. She was still young then. She never imagined that achieving her desires could feel so heavy and bitter. She only remembers stumbling, turning away, ignoring what was reaching out to her. A soft and cold hand. Lakshini. Crowd is gone. You need no longer hide your identity. Do you still think of them as alive, even now? I only know that every Terran's heart burns with a similar flame, and that ever since our ancestors first bent the knee to the Victorians, that flame has never gone out. That goes for all townsfolk as well as those who followed me back here. They all have the same fire, except that theirs has never been tainted by the shade of death. What a wonderful analogy, Lakshini. And let me ask you again, what will you do? Dye these flames in your own hue? I imagine you must have tried already. No matter who they are, once tainted by death, your flames can only render them into ash. So I have a proposal, Lakshini. Kill me. And everyone in the city as well. If it bothers you how this will be recorded in history, then you can just say that I killed them and that you merely laid them to rest. People of Nasrsha are still alive. Even if what animates their bodies is not life but death, they were truly devoid of even the faintest spark of life, they would have long since become one of those hollow shambling corpses you have wandering around. Oh, they will, eventually. No, they won't. I'd rather see the purple flames in them as a plague, one instigated by you. And you plan to find a cure for it. That's right. I want to cure you of it as well, Eblana. How wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, that's absolutely wonderful. Did you not notice? You aren't trying to run from me anymore. You're trying to cure me, of all things. Come, dance with me, Lakshmi. The same dance I've always invited you to. The one you always ran from. What did you say? I asked you to dance with me. But before the final bar, be sure to pierce my heart with your spear. This plague is lethal, and there is no cure. I do not question your resolve, but your efforts will be in vain. You've run from your faith long enough, from Nasrsha's faith and ours too. It is not yet Samhain, but the boundary between life and death is more ambiguous than it has been in all of Terran history. Do you truly wish for Terra to become a kingdom of death? Lakshmi subconsciously turns her head away. The fierce purple flames still rage in the skeleton the hero dragged all the way here. Kulan, now taken over by purple flames, briefly stands up before sinking back down to kneel. She cannot bear another look at him. She turns her gaze back to her sister's eyes and the hand she's been offered for so many years. It is unclear if it is her imagination or a side effect of the purple flames depriving everything they touch of vitality, but the hand before her seems so pale and bloodless compared to the ones in her memories. We speak of a city and the lives of countless people, Eblana. You cannot sum this up as a matter as simple as fate. Are you finished? I believe we spent enough time talking past each other. Eblana! Oh, but feel free to continue. If you so desire, I shall wait here for as long as you need me to. But do try not to take too long. You can afford to wait, yet that may not be true for others. You're right. You can afford to wait, but that may not be true for others. Alright, I'll dance your dance, until one of us falls and can dance no more. But I will not follow your lead. Absolutely not. As you please. Though you seem to have misunderstood something, my dear Lakshmi, the one who cannot afford to wait is standing before you now. Cannot afford to wait. Lakshmi scrutinizes her sister's face as she suddenly realizes something entirely unrelated to their conversation. The offered hand is indeed pale, and it is not just her imagination. Purple flame seems to weave together in an omnipresent cloak, giving Eblana her beautiful yet terrifying appearance. Yet they also fail to conceal the malady which seems to consume her beneath her pale white skin. She shouldn't be like this. She was never like this before. Surprise face. Eblana, are you... Are you alright, sister? A smile spreads across Eblana's face. Same old ice-cold smile is always found there. This time, it seems to bear some warmth, but this only highlights her conspicuous paleness. I appreciate your concern, really, I do. After all those apathetic partings and painful reunions, to only now hearing you asking if I'm well, it has truly been so long. Incidentally, I really do want to dance with you. I will, once I find a way to heal you. Very well, then I shall await you here. Eblana strides towards the citadel, her footsteps so faint that they seem almost frail. Oof. Who? Red Dragon, Nemos. There was no one at the gates when I got back. I thought something must have happened. What's going on in the square? Red Dragon. What's that? Lakshmi is holding a small box in her arms. The dim night lights seem to make it harder than usual to see. I couldn't save Hulan. This was the only way for him to rest in peace, so he'd no longer have to suffer from the flames in the square. The nomad is silent for a long time until she finds a stone on the ground. She hurls it with all her strength towards the citadel, but the darkness of the night swallows it up and it fails to even make a sound. It's already past curfew. Nemos, Bridget, let's just... No. No. Nemos reaches out to the wooden box as if trying to brush non-existent dust off the lid. She suddenly recalls being rejected by her own people a few days ago and the superfluous words she heard then. The Wakemen do not stand with the living, nor do we require their reverence, until of course they are dead. That is the tradition Dublin should be honoring. Still, I'm grateful you were at least willing to give me this whistle. I'll be going now. Wait, Nemos. You knew well that Samhain approaches and the Wakemen would be lacking sacred instruments, yet you still came. Did the Dubliners force you to? No, I came here of my own. Nemos, you haven't changed one bit. You wait, meditate, and reconcile. Are you also like this in Nasersha? Do you also serve the Red Dragon like this? I just don't want to see a situation that could be improved, deteriorate any further, or people who could have cooperated fighting each other. If conflict is inevitable, you will only ever sink deeper into the mire. The city has tainted you with its darkness, Nemos. So, the leader, the Red Dragon. Eblana will never give Nasersi true life. Is that right, Lakshini? Nasersha. She said she couldn't. She actually doesn't like to lie, unless there are other circumstances. She's the leader of Tara, the one and only Red Dragon. What could possibly be tying her hands? What's wrong, Nemos? You seem different. I get it. I finally get it, Your Highness Lakshini. It seems that the fire can in fact infect the living. Nemos? The people I once depended on turned out to be a swarm of selfish parasites. The leader I once believed in turned out to be an evil dragon who doesn't care if anyone else lives or dies. The people I once put my life on the line to protect became the reason my closest friend died. I can't even imagine what they would have done to him if that wicked dragon hadn't lit him up with her flames. Holland was right to ask what we would do once Samhain is over. What should I do? Other than revenge, there's nothing left for me either. As she utters these words, Lakshini sees a flame ignite within the final Nasershan left untainted by the purple fire. Your Highness, will you regard me the same as the rest of the residents, a servant of Eblana? No, this deadly disease has ultimately infected even the last person in the city. If so, Your Highness, then I swear to you that I will aid you in this dance that's been forced on you until the very end. Until the wicked dragon falls. I have heard your vow. Now I must leave the city for a while. Come with me, Nemos. To the Wakemen? I have no hope of curing the flame here, so I thought we should seek aid from anyone who might be able to help. No, I can't go with you. I have no right to be there anymore. I'll stay in the city as long as the Red Dragon doesn't realize what's going on and tear me apart. I'll try my best to keep the situation from deteriorating. Though I'd appreciate it if you could return this whistle for me. And Hulan too. Please give him a proper funeral. A proper funeral requires eulogies from friends and families, so I'll write one. Could you read it for me there? Alright. Here, it's done. I'll go with Reed. Dark woods aren't letting anyone in or out, but it should be smoother with us too. No, Bridget, you should stay too. I need your help. Reed? I'll be fine by myself. That works, but Nemos, you're so different now. I guess this is what vengeance does to a person. This is what vengeance does do to a person. Drowned in fire. Please bring me to the other Red Dragon. Other than that, I ask for nothing more. E.A. Was that another trick of the shadows? This isn't the right way. I'm going in circles. I can't see the sky. How long has it been? How far do I still have to go? Well, I'm in the dark woods at least. The mist and noise Bridget was talking about didn't keep me out. Tricky Fae, shadows pointing the wrong way. Foul beasts that trip you with branches. That's all more or less the same as when I was bringing Moran and the others back. The trees are too tall and the leaves too thick. They block out the sky, making the life here different from outside. Hence the enemies, I guess. This is the right path. I'm at the heart of the dark woods now. The scenery seems different from before. Where did the red and gold of autumn go? Why does it look like this? The black mist? So the woods are rejecting me after all. Lakshmi grabs her weapon tightly. Nemus was right, and Dublin never returned after leaving the city. Then they were most likely swallowed by the mist. But it shows no sign of aggression. It simply lingers. Does it reject me? No. It's closer to indifference. Disappointment? Why? There is no answer except the rustling of leaves. Lakshmi shakes her head and cautiously goes around the mist, choosing a path that looks like it has a light at the end. The mist remains indifferent to her passage. The Fae that delight in leading travelers astray are nowhere to be seen. Another dead end. No time to waste here. I'm sorry, but I'll have to burn away. I was about to say just, go for a straightforward path and just burn literally anything. You're overthinking it. Who's there? Hello? Take a guess. You. How could it be? You're that gentleman from the city. I wanted to ask you something, but you... Indeed, hardly the most amicable of partings. Since then, I've been following and watching you for a while now. Consider it my way of reflecting on myself. I'll admit, you're not quite what I thought, but this is no time for small talk. Do not burn the trees. It should be enough to illuminate them with your fire. See for yourself what they really are. What they really are? The leaves are razor sharp, the brambles are hard, and the branches have a metallic gleam. What is this? That's not important. What's important is that your fire can't burn through it. Now follow me. Hurry before the black mist changes its mind. We can talk later, but if that thing is in a bad mood, there won't be anything left to bury when it's done with you. Isn't that a dead end? Why do you put so much faith in what you see? Just listen and move. This is the path I took when we came to Nasersha. So this is where those trails lead? If you don't mind me asking, are you in the forest, Fae? Don't be ridiculous. I have nothing to do with them. The woods though, centuries have passed but it's hardly changed at all, other than the black mist. Ruins the view, really. Well, we'll be out of the dark woods soon. Now could you... Tisk. This is really... what's happening. Look behind you. Reed, we're here. Well, they seem fine. The refugees appear on the well-lit edge of the woods. What happened in the city? It's like the black mist got angry the moment you entered it, cutting it off from the outside. It's been days since anyone went into the dark woods. A few people were hunting on the outskirts when they heard sounds from within, and saw what looked like fire. Whenever something similar happened before, the Wakeman told us not to approach the woods. This time though, we recognized your fire. We could hardly ignore it. You shouldn't have come. It's dangerous here. Then you shouldn't have either. Not on your own. We all learned our lesson about letting you go off alone after waiting for you in the marshes outside Londinium. We trust you, so please, trust us back. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's go back to camp. Sir, would you... What do you mean, poof? Who are you talking to? Is there someone else with you? The red dragon turns around, but her uninvited companion has already vanished without a trace, like the dew under the morning sun. He said, "See you later." Thank you for providing refuge for these people. Nemus entrusted them to us. We simply did our part. On behalf of the Wakemen, I promise that we will not reveal your existence to anyone unaware, and you have seen with your own eyes that your people are safe. Now it is time for you to leave. What do you mean? Is she not welcome here? Neither are your people, Moran. Wherever two red dragons meet, endless conflict awaits. If you insist on involving yourselves in it, then we can no longer offer you sanctuary. How could you? This is how we have always been. The Wakemen neither start nor end conflicts. The disputes of the living are not our concern. We watch over only the souls of the departed. Your profession seems very useless. If you are truly the noble and compassionate leader Moran imagines you to be, you will not drag these innocents into your battle, Red Dragon. This isn't a battle between two red dragons. I came to seek your help on behalf of the people of Nasersha. Every battle has its reasons. It's not an excuse. Reed wouldn't do that. Excuse or not, disputes of the living are none of our concern. A hard-learned lesson whose bitter fruits we continue to taste to this day. Now leave. What if I'm here to ask you to hold a funeral? A funeral? In that case, the Wakeman will welcome you. But for that, and only that. Now tell me the name of the departed, their deeds in life, and present the remains. His name was Hulan. He was a blacksmith. Hulan? How did he die? The purple flames of death took both his life and his will. Not even my flames can help him now. Then why is it that not a single denizen of Nasersha has come to us to request a funeral since the city became independent? So it transpires that the first Nasortian to be mourned since the end of the war was not taken by war at all. Hey, it's a smithy. So I weave the straw into a ring like this. Yes, then adorn it with these flowers, and the wreath is complete. I remember when the farmers put a wreath on your head, praying for a good harvest next year. Feels like old times. I miss that. Are you not happy here? I rather enjoy it myself, but the others might find it stifling. The life of a Wakeman is almost like a self-punishment after all. What's the word for it again? Asceticism. No alcohol, no overeating, no fancy foods, can't even laugh too loud. They wake up before sunrise and sleep after midnight. And everything in between is some ritual or other. At least they don't expect the same from us, but there's no avoiding them when we have to help out on the farms and stuff. I've practically forgotten how to laugh. Moran's the only one who goes out of her way to talk to them. She's learning something new every day. Might be how they tie certain knots, might be how to estimate the age of a tree. Compared to the Wakemen in the tales though. Your Highness? Ma'am? I did not expect to find you here working with them. Reed has always been like this. Should we excuse ourselves? No, I simply came to confirm the facts of the departed's life, for the purpose of the ritual. Please, tell me, what happened to Kulan? I will tell you all that I saw as I saw it. I hope it makes you feel something. Wowee! Drowned in fire after, I believe. That's the Brigadier. Is he still walking the woods? What the hell did he see? Did he see the Dubliners get swallowed up? I have already dismissed all the servants in the Citadel. These footsteps then. Yep, well, I'm about to get my answer. Your Highness. Ah, it's you. Did you need something? You aren't going to ask how I returned? No, I won't. You came back and that's all that matters, my loyal servant. Besides, I have a fairly good idea of what sort of guests you can bring me. As the curfew started, just now, then you could say that my orders have been followed. Misty Misty. Failure. Failure? Nasersha is here. I am here. What failure? Escape. The deadline is Samhain. Surely the Black Mist remembers this, even if it's hardly known for being a good listener. Unsurprising. Disappointing. Unacceptable. Am I meant to understand something from these few words? Or perhaps you too prefer the directness of arts and destruction to the imprecision of language. No sooner did the words leave Eblana's lips than gleaming branches thrust forth from the dark mist, reaching for her throat. At the same time, her spear penetrates the thick mist. Purple fire is faintly visible from within. She could burn it away to nothingness with a thought. With a thought? Without a thought, no? But the branches never find Eblana's throat and her purple flames never ignite. Samhain. By the time the sun rises on the day after Samhain, the outcome will be plain for all to see. So, why don't we dispense with these meaningless bluffs? Eblana's spear still impales the mist, but the branches before her throat disappear a moment later, as do the flames at the tip of her spear. The dark mist dissipates. Your Highness, you're still here. Did you need something else? Is this about Dublin? There are only the two of us here. I will permit you to speak that word again, my most loyal servant. Thank you, but there is no need. Spectres are but spectres, even if they help found a nation. There is no place for ghosts in the history books. But I worry about my colleagues who stayed behind that day, as I did. Where are they? Did they mean you harm? Is this a beast lord? I just realized. No need to worry. Even if there were, that is no reason for you to risk staying here. I saw a scene of chaos on my way back. It was bedlam. People were fighting over the tiniest things. Sometimes nothing at all, while others seemed to be struck where they stood like statues. Just like the specters of what the Victorians with us. Will they fade into darkness too? This is Nasersha, the Red Dragon's lair, the capital of Tara. Anything that happens here will have repercussions across the nation. No, it won't. You don't sound convinced. Your Highness, At the end of the day, I have just one question. One question I pray you will answer. Very well, I will forgive your imprudence. Your Highness Eblana, that future you promised Dublin, you promised Tara. That future where all Terrans could freely write their own dreams. Was it all a lie? The Brigadier cannot stop himself from trembling. The fear that had lurked in his heart for days overcomes him. It is not because he fears his own end. He is not afraid of being swallowed by the dark mist like his colleagues, or of invoking the Red Dragon's wrath. He fears that he will hear an answer he dare not consider. It was true, every word of it. Your Highness, I have answered your question, Brigadier. The Red Dragon's voice seems ethereal, feeble even, but it leaves no room for questioning. It is the voice that has led the man to victory countless times, and so he slowly straightens his back. Then I trust you. Perhaps you simply have no other choice. Often have you chosen a path that seemed baffling, impossible even, but it always ends up leading us closer to our dream. Of that, I have no doubt. Such deep trust is indeed worthy of my gratitude. However, I do not require you to maintain order within Nasersha. If you manage to return from the dark woods, then you should return there now. Until Samhain has passed? Until Samhain has passed. Or, I stepped into the dark woods one morn, calling to the mist of horror. Your Highness, you hear the song coming from beyond the woods. Hardly a day has passed since you left. Fine work, Lakshmi. Oh, she's laughing. Is that what's been happening in the city? Reed, your sister, what is she planning? I don't know. Someone once told me that her plans would only ever be beneficial to Tara. Now though, I can trust neither her nor the one who made that promise. Are you still not going to help her, wake woman? She came for a funeral and we will only accept her for that. I have learned of the deeds of the departed. Bring the knots and wreaths and come outside. The funeral is about to begin. People set aside their differences and stand up in silence. Hulan's gonna talk, nah? I'm assuming. I stepped into the dark woods one morn, calling to the mist of horror. I trod upon the road, heading out to war. No pipes a singing, no batter drums a roar. Only the bells behind me through dew and fog their rings do soar. The wakemen sing softly, each attending to their own duty. Some adorn the coffin with knots and wreaths, some lay firewood and kindling around it. Some distribute candles to the attending refugees as they continue to sing. Tiny lights begin to sway through the camp. Lakshmi has a candle too, which she carefully lifts in front of her chest. Excuse me. Go ahead. I didn't know the departed and don't really have much to say. But where I grew up, people talked freely at funerals. Certainly, this is how Terrans honor the departed. Life should be celebrated, even after its end. The joy of the living is consolation to the dead. You are free to talk amongst each other. I also made some snacks. Please feel free to share them. We will also provide refreshments later. However, we must request that you exercise restraint, considering that Mr. Hulan died before his time and under unfortunate circumstances. We must also ask you to follow our instructions during the fire returning ceremony. Understood. This how you folks hold funerals, moron? We didn't have all these rites and ceremonies. All we did was keep watch through the night. No clue what this fire returning thing is either. Guess we just follow their instructions. Have you ever been part of a ceremony like this, Reed? Nope. I see. Hello. You mean... Lakshmi has found the wakeman. The hero's funeral has begun. I stepped into the dark woods one morn, calling to the mist of horror. I trod upon the road heading out to war. Do you know this song? You already know the answer. I lead the young into battle with it more than a few times. Hello? The fuck? Who is it? Who's singing? Why is it that I still hear that song here at the site of the old capital, even after escaping the dark woods? Or am I still stuck in the woods? No. Sound is coming from the furnace at the center of the ruins. Such a beautiful tune. No pipes are singing, no battle drums are roar. Only the bells behind me, through dew and fog the rings do soar. I should go back. Now I see what I truly want. Besides, do I really deserve to escape Nasersha? Here, Emma, today's bread. Thanks for sharing your food in times like these. You shared with me before, just returning the favor. But why do you keep staring at the bread in my hand like that? Control yourself, control yourself. She's Emma, the one who shared bread with you. You must help her. You must... I'm fine, Emma. I just meant to say you've been bedridden for so long. There'll be tough times ahead. No pipes are singing, no battle drums a roar. Why are you singing that? Someone's singing in the distance. Friends of the departed, please present your eulogy before the fire returning ceremony begins. Read? I have a eulogy here, written by Nemos. May I read it? Of course. Go ahead. Dear Hulan. A letter. Hulan, perhaps it won't be long before I join you. Well, RIP NPC. Hulan, perhaps it won't be long before I join you. before I become a slave of the purple flame, before I turn to ash. Perhaps there won't be any more to free me from an afterlife of eternal torment. But I've never forgotten what you said to me. You said you wanted to be a hero. You asked me to let you become one. You said Nasrsha needed a hero for the post-war days, one who belonged only to us, neither Dublin nor soldier. You said that nearly everyone in the city has lost something important in the war, be it a partner, a child, or a future. Without a hero, an exemplar to understand and fight for their rights, one who would also set them right should they go astray. Without that, they wouldn't have anything to hold on to when the war ends, when they have no one left to hate. I agreed and assented to your request. You took Theo in and helped the people who'd lost their livelihoods. You thought everything was on the right path, and so you proposed the statue. You became fully immersed and took on a great burden. By the time you realized, it was too late. Now, it is my turn to carry this burden, one too heavy for any single person to bear. Now, it is my turn to carry this burden, one too heavy for any single person to bear. Farewell, Holland. Flanliets. Oh god, I don't want to butcher it anymore. Oh, it's L. Flanliets. Goodbye. Hold up, I'm checking how to say this. Isn't there the translation? In Irish. Slonliat. Slonliat. Sheesh. Or should I say Slon? Okay, that's the other one. Slon go. It's also goodbye. How to say goodbye in Irish. Okay, this time it's the dude. Come on, come on, come on. Load, load. I don't know why YouTube does this now, by the way. Fall. Fowl. Slon go fowl. Goodbye for now. Alright, I did it. May we meet again in the warm flames. Slon go fowl. Fowl. As she finishes, a flame is thrown into the kindling surrounding the coffin, igniting the firewood. Crowd gathers around the bonfire, following the instructions of the wakeman. Witness that the departed has found peace in flames. He shall no longer wander the mortal realm. Place your candle as close to the fire as possible, or throw it in directly. Return the fire to the departed. If you have anything to say to the departed, say it aloud to the flame, be it praise or reproach. They are the memories that will console the departed at journey's end. Once you have returned the fire, please remain to keep watch over his soul until the fire has gone out. Let us begin. Slonliat, may you find rest, stranger. Deceiver and hero. Moran bends down and places her candle by the fire. The licking flames swallow it in an instant, almost burning her hand. Do you want to come closer to the fire, Reed? If there's anyone here who doesn't deserve to pay respects to Hulan, it will be me. You couldn't have saved him. Moran? There was no place for him in the Red Dragon's lair from the moment he made the choice to truly become a hero. You should return the fire to him. Ashes to ashes, Dust to dust. Let the dead rest with our memories as life goes on. Return the fire. Let the dead rest with our memories as life goes on. Moment of silence. While Lakshmi is lost in thought, the others continue to return their fire and then sits down some distance from the bonfire until she is the only one left with a candle in her hand. She walks forward in silence and tosses the candle into the blazing bonfire. The dead are gone. All their ambition, obsession, realization, and desperation turn to fading smoke and silent ash in the flames. Oof, burial rites! And here we are, EA6. We are halfway there. Well, I guess a bit more, like 66% way there, but first, let me eat something a bit. Be right back. Alright folks, EA6, The Lost. Will this path truly lead me to him? A dude. Whomst? So you won't go to the city even to perform a fire returning ceremony. What you've described is highly unusual. You cannot simply take your word that the residents are no longer among the living. Besides, the fire returning ceremony is just that, ceremony. Do not expect it to be anything more than that. Very well then. You may return, Wake Woman. Thank you for your help. You intend to go back to Nassar Sea, even without us? Moran and the others have settled in well and have done what Nemos entrusted to me, so my work here is done. Okay, let me just triple check here. Take care, Your Highness. I will. Sersha, it's really Sersha. Sersha or Sersha. The Red Dragon sets out in the direction from whence she came. Everything that happened yesterday seems but a distant shadow now, but also a tiny spark of flame. Return the fire. Have you made up your mind to go to your death? The stranger. Good timing, sir. May we talk? If you will help me. Interesting horns. Did your Red Dragon history lessons ever teach you about a poor wretch by the name of... okay. Lab... Ria... That... I know Skahak. The Skatach is Skahak. So I know this one is Hak, at least. I don't know the other ones. Translation. Sometimes they... Scottish Gaelic. Labrihat is literary. Literary. Okay, what about pronunciation? Pronunciation. I cannot find the pronunciation of this. How do you pronounce Orbla Sevrahak? Interesting. So this is... If I'm gonna assume it's Lavrahak. Lavrahak. Excuse me? I'll take that as a no. After returning to the palace for the first time in 5 years, he never even had a chance to see his brother before the guards took him away and plunged a sword through his chest. I know the story. Then why are you so eager to follow in his footsteps and have history remember you as a fool? Lavrahak. He died. Leave. You've seen your sister and you're still alive. In that, you've already achieved more than he ever did. Story of Lavrahak and Ailil. Ask Ireland. Okay, no, I'm going to go with the YouTube, I guess. Hello, sir. The English mistress. Okay, how do you say Ailil? Or is it just Ailil? It's not the story of me and Eblana. Alil. Alil. Okay. Alil. It's not the story of me and Eblana? Fine. Let's say I was willing to hear you out. What do you want to talk about? The city's fire returning ceremony. I just wanted to find someone to help with the preparations, but you seem to know a lot about the history and tales of Tara. So I was thinking you might be able to help. History. Tales? We can talk on the way. Come. But that's not the way to the Dark Woods. Just follow me. It worked out for you in the woods, didn't it? You're going to the lair? Yep. The ruins of the palace. I've been here before. It's dangerous. The original rich environment is. You said you wanted history and tales? What better place in Tara than this ancient Tenge expletive palace? Tenge? What is that? Proto-Celtic. Even more proto than Celtic. Jesus. Welsh, tongue, speak, language. The what palace? Ah, never mind. I appreciate your help in the woods, but I have important business to attend to. I don't have time to... And what's this important business? Dying for nothing? Sure, you're different from your sister. The dragon's flames may be cursed, but her personality is as typical as they come. Arrogant, leaving no room for any other voice. You may be better, but... I'm different from my sister, but she's not who you say she is. But however different you may be, conflict is in the nature of the Red Dragons, even if you were merely dragged into it. And there is only ever one outcome. Only one may emerge alive. One of you will die, sooner or later, so what's the hurry? Have patience, young dragon. We're almost there. Oh, back to here. We come here for this altar. Altar? You mean that thing in the middle? Isn't that the furnace? The furnace which fused together the weapons of every Terran soldier and overturned the fate of the dynasty. The furnace from which fallen soldiers were reborn. That's what you call it today, isn't it? Far more important than just another altar, to be sure. But an altar is an altar, even if it's a little bigger than the others. It was based on the ceremonial stone circle used to coronate the King Gael, and the palace was built around it. Okay. Gael. Inflection of Gael. Gel? Is that correct? Let me... What about without the I? Gale. Gale. King Gale, and the palace is built around it. Whenever an old red dragon died, this is where the fire was returned to them. The fire returned? What you saw back at those wood brains camp. Gotta give them credit, they managed to remember all that, even centuries later. Fire returning wasn't just about a bonfire back in the day, though. By the time of the whole... Oh lord. By the time of the old hag... No, not again! Come on, man! Maivra. Maivred? if it's Myvred, it was enough for the siblings of the heir to the title of King Gale to put their hands into the fire and get a few blisters. Go back even further though, and those siblings would have been burned alive together. Or so they say. There's no hard evidence. Now you've gone even paler. He flicks his hand and a speck of purple fire flies forth from his sleeve. Oh my goodness. A speck of purple fire flies forth from his sleeve, joining the same purple fire in the altar. The flames breathe quietly, like an infant in its mother's embrace. Your flame is purple too? No, wait. You're a Draco. Could you be awfully slow, aren't you? Well, it's too late to run. Put your hand in. What? You want Nasar... You want Nasarsi to return his fire, don't you? Put your hand in. Nasirsa. Red Dragon falls silent, then stretches out her hand to touch the flame in the furnace. As expected, it is not warm, but to her surprise, it does not feel cold either. Now, I brought you here to see something. The tragedy of Terra. The ill repute of the Red Dragons. It is simply the cruel cycle of fate repeating itself again and again. Like your sister, I was an aberration that breathed the flames of death. It is not my intention to disrespect the dead, nor could I even if I wanted to, but I wanted to show you the fate of those who die upon this land. Is this where we should begin? Understandable. Of all recent events, it is the most significant. Your sister was right. Those who have touched the flames of death are beyond help. Yet the fire should not have spread so readily. What hatred did it take for the Dracos to once again sire an ill-omened aberration, the first in 600 years? Hello, Hulin. Ah, and him. If you ask me, he slept in far too late. Could hardly drag himself out of bed by sunset. Of course, he became the sacrifice. Even you should not speak of the dead so lightly. Do not justify it as sacrifice. You can only say that because you've seen too little. Those feelings will pass soon enough once you're used to it. See, here comes another sacrifice. The Victorians who killed you have been chased out. The last Victorian bastard died before my eyes. In a sense, your sister's dream did become reality. The Terrans have risen and the Victorians have fallen. Simple, direct, satisfying. Were you one of the bystanders too? Don't get caught up on that, child. You know what I am. Hello, Nizalem and the dragon. This I don't recognize. Explain. It was a war. There are always wars. Be specific. Who did she incinerate and what land did she set her sights on? Victoria. Eblana wanted to take Tara back from the Aslands. This was the conclusion to that war. The Aslands? Those conceited bastards. But is she not facing a Sarkas? Never mind. The Lions were the ones who stole Victoria. That's all I need to know. Imagine shaming Lugal Zargus, man. The King of Kings. I don't need you to tell me what this is, just as I can tell the expression beneath the mask. The satisfaction and joy that only appear on a red dragon's visage in the face of certain death. No, that wasn't joy. It was the opposite. The opposite? Maybe you were simply gravely injured and started hallucinating on the brink of death. But as I said, this is simply repeating the past. Cities may ride on wheels now and the master of the realm has changed hands, but what's inside never changes. Oh. Oh wow. The Castrel. What is this? Your home? Where did you learn to point your blades at each other? Who is this man? The Earl of Warwick, our foster father. Eblana said he helped Taran see hope, a hope they could see but never reach. All he ever did was drive thirsty travelers mad with mirages. In his hand, he held a delicate thread. I can't see it though. On one end were the Tarans who had rediscovered their name, on the other lay the oppressors who have trodden upon them for so long. That thread was my sister and I. Looking back, perhaps he was the first to be afflicted by the purple flame. Ha! Not only do you sympathize with your sister, but you also know her well. No wonder you're so loath to kill her. But I have no intention of becoming like her, nor will I simply allow myself to be killed. These events, this history had me recall. What are you trying to tell me? That the history of Tara is nothing but a continuous accumulation and recombination of ruins of the past. What you have seen, I have too. Nothing new can be found within. What I see are not ruins, but the source of the flames. The flames of Sorsa are indeed my sister's fire, but they are also the great sorrow behind the bloodshed, left with nowhere to go. It was the war, no, the pain, the oppression, the things taken from them, which began long before the war. That's what lit the fire in their hearts. My sister shaped their sorrow into hatred, which scorched the fields of Tara and drove out the Victorians. However, without vengeance to cloak the sorrow, the same fire has come back to burn them, burning away everything they have, until they are nothing but the walking dead. A fine summary, child, but do you really think that returning the fire would solve all the city's problems? It's the only path before me. True, but how do you tread it? Come, we've seen your story. Now see mine. Ooh, now we go with juicy. Okay, Mr. Exiled King, sir. Ancient tongue. Don't cry now. It's just a cloud beast. Ancient tongue, but I raised Greyclaw from when she was a baby. I'm assuming that's a dragon? They say your fire is different, Daddy. I'm assuming that's that. You do not heal the living, but instead bring the dead back to life. They don't come back. It's just an empty shell. Even if it's just an empty shell, please, Dad. I just want to hear Greyclaw's voice again. And so the impulsive red dragon let his daughter's plea get the better of his judgment. After a few months, strange things began to happen, not just to the cloud beast, but to all the beasts of the past. Okay, it's a cloud beast. Wait, cloud beast? What the fuck is a cloud? I'm assuming dragon because it lives in the clouds? I don't know. Burning beast no longer ate grass. Sisty beast no longer gave milk. The old refused to die. The young refused to live, and bare skeletons devoid of flesh began to roam the pastures. As the purple fire spread through the herds, the red dragon was forced to leave the pasture with his people. He made the same mistake many times throughout his brief existence. The purple fire spread through the herds? What about it? Your own dear sister dared to burn people with that same fire. Now that's crazy. How was the fire extinguished? You'll find out soon enough. They killed him. This is the citadel in Asorsi. That same Nasirsa. No, but your mistake is understandable. You simply took a large step back in time. This is how the palace you currently stand in looked 600 years ago. It's incredible how It's incredible how stonemasons centuries hence managed to perfectly recreate it in this Nasorsi of yours. So what happened here? Here? Nasirsa. I keep... whatever. Gaelic seems hard for me, it seems. Fuck. Did not die, god damn it. Lavrahak, the fool, had made too many mistakes, the likes of which you have already seen. He grew weak and felt his end coming. On the eve of Samway, right? On the eve of Samway, he came to see the brother he had not seen for 20 years, bearing the finest gifts his nomadic life would allow. He even convinced the druids of the city who... I was wondering where the druids... I mean, technically, I guess the wake men are druids, who was at the festival ceremonies to take him to his brother. Touched by his familial love, they led him into the city, but he failed to realize when his guide's silhouette, voice, and demeanor changed. Not until it was too late. He was taken to this very corridor and... Chop chop. I doubt that Isle who gave the order to assassinate his brother was on that balcony on the other side of the door, for my eyes were wide open until the very end, but I never saw his fire through the gaps. Where did it all go wrong? Was he angry that the priests continued to treat me as royalty? Did he consider me leaving without a word 20 years earlier a betrayal? Was it someone else who wanted me dead and he simply had no choice? I'll never know. Within this brief, swift act of violence, there was only one thing that I had long known, that I have never doubted. A red dragon never forgives. The hatred of the dragons is even longer than the history of Tara. Oh, interesting word choice there. Longer than the history of Tara. Okay, that's true. I mean, they founded Tara because the greedy and the other dragon, right? But there is more I want to tell you. After I died, I'll ordered my coffin dragged through the city for all to see the end that befell me. And so purple fire raged through every pasture I had stayed at with my clan. Life turned its back on all who touched it. Only death remained. 7 days later, the priests returned my fire to me at a clearing outside the dark woods. And only when the fire they returned to me was extinguished did the purple flames in the pastures begin to subside. It was only then that the last vestige of my consciousness had remained in the flames after death faded in the darkness. All living things that touched the flames, people or beasts, were turned to ash. Your sister spoke true. Flames will continue to spread as long as she lives. But she is a typical red dragon. She is not so noble as to give up her life to save those who have yet to survive. If she is inviting you back, then it is certainly a trap. Run. Call for help. Yell. Find someone who is her equal to extinguish the endlessly spreading flames. That is the only way. But what if she has already decided that I'm the only one worthy to dance with her? What if I can't abandon the lives in the city to their fates, as long as there is any chance of saving them? So you'll return the fire to someone who's still alive. Yes. And what if that doesn't work? Regardless, I'm going back, no matter what. Silence. Then Lakshmi hears a sigh. I suppose stubbornness and stupidity really are hereditary. Well. Was that before or after? Now I'm lost. Well, I mean, might as well just click after every scene anyway. This is far enough. We're already at the Wakeman camp. Your sister roused me from my slumber. You can always return me to it with your own flames if you want. Huh. Purple Dragon's pretty special with that, huh? You can just speak to the dead. Reed. Golden-haired Pera leaps out the back of a burden beast and rushes towards the red dragon. Burden beast is dragging an improvised cart with numerous long wooden boxes stacked upon it. Bridget? What are you doing here? Are those coffins? Yeah, coffins. Nemo said to bring them to the Wakemen. Are they still in the ruins? Say, is there someone with you? I can smell that same burning stink, and I could swear I heard you talking just now. No, I'm alone. These are dead folk. The type would pull their own arms out of their sockets to bite at their imaginary enemies if you grab their hand, along with the poor wretches they tore to pieces. And Theo. He was found in the end. It's almost like this was the natural order of things. Bonfires will be burning brightest when night falls on Samway. Jesus. Red Dragon looks towards Nasirsa and sees a faint shadow in the distance, painting the silhouette of purple flames. We'll be out of coffins if this keeps up. Yeah, it seems like out of all the languages, Gaelic is the hardest for me. I hope Bridget made it out of the city and that the mist in the woods is thin enough for her to follow the trail. Blast it. Hulan left a few unused weapons in his house. I can't let anyone see them. And this fuel. Explosives? Her Highness Lakshmi might find a use for them. No. What's the point where every servant in the citadel has already been afflicted by the purple flames? Besides, the greedy red dragon has already sent them away. Almost as if she's preparing for a showdown with Her Highness. Or setting a trap? Who's there? Rory, what are you doing here? You're Nemos. Yes, I'm going through Hulan's effects. If this isn't urgent, could I ask you to— Oh my, did he? Traitor. This fucking guy. Have you gone mad? Oh, silly me. Of course you have. We all have. Traitor. I still can't bring myself to kill them, even if they might as well be dead already. I'd better drag this fellow back home. Could do without the unwanted attention. Yep, they have gone mad indeed. Whew. Nemos? Don't mind me, I'll be on my way. What's that in your hand? Oh, nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me, that necklace. It was a gift from Niels to Emma. I gave her bread. That's way more valuable than jewelry in times like these. She gave it to me. Did she now? A necklace she never takes off? It's none of your business. It's a lost cause. Nemos, you stayed behind? I thought all the Dubliners left the city. Don't tell me you're one of those living statues now who refuse to move or talk. I might be soon. Why did you bring them up? Samway begins tonight, so I went through the houses of the missing people and found plenty of good stuff for the party tonight. Samway? Party? About the Hulan. Well, he was already on his last legs by then and I didn't really... Let's not talk about that. Look at all this stuff. It'll be a night to remember. The woman shows Nemos her bag, revealing a bottle of curded sisti milk, a few long since sprouted potatoes, and several bare bones. Just wait for me, Nemos, Hulan. We'll have a fantastic Samway. Only when the woman has already disappeared around the corner does Nemos remember who she is. A villager who once lived on the outskirts of Nasirsa. 2 years ago, the Victorians took her father away while investigating Dublin. The autumn harvest had just ended and she had been preparing to celebrate the harvest festival. Her flashback? Listen, what Lakshmi hears about the situation in the city exceeds her wildest imagination. I must go back, now. Wait for me. I'll come with once I've delivered these folks to the Wakeman. Are you sure about this, Bridget? It's dangerous in the city. If I fail, there may be no survivors. True, but I still gotta go. Why? Because it wasn't like this before. The city folk never had much to spare, but they always had a cup of water for me when I delivered their letters. They didn't see me as one of their own, but didn't walk away with a sneer when I told them no mad legends either. They listened. And they definitely didn't bite, claw, and punch at people like they do these days. Like the Walking Dead straight from a story. Who will the nomads deliver letters for if the city dies for real? Letters from who, actually? Moran? The second shipment of bodies has arrived from Nasirsa. I must make the preparations. At this rate, it won't be long until the third, fourth, or more. Are we really going to ignore it? As I've told you many times, the Wakemen do not take sides. It is not our decision to make. Are the Narcisians not tyrants too? Why are we standing on the side watching when the tyrant capital is marching towards destruction? I know you came back with the Red Dragon. We fear she will meet the same fate as Lavrahak. But we were the ones to send Lavrahak to his doom. You? We are descended from the priests that once officiated the ceremonies of Tara's royal palace. Our ancestors, moved by Labrahak's plea, welcomed him back into the palace when Ael's stance was ambivalent. The flames of death that spread through the plains of Tara were only extinguished 7 days after his death, when our ancestors finally returned his fire to him. They then left the palace of their own accord, going into self-exile on Labrahak's former pastures, so as to never forget the lesson, and thus the Wakemen were born. I'm sorry, but Reed isn't Lavrahak, and history is not a cycle that repeats itself endlessly. If it were, Reed would have already died in that citadel. Even her tyrant of a sister was the one to free Tara from Victorian rule. Fates are often alike, but always differ where it matters most. Doesn't repeat, it rhymes. El Clasico. Come on now. Search. Fates are often alike, but always different where it matters most. Oh, we're back to you. What a wonderful tagline for the cover of the book. Surely this one is destined for the bestseller charts. Assuming, of course, that you're ever able to finish the story. Very interesting way they're trying to tell it through these two like bantering. I've never intended to profit off it. Oh, you will. If not in money, then in fame. The basis of the story, where it happened. There are more than enough reasons this isn't my story to tell. Besides, what happens next? That's what I wanted to ask. Did Lakshini go back? Okay, so this is definitely not Reed. From this point on, what I've seen, what I believe, and what I've said all contradict one another, which is why I've lost sight of the ending. Feel free to take up the challenge if you're up to it. Give this dance between the dragon and her reflection whatever ending you please. Oh, is it all the same if I tell it myself? Of course, ma'am. As you will it. The writer raises his mug, which is almost empty now, and toasts the woman before him. Once again, he swallows the bitter brew, half expecting the sweet aftertaste that he knows will never come. Did I spook you? You got so polite all of a sudden. Makes me feel impertinent for ever pressing the record. No, but I must make it abundantly clear that everything we have discussed until now is no more than idle chatter. You understand, do you? The woman sits straight and does not say a word. The writer can only attempt to guess whether she is still smiling through the shadows. Well, what are you waiting for? I've nearly finished my drink. I've fallen into the same conundrum as you. If this is as far as both your references and your imagination go, how could I possibly put the Red Dragon's ultimate fate to paper? I've already said all I'm able to. I refuse to give this story an entirely fictional land, one that not even I could believe in, even if the alternative is that there is no ending. If you don't have an answer either, then no need to waste your time here. Leave while it's still early. Is it because you do not remember? You do not understand? Or is it because you wish you never knew, never understood? What? What are you getting at? You've never lost sight of the ending. It would be more appropriate to say that your eyes have become clouded by too many creative liberties. Shall I recount them for you? Treasures leading people into the darkness. Hulan dragging the statue to the square by himself. And virtually everything related to the dark mist in the woods. From the rejection of Brigid to the food carts returning to the city on their own. To Lakshini becoming lost in the woods to the Brigadier and Eblana's meeting in the city. If these creative liberties have created the contradictions in your mind, then it is my responsibility to set them on the path towards the ending. Shall I supplement the story with my own observations? I'll take that as a yes. Perhaps they will lead you to a conclusion you can be satisfied with. Cannot quite tell who this person is, BRB. Alright, we're going for a story node. But still, who is this guy? Well, gal. Mysterious woman. It has to be third party because she's speaking in third person. Eblana, Reed, they're out. I don't think it's Moran. I don't think it's just a Wakes woman. Honestly, I think it's like Vina or something. Like, what? Wait. It could be Bridget too, but she is a nomad traveler. This is just a story, not a map of our future. There's no need to cry, Lakshmi. Death of a romance. Hello? Ow? No narration. I miss it. Okay, let's see. Where did you leave off? Ah, yes. On the eve of Samhain, while the sun still hung in the sky. Samhain nights bind life with death. This is no mere superstition. Or perhaps you could say that it has long transcended superstition. Taran legends speak of countless great deeds and tragedies occurring on this very night, and such tales often put the date front and center. So long as innumerable legends coincide on that day, and so long as the Tarans still remember, if only vaguely, to celebrate the harvest and light up fires on that day, it will never be a simple change of season. It itself is the perfect footnote to add to any myth. Oh, and another thing. I don't suppose you'd mind if I gave the characters more fitting names, yes? The sun is leaning westward. Have we yet to figure out how to go about this final confrontation? Where's my storytelling? Wah. Hello. Lakshmi, why are you hiding in your room at dinner time again? Is Dad angry? No, but he will be soon. I'll be down soon. What's that on your desk? Nothing. The young red dragon tries to block her sister's line of sight with her body, but her effort is in vain. A small paper box sits on her desk, carefully lined with cotton. Inside lies a tiny foul beast, already dead but still harboring a faint, lingering warmth. It seems to have broken its leg while alive. An unsuccessful splint fashioned from stiff paper now lies in pieces around it, accompanied by a few grains of wheat. This is the foul beast that sang at my window every morning. I don't know what happened to it, but I wanted to save it and... I beg of you, sister. Tell Dad I'm only feeling ill. I'll be on time for dinner tomorrow. I'll bury it in the courtyard tonight. So you're giving up? It's already dead. Is that so? Purple flames slip past the foul beast's feathers into its already cold body. The two watch as it slowly stands up, its broken legs stiffly propping itself up on the cotton. Alright, would you like it to fly or to sing a song for you? No, this isn't right, not like this. Then why didn't you use your own flames on it while it was still alive? Your foul beast could have lived a much longer life. You do realize you aren't limited to how the mediocre masses do things, do you? But Mom told me to swallow my flames, hide them away and never let them be seen. And who would see them in your own room? The young dragon looks away to avoid her sister's eyes. It finds her gaze landing on the foul beast standing on its cotton bed instead. Purple fire burns in its eyes, and even the way it tilts its head is the spitting image of her sister. Or do we perhaps still harbor unrealistic fantasies for how this could end? Hello, Vanguard Reed. Sister, you're covered in blood. Were you injured? Most of it isn't mine. The Duke's spy bled profusely. I'll replace your bandages. Where is the Earl of Warwick? He has work to do. Yes, so he says. And as always, you take him at his word. He even allowed the spy to discuss poetry with you while he works. He thought I'd been keeping mum about our origins as well as anything related to the Earl's vision. Everyone in this matter knows you never say a word more than necessary. That has never been something the Earl would bother to check. That's right. Had we let the spy escape, the Earl would still inevitably find a way to silence him in the dark, and we'd simply find ourselves bound by yet another chain called caution. I'm sorry, There's no need for you to apologize. Apologies have never changed a thing. Once packed with guests, the long empty parlor's acoustics now amplify the sound of the bandages being ripped apart, making the atmosphere even heavier. Those poems by that Seamus Williams you've been so into. If you can remember them, why not recite a line or two for me? Noble Red Dragon racks her brains for a verse that would not rouse her sister's rage. Perhaps something related to Tara, brave warriors, or even ancient legends. But all she can recall are verses that stand aloof from worldly affairs. The land is but a strange romance, cause of its end lost to chance ill. I am but a wandering bard, well versed in lore from songs in the woods. She sneaks a peek at her sister's face and sees no change, so she plucks up her courage and continues to recite more lines. Only when she finishes both the entire poem and the new bandage with the delicate knot does she realize that her sister has already fallen asleep, encircled by meter and rhyme. Or perhaps... Sister. Ah, Lakshini, you kept me waiting. What of your new friends? The wayward wake woman or perhaps that lively nomad? With your presence, any obstacles preventing you from bringing them along should have easily been reduced to naught. They're in the city, but this is a moment to be shared by us alone. Indeed. It's cold out here on the balcony, so let us continue this in the corridor. A replica of where Lavrahak died, in Asirsa. Why must you cling onto... Nasursi. Oh my god. I cannot, bro. Sours. Here we go. Sursa. Why must you cling onto our inglorious history and repeat it? I see you've gained a deeper understanding of the word Tara. But if history does not repeat itself, then how can we speak of breaking the cycle? That's a funny way to look at it. It can be very difficult to tell us apart by appearance. The moment either of us speaks, it becomes as clear as night and day. Eblana only ever steers the conversation towards her own interests, while Lakshini is ever the polite one. She'd get to the bottom of this and find an ending. Don't interrupt me, sir. I'm talking about the characters in the story. I'm sorry, Eblana. No, I'm quite glad. You finally accepted my invitation. To dance? Yes, to dance. I'll dance with you to the end together. However, please tell me first. The last time we met, you said you couldn't afford to wait any longer. What exactly is going on? With that same smile of hers, the older sister stands at the end of the corridor while the younger clutches her hands together and hides in the shadow of a wall lamp, hoping the other party won't notice her heart wavering. Poor thing. She could have concluded this farewell so much sooner. You've become frail. The flames of death must have their limits. Spreading them so far would certainly drag you down as fire after fire blooms, just like Lavrahak back then, am I right? I see. While that ghost's fire might resemble mine, his temperament is closer to yours. It seems he's helped you quite a lot. At first, he only wanted to watch all of Tara burn. He was simply trying to keep it together. Just like you. The noble red dragon finally steps out of the shadows, walking forward to support her sister who seems on the verge of being unable to stand, just like before. Is that so? At last, you resemble your younger self, when you knew nothing of flames or fate. The you who tried to shield me. It has been a truly long time, Lakshini. I remember. It was when Mrs. Murphy next door passed away. You didn't like her, but fancied the beautiful bouquet of flowers in her coffin. So you used your flames to change her body's position. I saw scorch marks on the flowers and thought you'd be scolded, so I told our parents I was the one who did it. I even fabricated a story of how I opened and closed the coffin. And so you were scolded instead. How could poor mom and dad, who couldn't even hide the flames in that family in time, possibly have noticed the faint scorch marks on some flowers? Indeed. Is that why you've always been cowering? Would you blame every decision you've made in life on one unfortunate childhood experience? So tell me, sister. Tell me there's still time. I'll accompany you out of the citadel and into the square. Have the people return their flames to you. I'll walk through Tara's fields with you and gather the dead you've intentionally or unintentionally awoken with your arts, sending them all to a peaceful rest. I'll recite poems to you while you're weak until you fall asleep and wake up again. There's still time for all of that, yes? I trust you to keep your word. Your noble nature would be appalled at the very thought of breaking a promise. But what you just described, would that truly make you happy? Or would that simply be enough to appease the Lakshmi Dublin who did not even witness her parents' death that snowy night? Those beautiful fictions. Sister, love, poetry, dreams. Those are all well and good, but it is time for you to wake up. Kill me. If you truly wish to end this chaos, that is the only way. Then, put on the crown and you shall become me while I become you. That is the one thing I cannot do. You'll have time to mull over it once I'm dead. Didn't you decide not to hesitate anymore, Lakshmi? There's been no other choice for us from the moment you came back to see me. The older sister's mouth curls up in an intriguing arc. Come, dance with me. Is this the dance you've been looking forward to all this time? Why can't it be? The younger sister closes her eyes as she points her spear at her older sister, whose body is about to topple over. She grips her weapons with both hands. Sharp spear tip pierces the red dragon's body, but she stands unmoved, as if nothing happened at all, until her younger sister's hand circles her waist and her body slowly crumples, just like the end of a dance. Yes, I know. I should have known long ago. But why? Why must it be now? Then when? Don't tell me you'd prefer to stab my heart on a fine afternoon after meticulously dissecting every nuance of right and wrong with me. You returned to me and we danced this dance together. That's enough. I only thought my sorrow and hatred were thrown into a suitable flame. They've eventually become the fuel for life to go on. Sorrow and hatred. So you admit it, Lakshmi. Your noble virtues have only hurt you in the end. Where is your fire, sister? I can put out your flames just like that. Ha! You mean the people in the city? You will die, but not now. Your flames will be extinguished at your funeral, at your fire returning ceremony. But still, you ought to be dispelling death with scorching flames rather than holding the hand of the dead and confessing your own inner turmoil, your own regrets. Otherwise, you will only ever be as you are now, letting go of your chance to save everything, your final chance. Noble Red Dragon loosens her grip in shock, and her sister's body drops to the ground, as cold as it was before her heart was pierced. It is not blood but purple fire that roars from the wound spanning her entire torso. It instantly floods the balcony and flows down the citadel. The bleeding fire. The Noble Red Dragon rushes over to the balcony, but the purple flames of death are even faster. Before her own flames can emit even the tiniest spark of light, a purple fire spreads across the city, burning the hall of Nasirsa. Last time she looked out from this very spot, the flames were scattered like stars in the sky. When she had returned earlier that day, they coated the whole city with a cold and gloomy hue. And now, Nasirsa itself burns fiercely, just like every other restless corpse she has seen. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 left, folks. One who burns the lamp. As you wish, Eblana. Who this? Could be Brigadier. Hey, pre-chapter 9. How far is County Hillock? Hey, Harmony, hello. My sister must have known. Only the elocutionist and his band of idiots would consider this plan flawless. Then why are you still following me? Oh, believe me, if it were up to me, I'd be taking a nap in camp right about now. Why did my sister stop me? I don't know. Maybe she has high hopes for you. No, that's impossible. She's never looked at me like that. While I agreed to be her shadow, she... Please, Harmony, tell her I don't want to do this. You don't want to go to County Hillock? And if she's in a good mood, could you also tell her that from now on I'll... No, never mind. Fine, can't hurt to pass it along, I suppose. Although it's not easy avoiding the elocutionist's eyes and ears. Thank you, you should go. Before she gets bored. Harmony did not return until after they arrived at County Hillock. She knew what they meant. That night, when cannons roared and crystals bloomed, she lay on the streets of County Hillock, blood draining from her abdomen. She had not been afraid then. Instead, she felt relieved that she would only die like any other person. But then she saw those purple flames on a tower not too far away. That was when she felt afraid. Afraid that the flames would overlook her and turn her into another puppet like those on the street. Afraid that the flames would find her and bring her back, forcing her to remain a shadow. She gazed into the fire, trying to find some hint of her future in it, but saw nothing but apathy. That which she feared most had finally happened. She is with Outcast this time, yeah? And then the Eblana appearance with the purple flames, like that. The dead dragon lies on the ground. Behind the living dragon, the wayward wake woman suddenly understands it all. Oh, hello. She deceived you. No, she didn't deceive anyone. She set this all up, knowing you would never allow the city to die with her. She baited you into piercing her vessel, freeing her from her bonds and allowing the purple fire to spread, burning us all to ashes on the eve of Samhain. Why would she take such a risk for a festival that she never cared about? I'm affected by the purple flames too. I can feel the flames of death burning in my chest, colder than ever. So cold I'm growing number by the minute. It doesn't matter whether she's seeking dominion over all of Tara or if she's simply gone mad and wants the city to die with her. It's neither. Tara already belongs to her, and she was very much lucid. Nemos, is her body still there? I'll go check. You're really adding all these new background music. That is like event specific? Excuse me. The wayward wake woman's brow is furrowed. Perhaps she has never felt such malice in all her life, and as such has never harbored such resolve. Her body is... Sound of burning drowns out her answer. Whatever she's trying to do, Nasursa is not fully gone. The fire returning ceremony can still go on. It must go on. I'm well aware. I'll inform the citizens that the wicked red dragon they worship is dead. What about Bridget? I've asked her to leave the city and find the Wakeman. And how are you going to tell the people that Eblana is dead? With a coffin. That seems appropriate. Even coffins are in short supply, but she's not some nameless nobody. She deserves one. Is something wrong? No. I'm simply realizing how ugly the path she walked is. A path that even now waves at me invitingly. And it's an invitation I have no choice but to accept. Go, Nemos. I will buy you some time. You mean from the dark mist? Yes, if it wants to be part of the Samhain festivities, I'll keep it at bay. I can hardly wait to ask the Mist how to return the Red Dragon's flame to darkness. Ask the Mist. Hello, sir. I can hardly wait to ask the Mist how to return the Red Dragon's flame to darkness. How do you feel about that line? This could also be Nemo's. Now, the ending of the dragon and her reflection is clear enough. The hell? The writer stands up with a start. Who are you and what do you want? All I want is to finish the story that you would not. Didn't you say I was the type who'd like to piece together the truth? You've gotten so very close to it. This is enough. I'm leaving. If you won't tell the ending yourself, I suppose it falls on me. Suddenly, someone opened their eyes, causing a surprised reflection to let go of her hand. The dragon fell into the fire, burning bright, and the reflection hid back in the mirror. When the fire subsided, the dragon was gone, and the people were anxious, for they could not find their dragon. The reflection wanted to explain, find a way to bring the dragon back. Without the dragon, though, she could no longer leave the mirror. What do you think? You've been glancing over there at the newspapers, but not everything reported is a fact. The writer looks towards the door. He tries to imagine himself running out of the tavern, but it is such a preposterous proposition that he almost laughs out loud. If not everything reported is a fact, then he finally knows who this woman is and why she is here. He also knows that there is no escape. But there is something else he realizes. Perhaps this is his chance to truly find the ending he had hoped for. No matter who she is, as long as the story continues, they are equals. He feels his spirit return. Okay, I don't care who you are or why you're here, but that's no way to tell a story. You haven't given it an ending. All you did was extend an ending-less journey. But I have to know, did you really see a red dragon kill another? In the same sense that you saw the hero drag a giant metal skeleton to the square, a creative liberty, nothing more. Then take responsibility for it. So the dragon in the mirror accidentally caused her other self to burn to death in the fire. What next? What did the people do? What about the dragon in the mirror? What about you? Don't you have any ideas of your own? For the first time in a long while, the writer takes out the fountain pen from his pocket, then grabs one of the playing cards on the table, tries to write something, but the pen has dried out from disuse. I need time. But if it can be connected, then maybe. Connected? Let me guess. You're talking about the last story that you published. The writer's pen scratches hard against the card. Finally, some ink oozes out of the tip. He is suddenly reminded of the words of Seamus Williams. May death connect us with all legends. Seamus Williams is dead, but he himself might, if he may be so impertinent, have a chance to be connected with the legends he wrote. Tries to scribble the poem on the card, but the pen leaves only broken, ineligible ink trails. Just maybe. Yes? Writer sits back on the chair, his back even straighter than before. He suddenly feels an urge, the same one he felt after hearing Seamus Williams poem for the first time. Same feeling that had taken him down this wretched path, which seizes his chest and makes him want to sing, to yell, to create. You may have indeed solved the problem for me. As I said, what I've seen, what I believe, and what I've said all contradict one another. Thanks to you though, they are finally beginning to converge. How lovely for you. Now, are you ready to start telling the third story? Of course. But I'll need your help. You will need to pick up the narrative whenever I get stuck. This is my story, but it's also yours. Has always been yours. With pleasure. Writer's breathing is rapid, his face red. His fountain pen still refuses to write, so he throws it on the table. Yes, of course. Has he not seen enough of those things already? So what? He's a writer. He will soon find the ending of his story. Ha! Huh. Alright. 7 before, I believe. Now 7 after.
There was a mother who once ruled a kingdom. until her crown and her family were taken by her foes. The mother had a powerful daughter, who then made a pact with the dark mist in the dark woods to drive out their foes. The daughter reclaimed the kingdom for her mother, returning the promised peace to the dark mist. The mother was to host a grand coronation for her daughter, but the daughter died mysteriously right before the event. Tremendous woe and then rage engulfed the mother. Her zeal to avenge her daughter was so fierce that the entire kingdom was scorched by her vengeful fire, until that fury disturbed the dark mist, who had just returned to its resting peace. The dark mist demanded that the mother cease, or she would be dragged into the darkness. But in her grief, the mother remained convinced that the dark mist was the one who had taken her daughter. A desperate battle was then inevitable. The mother determined to risk her life.
We do still also have this dark mist business. If it is a beast lord or something. Or it's like the fire of a previous Draco that's not dying and stuff. Or it's just the Fae, the collective Fae. Nemus, Reed. At the city gates, the nomad looks back at the citadel in the distance one last time. She resists the urge to turn tail and flee at the acrid burning smell. She knows what it signifies. She knows she should do as Nemus says and leave the city to seek the Wakeman as quickly as possible, regardless of whether Lakshmi is successful. But despite the urgency in Nemo's voice, she did not sound like she believed things would take a turn for the better, nor did she believe that Bridget could convince the Wakeman to come. Bridget could smell the same burning smell coming from Nemo's, reminded her of the obsessions that only the dead could have. Hello, sir. Who are you waiting for? Death? Are you just waiting for it to pat you on the back so you can have a nice little race together? Who is that? Oh, I forgot you could hear me. I can hear you, can even sense your presence, but I can't see you. Leave the city, outsider. You're an outsider too, by the sound of it. Naturally. Consider it advice from one outsider to another. Live, Bridget. Nothing is more important than being alive. This city will be dead by sunrise tomorrow. Listen to Nemus. Find her kinsman. Run as far as you can, and never look back. You're right. I should go. But I will be back. Back? Ha! Stubbornness and stupidity really are hereditary. You're going to come back after she tried so hard to get you out of here? He's insisting that she is somehow well, at least her bloodline is somehow connected to this. So you also think that it was just an excuse to keep me safe? What else could it be? Really think you can sway those wood brains? Maybe if you waited for spring, one of their brains would sprout and they might come to you to the dark woods. Okay, so wood brains is just the the Wakeman. I don't like the way you talk, invisible brother. What did you call me? Brother. You have a burnt stench, but other than that, you remind me of the nomads. No clue how you're related to us, but it feels right. Let's make a bet then, Bridget. A bet. On whether you'll be back tonight before Nasursa is burnt to the ground. I say it's impossible. That's not what you really want to bet on. Oh yeah? Then tell me what I'm really thinking. You just want to prove that you're right, but nothing is more important than being alive. You think I'll choose survival in the end. But whatever, you're on. Well, what are you waiting for then? It just doesn't feel fair. If you win, I'll live the rest of my life in regret. But if I win, it doesn't really matter to a bystander like you. So how about this? If I win, you go back to where you came from. And where do you think I should go back to? No idea, but not here. This isn't your home. You sound like you've been betrayed by the city folk here before, but you still can't bring yourself to hurt them. You act like you want to see them reap what they've sowed, but didn't sound happy at all when you talked about the city burning to the ground. Honestly, you're the most struggling person I ever met then. Enough. Well, she got one out on him. Very well. If you win, I'll return to where I belong. But just coming back here to die won't cut it. What else do you need me to do then? Deliver a message to those woodbrains outside the city. Tell them. It's been 600 years. Nobody's blaming you anymore. Go do your jobs. Oh, and one more thing. Ancient Tenge expletive, you stupid woodbrains. What? Pass that on to those fools verbatim. Especially the filthier bits. Did you get all that? Need me to repeat myself? No. The elders sometimes speak that language, so I understand it, more or less. Then go. What are you waiting for? Is all of that just so you could tell me this? Just get moving already. The golden-haired nomad takes a deep breath and runs away from the city. Her ancestor, whose figure she never saw, stands in place unmoving. The stubbornness and stupidity really are hereditary. Well then. Said that 3 times. Funny that, huh? Neemos turns to leave, while Lakshmi looks towards the dark woods. The sun has set beneath the horizon. Curfew is about to begin. In the distance, she sees the dark mist spreading from the forest towards Nasirsa. Thicker than ever. Conclusion is soon. Climaxo. Pant to pant. Made it in time. She raises her spear towards the mist outside, lighting a bright yellow spark in the city of purple. As though receiving some kind of message, the mist slowly rises until it is level with the flame at the tip of her spear. Yes, come here, where it's warm and bright. Where there's still life? Yes, over here. What? You want to pretend I don't exist again? I won't let you. This light will never go out, not until true darkness falls. Alright, some trial by fire is happening. Attracted by the flame in her hand, yet unable to approach, the mist begins to flow through the streets. Soon it returns, but this time her flame can neither draw or repel it. There is a cacophony within the mist. She feels as though everything has gone dark all of a sudden. The dark mist has come. Is this your answer? Yes, this is my answer. It is incomplete. It needs time. Time is your enemy, not your friend. We'll see about that. The deathly fires have not yet completely transformed the people into the walking dead. They're still alive. There is still time to return the flames. And you're not going anywhere until Neemos awakens them. Ridiculous. Ridiculous? Maybe. Maybe my strength, my wisdom, and my arts are all so insignificant to you that it seems ridiculous. But I have my resolve. Neemos drags the coffin through the corridor. The red dragon's remains do not burn. They simply lie there quietly. This is how death should be, but Neemos seems to hear an ethereal voice laughing in her ear. Without hesitation, the wayward wake woman lifts the limp body and tosses it into the coffin. This coffin, Red Dragon, is your final resting place. It's where those like you belong. So where are you now? Are you still watching us from somewhere with that twisted smile of yours? But this vessel, at least, is beyond your reach. Otherwise, you would have burned me to ash by now. And the spear, which never left your side. How many times have you breathed your flames from it, and how many others like Hulan have been your victims? Don't even know the answer, do you? With great effort, Neemos lifts the spear and thrusts it into the coffin. Flames from its tiff engulf the coffin in an instant, spreading along the rope connecting it to Neemos and merging with the purple fire on her. A deathly cold runs through Neemos' body. She could hardly feel temperature at this point. You're mine now. I'll finish what Hulan started. Let's go. To those lowly, despicable places that suffered from the war you stole victory in. You will be seen by all. Your death will be seen by all. They will know that you are dead. that the proud, imperious Red Dragon is dead. Here lies Eblana Dublin, in this coffin covered in freezing flames. But what will they do then? I pray that your death will wake them up, of course, as Lakshmi hope. That they'll know that the area you represented is over, that Nasirsa will escape this calamity, that Tara need not celebrate its rebirth with the death of a city. But your fire must have gotten to my head, Dragon. Why is that I suddenly feel like the other ending, where it all ends in destruction, isn't so bad? Someone else may have killed you, but this is my revenge. Coffin remains silent, and Nemus no longer speaks. Silent, delirious, and determined, she drags the burning coffin down the stairs, making a point to let it hit each step on the way down. That's funny. Sounds like the withered mockery of the dead. Now that's freaking vain as hell. Hell yeah, brother. EA7 after. I'm pretty sure this is what I just watched.
There was a mother who once ruled
Yep,
the
this is literally what I just watched.
until her crown and her
Can I get narration again, smiley face? Can we get more of this, Mr. Arknight, sir? Oh wait. E8 at the end of the night. Await the deluge, and when the sun rises, we shall have surpassed both life and death. Alright, everything here has a before and after. Nice. Nemus drags the coffin out of the citadel. Not a single soul is in the square with the statue. Curfew has begun, but she drags the red dragon's coffin over as the draconic flames burn within her own body. Wherever she goes, the darkness retreats. Once she moves on, it reoccupies the space. Ha! Hulan, I envy you. No one could have slept through you dragging that colossal statue, forcing them to come out to see what's going on. What about me, Hulan? What am I supposed to do? Do I have to keep shouting, "The red dragon is dead," as I walk down the street? She lifts her head to meet the statue's eyes. The violet flames dancing within its pupils do not answer. She recalls the songs she sung for the dead with the Wakeman all those years ago. Those from the city would also join in, only for the first few lines. I hope you all remember the ancient ballads, Terrence. So, Red Dragon, which song should I sing to announce your death? How about the blasphemous Tim Finn's Wake? Would you enjoy a funeral where people get into fights, splash whiskey on your corpse? Splash whiskey on your corpse. And then you wake up after smelling the alcohol. Forget it. No one wants you coming back to life. She casually sings another song that pops into her mind. The black clouds shroud the Martian vales. Cold wind shrieks through the mountains and hills. At the crack of dawn, I see a traveler who asks me the way to the golden field. The wayward wake woman sings with a hoarse voice, dragging the burning coffin towards every inhabited part of the city she's familiar with. She stops at every house, making sure the purple flames reflect in their windows, that the Elegies heard inside. The more she sings, the more intimately the flames envelop her body, overwhelming her sluggish senses, and making every step feel like torturous labor. But it also lets her hear even the smallest snippets of speech from every window. Oh? Hello? Terran language classes, Kiran? That can't possibly be free, right? At that price, well, it's doable, as long as we cut down on the wine. Bloody hell, Kiran. If I helped you more back then, could you have escaped the Victorians? Damn dark mist. If the red dragon won't drive it away, I'll do it myself. Black clouds shroud the Martian vales, the cold wind shrieks through the mountains and hills. At crack of dawn, I see a traveler who asks me the way to golden field. Who is that? Nemus? What's she up to? Singing in the middle of the night. And what's that she's dragging that burns so bright? I want to see the flaming coffin, damn it. Cheer me a CEG. Darling, even if you want to help the Terran cause, surely you don't have to join the army. Fine, I'll wait for you to come home for the day we win our freedom. Finally, some quiet. going on and on about how your hand hurts when your whole arm's already gone. It's not like screaming about it's going to get you any medicine. If it was going to be like this, I wish you'd never come home. I'd rather spend my whole life missing you. I said to him, poor chap, even I don't know how far you have to go. But if you wish, I'll go with you for a bit, towards the golden field. Isn't this a funeral song? Those purple flames. Who is it mourning? Well, people are getting roused now. Rock roll. What? The enemies have entered the woods and are right outside the city. I can't sit back and do nothing, Nemos. Where's the army recruiting? I'll take my weapons and go. There is neither light nor any voice behind this window. Turn right and pass by the palace. Cross the river of fine wine. I'll share a cup by the riverside before we return to the Golden Field Road. Whoop. R.I.P. my boy Teo. Miss Nemos, will you be moving in with Mr. Hulan after the war's over? Aw, I was hoping there'd be someone other than me to cook for him. Ripperoo? Well, I mean, they found his body, I guess. Perhaps the most important thing to do before Her Highness returns is to repair the workshop door. Sniffle. I hope you find that golden field, and a home in flames you'll never yield. I'm sure you won't hesitate then and complete your trip to the golden field. A weak woman on the brink of death. Who does she think she's going to rouse with those songs, when she can't even wake herself up? But whatever happens, Bridget, oh silly child of my distant bloodline, don't come back. This city isn't worth your life. That's why she's the welfare. Nemos walks towards the last street she has yet to visit. She has been through practically the entire city and heard the simmering restlessness behind every door. None of them have opened. Wayward wake woman gradually loses her grasp on her senses as her voice grows weaker. She has sung every song she knows, even the blasphemous Tim Finn's Wake from start to finish. Oh. She has only one song left. She did not want to sing it, but now she has no other choice. The beginning song? Yep. The beginning song. I stepped into the dark woods one morn, calling to the mist of horror. Okay, so this is the mist. I trod upon the road, heading out to war. So this is the recall of the mother-daughter story, the song. Why didn't I even put 2 and 2 together like that? Nemos. Emma. I almost couldn't recognize you. You're still... I'm not doing good, Nemos. I'll be dead soon. Look at that. Die is the same as... the flame. I just want to lie in bed and stop breathing. Jesus Christ. My joints hurt and my throat's burning. I'm even seeing people who aren't with us anymore. But I heard your song, saw the coffin. I'm on death's door already, so I figured, why not come and see? Where is the dark mist? Maybe in the forest. Maybe in the city. Maybe right behind us. I don't know and I don't care. I don't care either. One question, Nemos. I need you to answer it before I can die in peace. Inside that coffin, is that truly our red dragon? Emma stands on her front porch, staggering as if ready to collapse at any moment into a pile of kindling, to burn in despair and return to dust. I put her in the coffin myself. Why did she die? Who killed her? Who? Emma's feeble but angry voice echoes down the empty streets. Who? 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 The echoes linger. Nemos turns around to look. The streets are still empty, but she knows where the echoes are coming from. Behind every closed door is a pair of bloodshot eyes hidden away, just like the ones on Emma's face. Nemos turns again to look towards the towering citadel where nothing remains within. You guys still want revenge? That's right. As long as we can move, we can avenge the Red Dragon. Gege. Nemus turns away in despair. She stops singing her songs and merely hauls the coffin step by step towards the square. Wait, Nemus, wait! Oops, my bad. Boom. S3! How many times must I repeat myself, Mist? Eblana is dead. I killed her with my own hands. Her body lies in the coffin Nemus is now dragging through the city. The people must know she is dead and return her violet flame so their bodies will no longer burn. Wishful thinking. She did not give those flames, she merely started the fire. Everything the Red Dragon promised will be lost because of you. When has she ever cared about honoring her promises? If that's all that matters to you. Lakshini retreats step by step until there's no room for her to move any further. Only then does a fierce flame burst from her spear tip, melting the coldly lit vegetation. Know that the only Red Dragon stands before you. Whatever she's promised you, the only way you'll get it is through me. You hear the doors opening in the distance. You must have. Nemus aside, the first resident to break curfew has already opened their door. So for their sake, as well as hundreds more who will take to the very same streets, you must remain here. For my answer to Nasursa is deemed a failure, before the people here are reduced to shambling corpses, bent on tearing the dark mist apart. You have no right to take the lives of anyone trespassing in the dark. What arrogance. You call this arrogance? If Tara needs it, I can be far more arrogant than that. The Red Dragon speaks no more, and the flames of life burn brightly atop her spear. She steps forward with her back straight, no longer dodging the ice-cold branches, but allowing them to lace her body with bloody scratches. Hello? Just heal, Lamau. The juxtaposition of the giant statue with the two tiny figures makes them seem like ghosts. I can't quite see though. But somehow, Nemus can also feel the presence of others beside Emma. In fact, they seem to have crowded the square, as if the whole city is here. They are all watching and listening, lit up by the strange purple glow from their originum lamps. No, it is more than a glow. Their bodies are burning purple. The one who killed the Red Dragon is... Nemus knows they haven't changed a bit. They are still waiting for her to utter a name that they can curse and then destroy. Or maybe they will even destroy themselves. Lakshini? No one would believe there were actually two Red Dragons. Who else then? Who else could possibly kill the Red Dragon who seemed to toy with life and death? Before she can stop herself, she has a thought. Why not just say it was the Dark Mist or the Victorians? Revenge, indeed. Let these lunatics dash into the mist and die in the Red Dragon's name. Let them fulfill their desire for vengeance, and let this violet city die. It was born in disgrace. Let it die in madness. Yes, die. Let everyone who stayed perish, just like those who left and went into the dark mist. I stepped into the dark woods one morn, calling to the mist of horror. Nemus turns to look at the colossal dragon skeleton sculpture, and recalls that recent evening, awash with confusion and sorrow. What was he thinking? The man who dragged his statue into the square. What song was he singing in his heart? Was it the song they taught Theo when they rescued him? What feels like centuries ago. At this moment, the last bit of her sanity snatches the answer from the fiery clutches of her rage. The answer that had been fluttering around since the very beginning of the story. The answer to the Red Dragon, to the sisters, to the mirror and reflection, and to the flames of life and death. Hulan, if it wasn't you to throw his life away protecting these people, the one who killed the Red Dragon is no other than the Red Dragon. It was herself. The woman before Nemus stares at her blankly, as if she did not hear her words. Straining her entire being, Nemours yells at the whole city. The red dragon killed herself. She never intended to light the flames within your bodies, but she did not want you to burn into cinders, so she offered her own life instead, to protect you from death. And yet, must you exact a fruitless revenge? Must you destroy everything she gave her life for? The city falls silent as purple flames flicker, leaving only the dark mist lingering restlessly at the gates, as if waiting for its hesitant prey to step into its domain. You're saying she killed herself so we wouldn't exact revenge. Then, what do we do now? The onslaught of questions from the residents sent Nemours' head spinning. Bloodshot eyes that did not shut from news of the death instead asked her questions. Grinding teeth that did not relax from news of the death instead asked her questions. Clenched fists that did not use it instead asked questions. Silence, tension, confusion. Okay, that was a bit much. The revenge was rejected, overruled by the red dragon. So where should their sorrow go now? Niels, my unborn child. The red dragon. Someone, tell me. Emma? If even revenge is out of my hands, then what else can I do? I have nothing else. The war took everything from me. How am I supposed to live on? Tell me, Niels. Tell me, Red Dragon. Anyone, just tell me, quickly. How am I supposed to live on? Or should I go to you instead? Emma, no. Isn't this the only path left for me? I stepped into the dark woods one morn, gradually approaching voice, calling to the mist of horror. Niels? Is that you? Are you finally back? Hello. I trod upon the road, heading out to war. No pipes a singing, nor battle drums a roar. Only the bells behind me through dew and fag the rings to soar. Stop singing! That song snatched Niels away from me. Why would you still sing that song, nomad? Emma seems lost to madness until a soft voice sings the same tune but with different lyrics. The night-blind laborer is led by a wake woman as they slowly walk into the square. Again through the dark woods. I said stop singing that. Wait, again? It may be presumptuous, but I tried writing a new verse to the song because I don't want our brave loved ones to just leave us, to never see us again, to be eternally lost in the mist, just like we are. Again through the dark woods, parting the mists of horror. Our gallants dearly departed, my heart so sad and sore. And so in my dreams I go, lighting bonfires in the woods. Not to reunite, but to light the path you trod with fog and dew. Not to reunite, but to light the path you trod. A tear trickles from Emma's eyes, streaking across her sallow face. Return it. Return your flames and the blessing of the red dragon. Return the flames? If I return this blessing, this fire back to her, will it light up their path? Return it, and the wandering departed will also return to the flames and rest in peace. No, I don't want that. I just want to see him again. If you die as you are, you will only ever brush past each other in the fog again and again. Then, what should I do? Live on. You chose to walk into the mist so you wouldn't need to be lost within it as well. Return the fire to light his path, and then let the years pass, let life begin anew. And when your hair is white and he learns his wish was fulfilled, only then will you meet again. The woman buries her face in her hands as she kneels on the ground, tears streaming down her fingers. Moran hands her a candle. The candle flame turns purple the moment she takes it between sobs. The mist? The wakemen and refugees slowly sing their way through the city, like a tiny stream left behind after a night of rain. It is by no means a clear stream, nor a turbulent one. It is a miserable, muddy trickle flowing down centuries of painful history, carrying dust and blood, and about to run dry. But it is the murky bitterness that reveals the city's true self in the gloomy night. Nights of falling asleep, gripping old photos. Mornings awakened by phantom pain from amputated limbs. Now empty houses fell to ruin, while those fortunate enough to return home were greeted only by orphaned dolls scattered across dusty floors. The doors are opening. They are. People flood into the streets like a burst dam, pouring into the square. Some leave their homes with candles in hand, while many more follow Emma's lead and take one from the wake woman. The flames still burn purple, but seems to have softened and bear a bit of warmth. More new BGM. Finally. Place the red dragon's coffin at the statue's base, Nemos. It seems na Cersei Excuse me? It seems Nasursa will witness a grand fire returning ceremony tonight. You should be the first, Nemos. Me? But this is her funeral, so are you sure? It is more than just hers, is it not? The wake woman looks around, trying to pinpoint the shadow of a stranger. But even if the ghost wasn't trying to hide from her, she has no way of hearing the long overdue words of forgiveness from his mouth. Now we're even, Woodbrains. Nemos takes a candle from the wake woman and bows before the burning coffin beneath a dragon statue. Rest in peace. She deliberately neglects to mention the name of the departed. She places the candle before the coffin, no longer able to stop her tears from crashing into the flames. Violet fire instantly rises up into the sky, spreading from the coffin to the entire statue. The entire sculpture is set ablaze. Hence the boss. The crowd placed their candles down beside the statue and returned the purple flames to the one who granted them their hue. Some are silent, and some call the red dragon's name, but many more chant the most precious thing they had lost in the war. Tears fall like rain. The suppressed, the promised, the twisted, the incited. Tears wash away the flickering, hollow pageantry, revealing only the sorrow of lives crushed to bits. Crude, sharp, turbid, and stuck in their throats. Only now does their sorrow manage to cry out. The rain of tears converges into the stream of songs, pulling around the statue as the raging blaze evaporates it all, until even the citadel behind the square is engulfed in flames. Just cry it out. As I said, this is my answer. The mist does not reply. After a long time, Lakshmi hears a deep sigh. You made this choice yourself. Determined Reed. The dark mist dissipates like awakening from a dream, and Lakshmi sees real black clouds above her. She heads towards the square. She goes to return fire to the dead. He walks the whole way from the city gates to the square. Every living resident is gathered before the burning statue. Soaring purple flames have already taken over one side of the citadel. No one is able to approach, so Lakshmi gets all the space she could want. It should work from here too. Eblana, may Tara never need your flames again. Small blossom of fire flies from Lakshmi's palm. She does not know if this conforms to funerary tradition. It is simply an act of instinct. A bright yellow flower flutters into the purple blaze. Lakshmi stands quietly, as the other fire returners have done. But the fire does not die out. Show me! Nice! Hey, they have animations now. Purple fire still lights up half the sky until everyone has returned their flames. Though the original lamps on their waists remain an ice-cold violet. Lakshmi finally realizes that at some point the giant dragon, still aflame, has stopped right before her. She meets its eyes. Eblana's eyes. Still not giving up, Eblana? Very well then. I'll play along with you. one last time. Lakshini's spear tip flares up as the giant dragon flaps its wings and charges towards her. Hence the boss fight. Pretty much just a ritual. Let me actually read the boss. All flames return. That makes a lot more sense now, huh? Just the dark witch. Yeah, the dark witch is basically just this like looming threat. The ancestral red dragon that never left the wilderness. Or perhaps it just yearns for the place where the fire is returned. Like many others. New fire is added to old. Everything comes to an end, and everything is born anew. Stun, frozen, levitate, sleep. Okay. Time for the after. Woof! I'm loving the new like BGMs, the story-specific BGMs, the side story-specific BGMs, I guess too. Your Highness, the singer has just sent word that the elocutionist and the rest have taken Lakshini. They are on their way to County Hillock. I see. He only sent news after our troops left and the leader had already set out for County Hillock. He seemed to want to avoid offending the elocutionist and his group, but also to avoid accusations of concealing information. What should we do with him? Dublin has never needed him to be our eyes. No one is counting on him for this. My utmost apologies. I take full responsibility. I assumed they were heading towards County Hillock on orders. I never imagined they'd dare to take Lakshini. But they haven't gotten far, so we can still catch up if we set off now. Your Highness, I bring news from your sister. She hopes you can curb the elocutionist and his men from acting rashly and bring her back. She said that herself? That's right. I'll mobilize the troops at once. Hold on. Your Highness, we should stop them as soon as possible. Also, I don't want to go to County Hillock, straight from the dragon's mouth. If that is truly her desire, then she ought to realize it with her own hands. It would be no difficult task with her flames. Has she not already sentenced quite a few to death in the name of the leader? Tell her this. If that is what she wants, she can do it herself. No, there's no need for even that. Your Highness, if I may be so bold, she is your... My sister? The giant dragon flaps its steel wings, stirring up a flaming vortex, but Lakshini does not waver. She stabs her spear firmly in its eye socket. Still unable to commit to killing me, Lakshini? Gradually, the dragon's voice overlaps with Eblana's, and eventually even its body becomes hers. The scenery around them changes swiftly, just like that night in the ruins with Lavrahak. Oh wow, this music. I just don't know. What exactly do you want? You deceived me and lied to so many. All for what? For the city to be buried alongside you? To become the next legendary King Gale? I never lied to you. And why should I believe you now? What exactly is Nasursa to you? What about Tara? I had always believed we shared the same dream. So why do they seem completely different now? Or will dreams eventually become a card for you to play in your mad pursuit of power? One that you'll inevitably grow bored of, just like Lakshini back in County Hillock. County Hillock? I saw no desire to return to me in your eyes back then. Only relief. Was I mistaken? Though I was truly sick of it back in County Hillock. With my flames, I can mold anything I want into any shape I want. Everything except my reflection in the mirror. No matter how large a blaze I stoked, she wouldn't change one bit. Because you've never burned her directly. Because I've never burnt you directly. I've only ever waited. I've always been waiting. Waiting for you to give me an answer. An answer? What about you, Lakshini? What do you want? Yes, it's good that your blood and your upbringing have you carry yourself high. But if you want for nothing, then what sort of position am I meant to leave by my side for you? Go on. This is your wish on a snowy night. I'll let you aspire as grand as you want. True, you never used your flames on me, but only because you had other tools more suited for the task. Fear, duty, guilt, sympathy. You've never asked me directly to change, but you've done so indirectly countless times. So all my attempts to guide you were useless, yet my apathy bore fruit. How terribly ironic. Whatever the case, you finally returned of your own will, ready to embrace a real life. That is enough. Conspiracies, lust for power, war. Is that what you call a real life? Is it not? Stories, poems, legends. Do you think those are enough to constitute a life worthy of you or I? I know, I've always been ashamed of myself. Even now, I hate myself for not sharing your suffering. I was the one who left, forcing you to shoulder it all on your own, letting them mold you into who you are now. No, Lakshini. Recently, I've been wondering if you're just as arrogant as I am. The only difference is my arrogance is directed at the land, while yours is focused solely on me. What? Conspiracies, lust for power, war. Why do you assume those are what shaped me? They have never changed me. They simply happen to take on the form I was able to wield with ease, nothing more. The tiniest bit of power can decide whether one lives or dies. Even more power can decide the fate of armies, and an overwhelming amount can decide the rise and fall of nations. But power comes to an end. The poets have always known this, and I think you do too. Am I wrong, Lakshini? Death mocks all equality, preparing a predestined end for those who crave power, ruthlessly snatching away everything they spent their whole lives chasing. So if you knew your path would come to naught, why do you still... Eblana backs away as a giant steel-forged dragon follows suit. Is it escaping or trying to hide? Lakshini subconsciously eases her fire, but in the next moment, bites down on her lip and abruptly increases her strength, pushing Eblana forward. Very good. At least you have learned the most fundamental thing required for a life without me. Cruelty? Determination. If you have decided that this path is your life, then step forward and never look back. You should be telling that to the people of Nasursa. Let me finish. Death mocks all equally, yet I shall mock death. So bless me, dear sister, for I am finally about to embark on a grand adventure. Eblana retreats again and again, the smile on her face fainter than ever. The sensation in Lakshini's arms of piercing through steel gradually lessens, until it feels as smooth as a stroke through a body, then as hollow as running a spear through flame. Oh, there's another piercing happening, until an immense force like the final flash of a dying light erupts from her spear tip, pulling Lakshini towards the other side. Ice-cold flames wrap around her body, and she suddenly realizes that she now stands at the entrance of the citadel, on Red Dragon Square, right in the middle of the fire returning rite. Or perhaps the dragon skeleton she is currently entangled with merely returned to its original position, and took the chance to pull her, with her firm grip on her spear, into the core of the funeral flames. Do you still wish to get away from me, Lakshini? Light shoots out from Lakshini's spear, brighter than ever. In a flash, she feels a burning sensation as painful as her internal organs rupturing repeatedly. The flames of life burst and fade in the center of death, again and again, until her weapon can no longer stand her overloaded arcs and bursts aflame as well. The dragon's bones crash and collide with each other, like thousands of mouths singing their separate elegies. The flames slowly grow warmer as Eblana's figure gradually fades. Lakshini's lips quiver, itching to say words of farewell. In her heart, she scans every book she has read, yet is unable to recall an appropriate line. Before she dissipates, Eblana slowly cradles Lakshini in an embrace. Farewell, till death do us meet again. I hope you enjoy my parting gift. Parting gift? The mourners in the square are completely oblivious to what is occurring within the flames. All they see is a fire growing taller and stronger, uncovering the pedestal, the coffin, the dragon sculpture, the citadel, yet continuing to ascend. The flames distort the dragon's figure. They can no longer tell whether it is flapping its wings in flight, in a death match with some unforeseen foe, or crying out in anguish with its head run through. Everyone is silent, trying to identify its posture in the firelight, but all is in vain. Until Bridget cries out in surprise. The fire changed color. The fire changed color. Strong wind rising up from the ground turns the sky-searing purple flames into a maelstrom, and at the bottom where the coffin lies arises a small but scorching sun. The entire deep purple vortex seems to light up, emitting a shining yellow from the bottom to the top. Everyone near the bonfire backs away. The flames suddenly bear warmth, nearly burning them. The rising heat dissipates, evaporating even the stream of sorrow. Perhaps a miracle is about to occur. This is the only thought on anyone's mind. Basically a Kamehameha battle. A miracle. One I had no choice but to accept for Tara. Is this the parting gift you prepared for me, sister? Eblana is undeniably dead. She cannot answer. Lakshmi tries to recall their hug. Expectations met. A pinch of warmth. A cold calculation. What were the proportions of each in that embrace? Or maybe all those things were inseparable to Eblana. You were right, Eblana. If this was your ultimate goal, if you insist on laying this blood-stained crown atop my head, then yes. Goodbye for now? Oh god. Slan is goodbye. This one's new. Abihail. Meaning pronunciation. Slon Ahwalia. There is no way. Is it? Slon Ahwalia. To bid goodbye to someone who is traveling home. Swan Ahwalia. Slon Awalia. Swan Awalia. Until death, we shan't meet again. Ooh, that's nice. She's inside the body of the dragon. The flaming vortex exhales and dissipates. This is when the firelight casts. The red dragon, the one who led the Terrans through the long night, steps forth from the statue's center towards the entirety of Nasirsi. Her expression is blurred by flame, yet her figure is as solid as the ever-present life on the land. One step, then another. Her feet step over the coffin still burning in purple embers. There is no body within, only the familiar flame spewing spear of the leader. The crowd holds their breath, and the square falls silent, as if they stand outside the hospital's delivery room, or perhaps a cemetery after the last shovel of soil has been heaped into a grave. Only dancing flames remain, without rest. I can't forgive everything else you've done to me, Eblana, but not this parting gift. Never. From past to present, your name will sink into oblivion, alongside the countless names who built Tara. The only red dragon of Tara will be Lakshmi Dublin. I have returned. The red dragon who led you in the fight against Victoria, in the fight for independence and freedom. Lakshmi Dublin is back from the abyss of death. I died to quench the flames upon you all, but the rain of tears you shed for me extinguished that fire, allowing me to return from the abyss. This time, though, I will not drive you to your deaths. Our grand undertaking is complete. Never again will there be cause for countless Terrans to offer up their lives and leave us only ruins and wailing. I pray with all my heart that every Terran will be able to curb their own flame. Flames that came from slavery, from oppression, from humiliation, from sorrow that never died out, not for thousands of years. I neither need nor expect you to forget. I only hope you can do as our ancestors did and let those flames become your lamp. A lamp that first warms yourself and then illuminates the path for us all. So we can truly laugh, sing, and live in our homeland. A bright yet gentle light. Keeping the statue. While the crowd is still mulling over her words, one of the residents suddenly cries out in pain. Why is the burn on my hand suddenly hurting? Wait, the colors of all your lamps. Even my own changed colors. These are the lights the Red Dragon hopes you will carry to warm yourselves. Purple fire belongs only to the dead. Yet we unwittingly let our own flames be dyed its color through overwhelming death and loss. But we mistook that fire for a blessing and allowed ourselves to be dragged towards the abyss. If the Red Dragon hadn't killed herself tonight, and we hadn't managed to return her flames, we could all have been dead by now, turned into walking corpses. To extinguish the flames of death in ourselves. You said that's why she killed herself? A sense of guilt that had crept up on Nemo's after the purple flames vanished leaves her unable to reply. She only nods slightly. Then, she feels a sudden chill on her face. There was a drop of water. Nemo's lifts her head and looks to the distant night sky. More look up as the damp raindrops pelt their faces, gently washing their tears away. It is raining. Well, the domain opened up, it seems. On Samhain, even the rain falls, heavier and heavier, but the crowd still remains in the square. They wish to thank the Red Dragon for returning their lives, for separating life from death. But the dragon tells everyone she will remain here until everyone returns home to rest. So the people gradually disperse, and eventually, even the wakemen and refugees bid goodbye to the dragon. They worry that some of the dead, who have not returned their fire yet, will gather around the ruins, although that worry is unfounded. Ends in rain. By the time the sun rises, no longer will there be any wandering dead on Terran's soil. Amid sobs, Nemo's bids goodbye to the dragon as well. The next day, she will wake up early to collect bricks from all over town to make a new door for Hulan's workshop. The huge square empties out, leaving only a red dragon and a nomad. Where are you off to next, Bridget? Not sure there's anywhere to go, really. All I've ever done is pass on messages or report oncoming catastrophes. I think they will replace my job though. What are they called again? Catastrophe messengers? They've been less and less of us nomads anyhow, so I guess I'm glad someone will carry on the work at least. Should try contacting Rhodes Island. What's that? Pharmaceutical company. They're good people. You'll have to look for their headquarters. It's a land ship. I'll write them a letter tomorrow and I was hoping you could deliver it for me. I think you'll like the place. But for tonight, you have to rest inside the fort. Can't have you sleeping in a tent with all this rain. Let's head to the citadel gates first. The two of them slowly make their way towards the citadel. The downpour continues and the fire on the sculpture is nearly extinguished. Only a faint flame of indistinct color flickers in the dragon's eye sockets. They suddenly hear a voice from behind. Stubbornness and stupidity really are hereditary, I'm telling you. This fucking guy. How can someone forget their own bet? Is there someone still in the square? Oops. Did I... No, we're fine. It's that invisible brother of mine. He made the bet with me. Invisible? Don't turn around, Lakshmi. He's a wee bit awkward, that one. No fan of being seen, I'm sure. Oh, we still go. Alright. Hello, sir. Looking at the flickering flame in the dragon's eye, Lavrahak recalls a time centuries past, when Isle was still a lad with a cracking voice, while his own beard has just started to sprout. Oh lord. Okay, I have net now, so my red. It's a feminine given name. Scottish Gaelic. Margaret. Pronunciation. Let's go, YouTube. Show me. Ireland. What? I couldn't understand. Wait. Moraid? Ain't no way. Patrolling. Can an actual Irish person, please? There is no way. Oh my goodness. How to pronounce? Come on, guys. Surely, right? Mirgred. Okay, dude. No. Translation. Because this usually has that. No, it doesn't have pronunciation. Why does nothing have Scottish Gaelic? God damn it. It is Margaret. Meaning pearl. Pronounce. Please, God. How do you pronounce Meridindomnail? Gigi. Why is this so hard? God damn it. Myridney. Myrid. Okay, fine. Myrid. Fine. There you go. Myrid, the Exquisite, was promoting everything Victorian in the royal capital and ultimately even banned a favorite custom for Terran commoners, placing bets. That day, Lavrahak had exploded in an argument with his mother with an unprecedented level of rage. Afterwards, his mother ordered him to fast and reflect, but Isle sneaked into his brother's bedroom with a big piece of steak for him. The brothers blew out every light in the room and merrily gorged themselves, even licking their fingers clean. Enough stubbornness. Soon everyone in the capital will be a Victorian, Isle said. Labrahak stroked his still soft beard and merely shook his head. He asked, "Then why not make a bet with me? Once mother is gone, not a soul will willingly continue pretending they're Victorian." "Fine," Isle replied. The older brother burst into laughter. "What's on the table then? Want to make a good wager? Why not the crown? If you win, I'll never set foot in the palace for the rest of my life." "No, I'll wager anything but that." Isle had refused. It was I who insisted on having it my way, half as a joke and half hungry for a gamble. I nearly put him in tears, didn't I? Yes, because Al was always the type to give in. He definitely agreed. And so in the end, he said, "Alright, if you go, then never come back." Afterwards, I ended up leaving the palace, wandering for years as Isle spent that time unhappy in the capital. I heard that after losing half his men in the court, Isle was controlled by not even Victorians, but Terran nobles speaking with Victorian accents. You lost, Lavrahak. No matter how homesick you are, you've spent far too long on this family visit. Not to mention, you're just a pathetic shadow cast by firelight. They said the thing! Man, you have your own road to walk. No more breaking promises. Right, just like that. Take out that purple fire from the stab wound on your chest. Oh, this is how okay. That's funny. From one purple dragon to the other, huh? And now, return it to the dragon who walked the same path you did. The exiled king's face twists from pain. But nevertheless, he extends his arm bit by bit towards the eye of the skeleton. Ugh. Let's see, Isle. Is this your blades? Can phantoms also feel pain? Can they shed tears of anguish? Or is it merely the rain dripping through him as his body fades to nothingness? He can no longer tell. Or perhaps the flame of your good descendant here. Labrahak. Lakshini snaps around, but there is no sign of anyone else in the square. Only the purple fire in the red dragon's eyes. It flares up a split second before the rain extinguishes it completely. Sneaky sneaky. Okay, I should have seen that coming. Because we technically do have 2 purple dragons in the story. Yeah. Last one, boys and girls. Back cover. A story repeated countless times is what becomes history. Back cover though. The hell that mean? Just before the mother engaged the dark mist, the wake man of the woods came to remind her that she had yet to do that which was most important, hold a proper funeral for her daughter. The mother had intended to fight the dark mist to the death, but tears began to stream down her face when the wake man sang their ancient song, and she chose to follow tradition and hold a wake for her daughter. All through the night, she cried at the purple bonfire representing her daughter's soul. The downpour of tears quenched the fire burning through the city, nearly extinguishing even the purple funeral fire. When the wake man once again asked the mother if she would still fight the dark mist to the death, she gazed upon the smoldering bonfire with tears on her face, saying, "I cannot abandon my kingdom's people." As she said those words, the feeble purple flame suddenly turned bright yellow. Her daughter rose from death and walked out of the flames, and mother and daughter embraced each other. Interesting. So ends the story. Not in fragments, but a true ending. Congratulations, we pieced together the truth. And what a happy ending. This is all thanks to you. Come, let us toast. Then I'll write this all down and publish it for... Well, publishing it may be a challenge. But now that it's complete... The funeral, the bonfire, the resurrection. You saw everything. I never expected you to find the courage to return to Nasursa. Singer? This is the singer, okay. And it was a lovely ending, wasn't it? Eblana departed with the dead, never to return. As for you, Your Highness Lakshini, I dedicate the story to you. Whether to publish it, seal it away, or have it fade into obscurity, along with the remnants of Dublin like me, it's all up to you. Oh, we see one of their faces. That's like the only one we have seen, because the others just kinda died. Wait. Your Highness Lakshini. Oh, he thinks this is... No, but the resurrection. You said resurrection, right? Where is that? The funeral, the bonfire, the resurrection. You saw everything. The singer was there the whole time? That's fucking funny. Your Highness Lakshini, though. She didn't think this was Eblana? How wonderful. I almost regret allowing you to belittle yourself with a title like The Singer. You? Wait, what? You're not Lakshini? You're Eblana. Hello. The one singer swings his arm furiously, spilling his drink on the table. You're dead. You can't be alive. You were killed. Twice. Okay, by resurrection, he means when she entered into the purple fire and then it turned into her fire. You were killed twice. Once by spear and once by fire. You shouldn't be here. Hello. Or am I dead? This isn't funny. You're dead, Red Dragon. Go back to where you belong. I see. That's it. It was all a lie. You never died. You killed Lakshini instead. It was all a trick. An illusion. He has lost it. If so, what becomes of your story? My story. Have you calmed down? You shouldn't be alive. No. Has death ever been an eternal sleep for me? What I could do with life, I could do with death. As a reward for completing the story, writer, let me tell you one thing. All that matters is fire. It's a purple fire. The purple fire from your story may seem ethereal, but it is no fiction. It is true that, over the long course of the war, I shared too much of my flame with others and became weak, feeble. But fire spreads, fire consumes, fire grows. After the battle with the Naxara on the Gastrel, I needed to take back the flames I had given away, which has been growing on the plains, in the ruins, in the hearts of the people. You wanted it repaid with interest. Taxation is the most basic authority of a monarch. Mundane kings collect blood taxes to nurture their armies, to fight over land and people that will last mere centuries at most. I collect blood taxes to pave a road between life and death with the red dragon's flame, so that all those caught in between will look up to me. The ravings of a mad woman. No doubt it sounds that way to you, for you cannot fathom what happens when enough death to consume a nation is returned to its master. 1,000 years of anger, sorrow, and hatred converge on me all at once. Did you think they would let my flesh and spirit fade away so easily? A slave to hatred, what a fitting end for you. Have you already forgotten what I said in your story? Everyone, and everything, that thought they could mold me just happened to take on a form I was able to wield with ease. Were I truly their slave, you'd have been ash the moment I saw you. You lunatic! That's why you allowed Wellington to station his troops in the dark woods to blockade the city. You even continued the curfew. You never intended to spare Nasursa. There's your boy Wellington. Why, thank you for finally being willing to shed light on the unpleasant truth of the Dark Mist and Wellington. Does the Battle of Silver Rock Bluffs, which you witnessed from the deck of the Gastrel, still haunts you in your alcohol-fueled dreams? It's never left you, has it? Why else would you be so obsessed with depicting the mist dangling above people's head, yet so loath to define it? The curfew was justified at first. There were still Victorian spies in Asursi at the time indeed. The Duke of Wellington stepped up the blockade when Lakshmi entered the city because he wanted to smother any possibility of news leaking about the two red dragons. And the food that disappeared and came back on its own? The Brigadier was more than just your most trusted lieutenant. He was also captain of Wellington's Red Steel Guard. When he went to ask for supplies, Wellington acquiesced. Wellington simply became disappointed in Lakshmi when she left Nasursi to seek the Wakemen. That's all. You should thank her, really. You'd never had escaped the woods if Wellington hadn't relaxed the blockade out of disappointment. As for the victory party you were so afraid to describe, don't tell me you've really glorified it into a fairy tale in your memories. Of course not. What happened to the Dubliners who weren't willing to give up their power? The ones you took away on a pretext? They were swallowed by the dark mist, as you put it, quite literally. But Lakshmi still managed to make up her mind and killed you, and Wellington didn't follow your ridiculous orders. Suppose I believe that your aberrant purple fire left you a vessel. What do you plan to do with it? Lead an army of the dead to retake Tara? I won't help you. No living soul will. You and your dead friends can go straight to hell. Indeed, you were never suited to be Dublin's singer. You cling to what you see and believe. When the two could no longer be reconciled, you chose self-destruction rather than to give up on either. But do you really imagine that everything has gone the way you think? Well, it's ya boy Wellington, huh? A letter, your grace. You may enter. Caster! Oh shit. Is she gonna declare independence here? Sovereignty? No, ma'am. But look at the seal. It corresponds to no emblem on record for the past 50 years. Tara. The Duke of Castor scrutinizes what the servant is holding. On the edge of the envelope is an emblem excavated from the dusts of history. The young have never seen it, while the old have forgotten it. Only those forced to keep an eye on history remember its source. We are uncertain whether it is the mark of Tara or of King Gale. I never took you for a scholar of heraldry. That was not my intention. It is enough that we know what it signifies. To the Duke of Castor. Open it and read it aloud. Not too quickly. Yes, ma'am. There is no greeting. The seal was enough. Your previous letter was received. The response was delayed as the time was not yet ripe. Now it is. From this day forth, martial law is hereby lifted in Nasursa and the surrounding lands south of the Grey Hills. Extra, extra! Read all about it! Martial law to be lifted at midnight across all of Tara. Publishing restrictions lifted. The art community rejoices. Read more on page 2. Finally, now we can call this a proper tavern. Here, here. With the curfew lifted, you can drink all through the night. Besides, it's my birthday. Drinks are on the house. Really? You sure about this? There are enough people in the city to drink you out of house and home. Worry about yourself. Look at you, rich boy, leaving your lamp on in the middle of the day. Tch, I was just so busy I forgot. It's been warm lately. I've been renovating. So I take the day off. Guess I really have been too busy. So how about another beer? I've got to get this fatigue out of my system. Here you go. On the other hand, I'm almost more afraid of not being tired. Being tired is how I know I'm still breathing. No, that's not quite it. How should I put this? Living. Yes, living. You too, ma'am. Here's one for you. Oh, it's you, Emma. I'm sorry, I've got to get going. Off to do your time on the AG plate? Yes. No idea how you managed to smuggle all the food out last year, but I hear you've been paying it off with honest work out over there, so no need to be shy now, have one on me. Thank you. To living. To Tara. To... Emma holds the cup with one hand and puts the other in her pocket, clutching the necklace she reclaimed last winter. The words said to her when it was returned come out of her mouth almost by instinct. To all our countrymen who gave their lives for Tara. You're really leaving, Bridget? Yeah, the burning beasts are calling for me from their pastures. Besides, still haven't been to this Rhodes Island that Lakshmi wanted me to see. Want to come with? Maybe if I have the chance. It's just sad to think that you're the one who brought us to Nasursi, but can't stay yourself. Not that I couldn't, I chose not to. Like your own choice to stay. Say hi to the Wakemen for me if they come back to the city. Is that your intuition again? It's not always right. Like I don't smell that burning stink anymore. It smells like fresh buds in spring, dew in the morning. Hello, sir. Hello, Brigadier. You two know each other? You could say that. What are you doing here? I don't recall anything happening which the Red Steel Guard would need to be deployed for. I'm on leave. I came to honor the memory of my comrades, scoundrels to be sure, but they fought by my side. If you're looking to take revenge for those who died during your exile, this is your chance. A brawl with a soldier on leave wouldn't be considered an attack on the military. It wasn't you who killed Selman and the others, not directly. I'll remember what you did. That's enough for me. I see. What more can anyone ask for than to be remembered? Bealtaine, also known as the Festival of Fire, is scheduled to be revived in the coming days. The fire-passing ritual will start in Oak Grove County. Hello. Is this potentially sequel to this? You're awfully quiet. Are you nervous? No, it just strikes me that we managed to turn what you'd see in the books into reality. On the last day of spring, we extinguished the fires in our homes, then come together to relight them at Bealtaine. In the smoke of the bonfire and drifting ash, we welcome the coming of a new season and of a new life. Your Highness Lakshmi, lighting ceremony will begin in a few minutes. Alright, thank you. Maybe I waited too long for this. It feels no realer than a dream. Actually, how does Eblana get to Rhodes? Because she's like stuck with a singer right now. I wanted to sing, Nemos, but you've already sung for me back in Nasursa. So this time, the flames in my hand will do the singing. One more thing, Your Highness. About Her Highness Eblana. Your Highness, it's time. Sorry, Nemos, we can speak after the ritual. The Draco steps forward. A stone platform sculpted in the style of the ruins served as her lectern. She lights the bonfire upon it and turns around. From the square below her, many faces gaze up with bated breath. She takes a deep breath. 1,000 years ago, the Dracos of Victoria invaded Tara, creating the title of King Gale as an epithet of shame, robbing the nomadic Tarans of their freedom. 600 years ago, the reigning King Gale had no choice but to allow the Victorians to remake the royal capital in their own image. 200 years ago, the Aslan seized the crown of Victoria, but once again, they trampled the dreams of the Tarans beneath their feet, such that even our language was almost lost to us. Now, Tara stands on her own. I recite this history of shame, not to fan the flames of hatred, but in defense of peace. Sing what songs in Victoria suffice to praise the beauty you see. Tell what tales in Taran will move the passions. We remember so that we might provide the living the dignity of life and the dead the promise of a reunion. Throughout the cold night, we shall retain a warm flame. As such, I, Lakshmi Dublin, the last descendant of the Taran Dracos, I shall light this fire symbolizing new life. May it guide the way for all, whether living or departed. Enclosed you will find templates for nomadic city immigration forms. Signed, the Kingdom of Tara. This is treason. The King of Tara has long been one of the titles of the Victorian Emperor. Nothing in this letter denies it. To avoid conflict, the Red Dragon has even indefinitely delayed the coronation, so many are looking forward to. But in reality, the indecisive claimant, the corrupt oligarchs, the blockading army, and the flames of dissent, all these issues have been put to rest. For the first time in centuries, they proudly tell a new legend of a King Gael. In the short term, the unrest has indeed been contained within Wellington's domain. With time, however, it can become a greater threat than any insurrection. Tara must not be allowed to secede from Victoria. As long as Wellington doesn't take his entire territory away on a nomadic city, the other dukes and I will continue negotiating with him. Yes, ma'am. I'll drop some long-term plans regarding that. Oh my god. She's like in what's his face? Yerag and Tara. Jesus Christ. Victoria, man. You know, maybe the Sarka should have just completely taken over it. Fuck Victoria. Holy. Whew. It's finally over. Well done. Well done indeed. Thank you. So only Hulan died. That's pretty sad. He pulls the fucking sculpture and died. God damn. So what was it you wanted to say about Eblana before the ceremony? We never found her body. If she somehow survived, I worry that someday a completely different story will be told about the resurrection of the Red Dragon. What story? That it was no miracle but the assassination of one dragon by another? Worse than that. I see. You're afraid that Eblana will return and paint the whole thing as a conspiracy I orchestrated. Our position is not unassailable. We both know that her body disappeared earlier that night, after he killed her the first time. What I dragged through the streets wasn't her body but an empty coffin. I know. I also know that it was I who used the last spark of fire she left in her spear to ignite the coffin. It was I who left the city to parley with Wellington, laying out our plans in exchange for him delaying military action while They played out. It was I who walked into the fire the people had returned to Eblana. I who quenched and replaced the fire of death with the fire of life. And I who walked out of the fire in the end. We've known all this since that day on the balcony of Nasirsa's citadel. Eblana had left us a puzzle with no solution. The only way out was a miracle. A miracle we scripted and directed. If anything, the true miracle was the Wakeman returning to the city. If Eblana hadn't awakened the exiled king, if Bridget hadn't delivered the message centuries overdue, Moran hadn't persuaded them. With just the two of us, that miracle could never have occurred. So what is there to fear at this point? Eblana has cut off any path leading away from the throne. All I can do is devote the rest of my days to Tara, and patiently await my judgment in some unknowable future. Oh boy. Well, yeah, Victorians to worry about now. Goddamn Brits. Hello. Okay, here. How do you get to Rhodes Island, and are you like keeping it on the down low? Nemus was dragging an empty coffin. Lakshmi was planning to resurrect the dragon the moment she first killed you? You're lying. I know. It was Wellington. He found a conscience and lifted the blockade on his own. You just won't give up, will you? The Iron Duke? With a conscience? Hilarious. You promised him that only good could come of your scheming. All I promised him on the Gastrel was that I could change the direction of Tara, so long as Lakshmi was willing to return. The Red Dragon who breathes flames of death, the Spectre Force with its dead soldiers, Dublin with its blood-stained hands. Everything was fated to sink into darkness while the Terrans united under the banner of the one and only Red Dragon. Of course, His Grace was unaware that everyone in Nasirsa was meant to die for the plan, but I knew. A city of doomed souls in exchange for Tara's lasting stability. Only good could come of it, no? A shame that the Duke isn't fond of Lakshmi. Things could have gone even more smoothly otherwise. Sophistry! You lied to Wellington. Your plan was anything but harmless, and the people of Nasirsa did live. To everyone's surprise. In exchange for their lives, Lakshmi reached for the scepter of power that she detested so much. She chose to write a saga, a novel, a miracle that should have been beneath her noble dignity. It was something only she could do. Something that wouldn't have been possible even a few years ago. Would you have placed a miracle on the scales from the start? What if Lakshmi had failed? Then you would be sitting here enjoying your drink. I'm sure you've heard stories about what the Iron Duke does to whatever he considers an obstacle. Every story begins with an inspiration. Memories rush into the writer's mind like seawater at high tide. He struggles to break free, only to find himself powerless against the oncoming tide. Ah! Red Dragon. You knew from the beginning. You almost destroyed Nasirsa. You made a mockery of Altera. Now, I must object to that. I simply fulfilled the promise. Is being true to one's word no longer a virtue? Even you yourself admitted that this was a happy ending. No, never. This isn't how the story ends. This isn't how my story is supposed to go. Writer sees a sliver of white. He falls to his knees and crawls along the ground, trying to collect the scattered sheets of paper that had flown loose. 1, 2, 3. He clutches them in his hand along with his pen. No. What would you like to write? Let me help you. No. The writer's shoulder trembled hysterically. Panicked, he begins to back off until his back hits the rickety wall of the tavern. Grabbing his pen like a spear, he begins to stab at the paper. Muttering under his breath, he only manages to cover them with scattered ink blots. Soon, even his muttering loses coherence. Is he gonna vomit? What is happening here? The commotion causes the drunken barkeep to come out from behind the counter and grab him by the collar. What you babbling about? Realizing that he can no longer form words, the writer looks desperately towards the woman watching him with disinterest. He points at the woman's hands, then at his own mouth. The meaning was clear. You've lost your words. The singer lost his words. Perhaps you hit your head from excitement, or had a minor stroke. Or perhaps because you saw something you believed in so firmly for so long shatter to pieces. The very thing that inspired you to join Dublin caused you to stray at the victory party, made you turn back to Nasorsa halfway. But it's time to wake up. With a trembling hand, the writer tries to write on his palm. It leaves only crooked, disjointed lines. He wrote a story for Tara, a complete story, not a collection of fragments. It's a good one. I like it. And I like it even more that it belongs only to me, not to you. Jesus Christ. Yep, you're the writer now. Sloan. What is this again? Sloan Gofoil. Translation. There really isn't. Is there really no easy? Sloan Gafoil. Sloan Gafoil. Singer. No. Writer. Sloan Gafoil. The last Dubliner. So he's the only one who acquiesced wealth and power, huh? I look forward to the stories you'll tell me when death reunites us. Jesus. With one last glance at the writer, the woman tosses a few coins onto the table and walks out of the tavern. The memory comes back to the writer. It was the same look Eblana gave him that night, a year and a half ago, when he decided to delay his report after the leader's shadow had already departed, in hopes staying in both sides' good graces. Okay, we are at Rhodes, so how the hell? What should I call you then? No, you should tell me how the fuck is she here? God damn it. Whatever you're thinking, I'm only Necras here. Also, does Reed know she's here? Unless you two find a signed sheet of paper to hold no power whatsoever. Operator Necras. If you find the title necessary, erudite. God damn it. I forgot what erudite meant. Having or showing great knowledge or learning. Okay, so a learned person. For my part, I'm more curious about your lack of reaction about hearing the whole story. I read the report on Nasorsa. I already heard the story. Ah, a lapse on my part, I see. First, a private letter from Nasorsa, then fragments through official channels. Lakshani is getting better at this. Then I presume she's told you all about me, which is why you were willing to sit down with me by yourself and hear out this patchwork tale of allusion and insinuations. No, she has yet to find your body. She's unaware you're in the position. That makes your courage all the more admirable. And I mustn't neglect to give credit to Lakshani where it's due. She's more than just a qualified dance partner now. She's ready to take the lead. I do hope she enjoys herself. Sounds like you like your new power. Sounds like you like your new toy. Of course I do. The powers of the dead aren't necessarily greater than those of the living, but they are more lasting and harder to check. But you'll soon grow bored of them, like everything else you've ever had. Followers, martyrs, dominion, status. Life is short, but death is long, erudite. There are still so many interesting people in the mortal realm that along is reason enough for me to await them in death. So you gave Reed your old toys? A cutting question, erudite, but I'll allow it. And not only because your accusation is astute, if prejudiced, but also because you are one of the interesting people I mentioned. What are you intending? What makes me interesting? I am inseparable from death. Is it not the natural order of things that those like me should be drawn to Rhodes Island? I was drawn, so I came. This place is always covered in the scent of death after all. Especially around you, my dear erudite. I don't understand. You will, someday. When the tides are up and the night of death descends, you will be grateful for my presence, so long as I do not mock your predicament. As for right now, I am simply the shadow of Tara's leader. Hey, they switcheroo, yeah. She basically gave her a position. Just Necras, nothing more. Don't you god damn it. So we don't quite know how she ended up in Rhodes, well, the journey to Rhodes Islands, but she went to Rhodes Islands, and I'm assuming this is after chapter 15? which is pretty close too, by the way. God damn it. Whew. So this story is basically them swapping roles. Eblana is now the quote-unquote in the shadows, and what's her face? Oh my god, Lakshini is now the leader instead of just puppet leader. Also, Duke of Caster, they also doing something with the caster here because she also wants Yerag, and now the Tara's a thing. She also she doesn't want it to expand. She wants it to just be there, just in Tara, and not do anything too crazy. Huh, very nice. Definitely setting up. Was there a set? Yeah, it's kind of setting up. It might even combine the Yerag one too, because Duke of Caster is also whatchamacallit, in there, in cahoots with the hat people. So anyways, folks, that is it for now. Very cool story. Also, Celtic, very fucking hard for me apparently. See ya, folks.